Alrighty. Hello, hello. It is June 15th, 2022. Welcome all to the stream, as this is a live recording as of right now. Of course, if you're not watching this live on June 15th at 2:46 Eastern, 1:46 Central, I highly recommend tuning into more recent and or current weather that could be found on my channel. So you just have to click the channel icon, you'll be able to find it that way. But other than that, we have a very interesting day here today as a moderate risk has been issued, and we'll get into that here in a second. So without further ado, if I can pull up my music. Yep, there we go. Okay, all is well. Let's do it. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. My name is Nate, and welcome back to another weather forecast video live stream of us talking about just general severe weather. Well, in this case today, it's not really too general, is it? Because we have a moderate risk. We have a risk for severe weather, which can be impactful to those who live within these areas. So without further ado, let's kind of get into it a little bit, as we have two areas of severe weather here today. One is a lot more expansive, but not as significant. The other a lot more consolidated and localized, but potentially a lot more significant. So if we get into it here, you can see that we have this giant area. If my Epic Pen would like to work, it does not, which is nice. So I'm going to have to turn off Epic Pen. Very good. Good start to the stream. Epic Pen always does this to me. It's always doing the funny, if you will. But here is Epic Pen once again, and then we're going to be able to draw on stuff. So once again, we have our big expansive area, which would be right about here. And you can see this is for much of the southeast into the mid-Atlantic and the northeast as well. So a bit of an appetizer for severe weather leading up to tomorrow's event. So that would be something interesting to make a note of. I'm not sure if I'll be able to live stream. There's a good chance that I could, depending upon some in real life circumstances that may happen. I will not chase by any stretch of the imagination, but we do have a 1 out of 5 on the severe weather scale in green and a 2 out of 5 in yellow, and this expansive risk over here could potentially see some strong damaging winds, large hail, as well as the threat for a tornado. All right, a tornado over here in the portions of Pennsylvania and New York. So that'll be something to watch out for. But then if we take a look a little bit further towards the north and west over here into portions of the Midwest and the Great Lakes, you can see that there are some additional colors that they have added here from the Storm Prediction Center. So once again, 1 out of 5 in dark green, 2 out of 5 in yellow, 3 out of 5 in orange, and then a 4 out of 5 here in red. And so if you guys live into any of these places here in northeastern Iowa, southeastern Minnesota, as well as central portions, practically actually much of Wisconsin, with the exception of extreme southeastern and extreme northwestern, you guys are a bit excluded from the risk, except for the strong damaging wind proponent of it, as well as the threat for weather over here into portions of northern Michigan. So if you're over in those areas, I highly recommend you guys watch out for the threat of severe weather that is possible within this area. Going into the specifics, we have quite the elevation of tornadoes here. We have, I mean, it seems to me as if we continuously still are getting a lot of these events that have the potential of being what they say they are, but it's kind of like a high end, like it's a double-edged sword type event, what I mean. You could potentially have one thing that could happen, but then you can have another thing that could happen on the opposite end of it. And so what I mean by that, to kind of beat around the bush, I've been beating around the bush too much, I should say, is that we have the potential for this event to pan out into a significant event, but we also have the potential for this event to not really be too much. And what I'm kind of thinking right now is we're going to get something in the middle. We're going to get something in the middle of all of this. And what I mean by that is that we're probably going to get a storm or two, probably a storm that could produce your significant tornadoes. And I'll talk about that a little bit more here in a bit. But the probabilities now include a 2% chance in dark green, 5% in brown, 10% in yellow, 15% in red. So whatever probability you have, that is your chance of seeing a tornado within a 25-mile radius. We also have something called a hatched risk, or a significant severe risk for tornadoes as well, which is in the silver area. This is a 10% chance or greater of seeing EF2 to EF5 tornadoes within a 25-mile radius. So that is something that we have to consider. This environment is favorable for significant tornadoes, and we're going to have to be on our guard here. We're going to have to be on high alert across the board to try and figure out what's going on. In addition to that, we also have a high risk for winds here. Or not exactly a high risk for winds, if you will, from a weather sense, but a higher enhanced risk for winds here across the board in the portions of Wisconsin. So 5% in brown, 15 in yellow. Yeah, I know that's pretty weird. 30% in red, and then a 45% in this pink over here. And so practically the main thing here is that 15% chance for tornadoes and that 45% chance for strong damaging winds, as well as the fact that that could potentially have some hurricane force winds. This is your hatched risk for winds, which basically indicate a 10% chance or greater of seeing hurricane force winds within the area. With all that being said, the collusion between all of that does indicate that we do have a 4 out of 5 on the severe weather scale for portions of Wisconsin and the surrounding areas. So if you guys know anyone who lives over here, near Wausau, as well as Green Bay, Madison, La Crosse, areas just to the west of Sheboygan and Milwaukee, and then all the way down towards the Mississippi River along the border of Wisconsin and Iowa, and even the areas around that too in northeastern Iowa. You guys got to really watch out here today for the threat of some significant weather. I am actually, personally, and this is actually going to get into the more detailed analysis of what is actually going to go on. I am actually pretty concerned here for a specific area here in Wisconsin. It'll be more or less where the intersection of I-90 and I-94 is. So right about there, right along that area, along State Highway 21. That's kind of my hot zone, more or less, as to where I would want to be if I'm storm chasing. Because the environment over there is pretty substantial, and we'll get to that here by looking at the current analysis here, the Storm Prediction Center Mesoscale analysis. And what we're starting out with here is the vorticity. And vorticity basically gives you a good idea as to where showers and thunderstorms could potentially form. And if not, where they are forming as of right now. And so you can kind of see that we do have a bit of vorticity that's starting to build here over portions of Iowa, all the way down towards the Topeka areas in Kansas. But we also have a little bit of vorticity over here as my Epic Pen kind of freezes on me a little bit. There we go. I don't know why my Epic Pen's doing this right now, but oh, it seems as if my computer is starting to bottleneck, so that's nice. All right, well, hopefully you guys didn't miss too much there, but let's try that again. So, vorticity. All right, we see this giant band of vorticity right within here. This is our cold front that's going to be bringing our strong damaging winds for the most part. But the big threat here, in my honest opinion, is going to be this little area right here of vorticity. This is our little mini warm front, more or less, where we're going to potentially have some showers and thunderstorms that could ride along it. And that's kind of where there's a lot of energy. There's a lot of energy that's going to develop right along this axis. And if I actually pull up the vorticity in 3 Cape, the overlap here, so we have our blue lines, that is vorticity, and then we have our red lines, which is our cape. And if we can get a good overlap of both of those, it's a good environment for tornadoes, more or less. And we're going to expect to see this build here over time, especially since you can already see there's already a bit of vorticity here. And that's more or less because there's a little bit of a warm front characteristic right within that area. And then, of course, below the warm front, actually kind of wedged in between the warm front and the cold front, you have the building environment of Cape right within that area, which is, of course, the convective available potential energy, the warm air rising, the cold air sinking in the atmosphere, which can allow thunderstorms to either form or sustain. So we do have a good environment there, a 3 Cape. If we also go to our surface-based Cape, we can actually see that across the board over here, we actually have some good values of about 2,000 at minimum to about 4,000 joules per kilogram of surface-based Cape. You can also see there's a sharp cutoff right here. You see how there's a sharp cutoff from about 3,500 to about 2,000 joules per kilogram. That's because that's your warm front right there that's starting to move on through, starting to kind of build a little bit more. And because of that, this is going to be basically a catalyst to where thunderstorms are basically going to ride. And if we can get a supercell that can develop off of that, then I would not be surprised if we could potentially get a significant tornado right within that area. I mean, I really would not be surprised if that was the case. Before I continue, real quickly, Heart and Soul with the 5, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Just to have a plan of action, all right? If you are in any of those areas, so I know you said that you're in the red, but if there's anyone else that are in any of those areas, in the orange, the yellow, or in the red, just have a plan of action. If you're under a tornado warning or a severe thunderstorm warning, please be sure to have a place to go to so that you can put as many walls between yourself and the outdoors as possible. That would be the best thing to do, more or less. And I'll get into that a little bit more here in a second. But I also want to talk about here real quickly the helicity values, which is basically how much vorticity there is, or not really vorticity, but like streamwise vorticity there is within a given spot that's favorable for tornadoes. And it's starting to kind of climb, all right? We see we have a lot of that over here in the portions of southern Minnesota as well as northern Iowa, and it's starting to creep further and further in towards portions of Wisconsin. So that's going to be something to note here. As this environment starts to shift, will we be able to see the helicity spike within the area of interest? So that's going to be something to watch out here for the most part. So now let's go over to Weather Bell here real quickly. Let's go over to Weather Bell. And let's go over to the 3K. And I think the upper Midwest would probably be the best way to go to kind of show you guys the timings of these storms. And we'll do that. That way you guys can see. Once again, the timing is above me in Eastern Daylight Time. So if you're in Central, just subtract an hour, please. And as this continues to move on through, you see we still have a lot of scattered showers and thunderstorms that are kind of just moving about. But our cold front is starting to develop over here in the portions of Iowa. And that's going to be our strong damaging wind risk. But then as you can see, our cold front begins to expand. And then there's some storms that form out in front of the cold front. You can see in some of those areas there. We also have some supercells that form along the cold front, basically along the triple point area. That's another hot zone. Hot spot for tornadoes to form right along that area. So just depending upon what these storms can do, can they get out in front of the main cold front to actually take advantage of that environment? That's going to be the big thing here. But we're going to get our answer here. We're going to get our answer more than likely over the next half an hour to hour from now in what we are really going to see. Because as this line begins to develop more and more and it starts to mature, then we'll be able to see if there's any sort of wiggle room for any thunderstorms to form out in front of it and be able to sustain. So that's kind of what we have here for the most part. And then as this continues to move on through, portions near Green Bay and Madison, they're going to start to be impacted at about 7 to 8 o'clock at night. As it continues to move on through as well, Marquette gets impacted, as well as portions of Sheboygan and anywhere along Lake Michigan. They're going to be impacted as well. And then this is going to continue to be mainly a damaging wind threat as this moves off across Lake Michigan. So more than likely, as soon as these storms move over Lake Michigan, we probably will end the stream there. But until then, obviously, we still have a long ways to go before stuff actually happens. So over there, I should say. So that's going to be something to note as this moves on through. So let's go back over here. Heart and Soul with the 5. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. So did you see what I sent you on Twitter, the storm damage in Madison? Oh, that was earlier. Yeah, you did. Jeez, that was 2 days ago when you sent that. That's Maka S. That's nice. I really need to clean up my mini feed, to be completely honest with you. VR and Terraria Gaming with the 2. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that as well. And then we also have Logan with the membership with the Weather Watcher. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that as well. Thank you so much. So the big thing here to take away, guys, the big thing here to take away is that we are expecting significant showers and thunderstorms to move on through and potentially produce significant tornadoes within a certain spot. As I said, basically the intersection right here of 90 and 94. So this is Interstate 90 that goes across. That's 94 right within there. And then, of course, 90 goes down all the way through towards Madison. Right there at the intersection of 90 and 94, all the way through onto State Highway 21. That's going to be the area to watch, in my honest opinion. If something can form right along that area, within 25 miles of that point, I'm pretty confident there's going to be some form of tornadic activity there. But until then, we still got a ways away. I want to pull up the satellite imagery, see what's going on right now, and see if we can identify any specific characteristics. Because that's going to be really helpful to us if we can actually find that and be able to hopefully get a jump on what all could potentially happen in the future. So we'll do that right there. And you can see there is an elongated area of condensation. A lot of these clouds that are kind of forming across the board on this line. That's our cold front. That's going to really start to kind of move on through. But we also have some agitated cumulus out in front of it. Some scattered showers and thunderstorms that are going to try and form over there. And then we also have some agitated cumulus over here. This is going to be where our warm front basically takes shape. If we actually took a look back at where the mesoscale analysis was, which I think we actually can, and we can go back to the vorticity, you can see right along that same area, right in there, that is where some of the vorticity is at for showers and thunderstorms to try and form along that warm front. So that's going to be the area to watch, in my honest opinion. And if something can form right within there, oh boy, you're going to get something. 100% you're going to get something. Potentially even could be significant as well. So, but we do have definitely some warm frontal indications that things could start to try and develop here. And right within this area, in between all of this, this is where our energy is starting to kind of skyrocket. This is where we're going to really start to see if these storms can really take advantage of that environment. Which we hope it doesn't. We hope it doesn't. I'm going to start setting up my radars now because, well, now's a good time. Now's definitely a good time to do it. I'm actually going to... I'm going to start west and move my way east. I think that's probably the best way to go here. So we do that, and then we're gonna do that. And then we're gonna do this, and then we have no reason to move to Marquette as of right now. We'll just do that a little bit later. Let's look at what chat says over here. How are you guys doing today, by the way, chat? How are you guys doing today? Hope you guys are doing well. Hope you guys are doing well. There's, once again, our outlook here for today. A reminder here for everyone, a reminder here is that if you know anyone who lives in the yellow or in the orange or in the red, all right, specifically the orange and the red here today. The orange and the red, I have the highest confidence of thunderstorms actually being significant over here. If you know anyone who lives within any of these areas over here, I would highly recommend telling them that severe weather is possible in their area today, some of which could potentially even be significant. So please be sure to let them know. Even, you know, share this information with them too by copying the link to the live stream, put it on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, or send it on text message. That way we can just go ahead and get this information out and warn people ahead of time. All right, that's the big thing here. We're trying to get this information out ahead of time so that when we're talking about these storms live, when they're actually, you know, putting down some significant conditions, whether it's hail or wind or tornadoes, we may be able to get this information out to those people. That's the big thing there. So please be sure to do so if you haven't already, and by hitting that thumbs up button down below, you actually help me get this information out to more and more people on YouTube, essentially helping me spread the information. I'm thinking this event could last until 9 or 10 in Wisconsin. It'll start to kind of veer out more and more as it heads further south, but I wouldn't be surprised if Milwaukee gets part of this activity, but it would just be later on tonight. Northeastern Illinois, it's going to be interesting. I think they're going to start to kind of veer out more and more, but they're going to get an answer sometime around 10 or 11 tonight as to whether or not they're going to get some stuff. Also, I think now would probably be a good time for me to get my sky camera network up. Do I think Morris could get anything? I think they're too far south, honestly. I think they're too far south to really get a whole lot. Yeah, hopefully Pac-Man does have a lot of ghosts here today, for sure. Also, one thing that well, actually two things that I want to mention, all right? First off, if you are in a tornado warning, I highly recommend you get into a sturdy structure, all right? Formulate a plan right now if you're in any of these areas so that when you're in a tornado warning, you can go ahead and get underground or get into your lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. But if you are in a tornado warning and you have a little bit of time, then feel free to find pillows or mattresses, helmets, any sort of protective gear that you may have. Say you play sports and you had some form of equipment and or padding, you can put those on. Because the big thing here is that the main reason why, you know, injuries occur during tornadoes is because of flying debris or falling debris. That's the big thing there. So if a house collapses and you're inside that house, one, you're going to want to stay as far away from the outermost part of your building as possible. So if you put yourself in the innermost part, you are actually putting yourself at a higher probability of being safe from a tornado. But on the other hand, if a tornado is strong enough, it could potentially damage the entire house. And if the house collapses, it'll be right on top of you. So the big thing there is if you have any sort of protective gear, you'll protect yourself from any sort of falling debris. And believe it or not, one of the main injuries that actually occur from falling debris is head injuries. So that's the reason why you want to protect your noggin there, more or less, in regards to, you know, being safe from tornadic activity. But on the other hand, if you have any sort of images that you would like to send in to me, all right, please be sure to send them at Nate_Snyder on Twitter. That way, I may be able to get perspectives out, all right? I kind of want to see what's going on over there because there's only so much this radar can do. To most of you, it may look like a bucket of spilled paint. But to me, of course, since I've been studying this for quite some time on YouTube, it's actually approaching 3 total years, going into my 4th year once we get onto the 28th. So I've been doing this for a long time on YouTube. And the one thing that I know is that there's only so much that radar can do. I mean, you know, you can know all sorts of stuff that you want, but, you know, pictures are pictures. You know, if there's a tornado in a picture, there's a tornado in a picture. You know, there's only so much the radar can tell you with if there's a tornado or not. So if you guys have any stuff that you guys want to share with me, whether it's hail, whether it's strong damaging winds, whether it's a tornado or something like that, please be sure to at me at Nate_Snyder here today. We do have a mesoscale discussion. I think you guys have been looking at this for quite some time as we've been talking about this entire environment, but you've been seeing this little kind of oval thingamajig right here. And this right here is a mesoscale discussion issued by the Storm Prediction Center. And they're basically saying that they're probably going to issue a tornado watch here soon. It says, tornado watch likely with a watch issuance probability of 95%. Convection is expected to develop across northeast Iowa and spread northeast into northeast in the next couple of hours. Tornadoes, damaging gusts, and hail will all be possible. Tornado watch will likely be needed by 20Z, which is around 3 Central, 4 Eastern. Now, I think they probably will issue it a little bit earlier, but that's what they're saying. It's probably going to be issued by that time period. So it'll be something to note as we watch. There are some interesting storms that are starting to kind of develop, though. You see there's a lot of scattered activity. And one of these storms is this one over here near Decorah, Iowa. All right, so we're already starting to look at these storms and try and see as to what's going on with its development. And already we're starting to see a lot of these storms. And I think this one over here near Decorah is going to try and become a little bit more well organized here due to the fact that it is one of the larger storms out of all of them. And usually those tend to be a bit more dominant in regards to its environment. So that's going to be something to note. This storm over here near Decorah heading towards the Highlandville, Eitzen, as well as the New Albin, Genoa, and Stoddard area. Obviously, this is not severe at the moment. Take a look at the maximum expected hail size, and it's not even dropping an abundance amount of hail. And if any, it's not even super large. So not really expecting too much from that. Correlation coefficient tells me that it is predominantly rain. Don't really see too much hail within that. If I actually take a slice through this storm, try and see if there's any hail aloft with this storm, however, there is a little bit of it here according to the correlation coefficient. Just a teeny smidge. But for the most part, besides, I would say right here, this is where the hail would be in the correlation coefficient. I don't really see too much, and that's kind of looking up about 15,000 feet above radar level. So that's kind of where we're at right now with this storm. Do we have a ZDR column with this? Does this thing have a sustainable updraft? The answer to that is yes. It does have a sustainable updraft. It doesn't go super high up, but it does linger to about 22. Well, it actually does go pretty high up. 22,000 feet is pretty high. And it's pretty weak at the moment. That's the main thing here to take away from that. So, you know, that happens. That happens. Decorah. 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 There you go. Not Decorah. Or Decorah. Decorah. Be something like that. I'll pull that up here real quickly. But so yeah, that storm's going to be really interesting to watch in the future. I don't see it being super severe at this time. It definitely could be a little bit later on. Let's go take a look at this cell south of Eau Claire along 94 near Osseo. And this storm right here is kind of doing its own thing. Actually, hold up. Let me take storm motion here. It might be easier for us to do this. Storm motion from marker. There we go. Wunderbar. Everything is so much better in regards to storm motion up there. Might be easier if I actually take storm motion from like one of these storms. Yeah, it's probably better if I take storm motion from one of those storms. Storm motion from marker. There we go. Yeah, it's good enough. It's good enough, honestly. But we do have a lot of just damaging winds over here within these storms. Not really too dominant. There is a lot of high ZDR within this, so a lot of heavy raindrops, more or less. Which kind of tells me that there is some substantial downfall, some substantial downdraft characteristics heading towards Interstate 94. Apparently, Wisconsin has updated their traffic camera system. So I actually want to take a look at that. Excuse me. Oh yeah, there is videos. If there's a map, it would be great. But yeah, there is videos now, which is pretty cool. Here, let's show you guys what I'm talking about here. Yeah, let's go all regions. Try and see if we can find something like that. Yeah, home. Oh, there we go. So much better. Let's star this and put it in our live camera collection. There we go. Cameras. There we go. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. So this would be over near the Osseo area, which is right there. Show video. Look at that. Look at that. So they do have stuff. We can actually use traffic cameras now, chat. You guys know me and my traffic cameras. I'm like a hawk. I try and find if there's any sort of tornadoes within there. Within these traffic cameras. By the way, Osseo is starting to get a heavy downpour. Look at that. But look at that. Good for us. The cameras are now starting to become of use. Because the big thing here, the main reason why I'm kind of freaking out over this, is, look at this here, ladies and gentlemen, all right? All these little blue codes right within here, those are separate radars. Those are all radars, all right? And most of the activity, okay, where we're expecting all this stuff to happen is only near one radar. But if it starts to get towards like Wausau, it's in the middle of all of them. And it's going to be looking pretty far away, more or less, because what happens is these radars, right? These radars send these little beams out in all sorts of different directions, all right? And it's at different heights. Now, these beams also ascend with height, all right? It's never flat. It is never flat, because that's not how that works. But they send out these beams, and the further the beam travels away from the radar, the higher and higher it looks above ground, above ground level, or above radar level in this instance. And so this helps me. These cameras help me because over in some of these areas, there is obviously very spotty radar coverage. And so if we can take a look at the cameras, which tell us what's going on with these storms, we'll be able to know what's actually happening on the ground, you know, instead of looking at radar that's going to be looking up thousands of feet above the ground. So good stuff, good stuff. It's if for those of you who want the link to the map, I will be putting it in the chat. There you go. So that's the link in the chat if you want to go take a look at it yourself. Give me a second. Something interesting just kind of came up, but at the same time it didn't come up, so that's kind of good. Morgan also probably will be joining us later, actually. He said he's a little free. Obviously, right now, he can't. He's got stuff to do, but a little bit later on. Someone close to me is asking about this area here in Wisconsin, so give me 2 seconds, as I do want to try and see if, this area is gonna get stuff. Yeah. There you go. All right, I just wanted to pull that up there real quickly, because yeah, someone close to me asked about a specific area. I did want to kind of point out what they could potentially get for there. How does the sky camera system work? It doesn't really work all too often, because the thing of it is that, you know, sky cameras, you know, some cameras are different. Cameras are always different in regards to, by the way, this is not Winona Lake. This is Osseo. But cameras are kind of just, it really depends upon what type of camera they are, because it's not like every single camera is high quality. You know, as unfortunate as that is. So, you know, we kind of just have to try and figure out what stuff works. But basically, the sky cameras and how they work for the most part with this channel is I basically just search up cameras within the area and watch it that way. And hopefully I get my answers to what's going on and stuff like that. Let's take a look at a camera a little bit further south. Now, as nice as these cameras are, because they are very good, I do enjoy me some sky cameras. It would be nice if they could, like, move, you know, get, like, different perspectives and whatnot. But that's fine, too. I mean, it doesn't really matter all too much, because I also have my other link for, like, cameras and stuff like that. So we'll just kind of watch it as it goes. Will it be a PDS today? Probably not. Probably not a PDS. That's actually real quickly. I want to look at something here with my other screen. Because I do have a map for actual cameras that someone created that I'm kind of snagging and looking at. And yeah, there's cameras in La Crosse. There's a camera north of Madison. There's a camera over near Stevens Point. That might be something interesting to watch, as well as Plover. We also have a camera in Marshfield, which is all the way up at the northern portion of the moderate. So that's going to be interesting. We do actually have cameras within the moderate risk. Yeah. That's going to be very interesting for us to look at. Illinois can potentially get some more severe weather. I do believe they could, but I don't believe it'll be super substantial. I think you guys should be fine for the most part. Geez, that ZDR near... it just kind of deteriorated a little bit. Well, I guess I wasn't keeping my radar updated. That's nice. We are seeing some more substantial hail over here near Highlandville and Dorchester. So that might be our first severe storm of the day if that thing continues to move on through. Let's take a slice. Let's take a slice to see what exactly is happening. Oh yeah, this thing is starting to expand a lot more. Starting to get a lot more hail within it too, from the looks of it. Yeah, look at that. A lot more indicators of hail at 10,000 feet above radar level. That is definitely something to note. A lot of KDP too, heavy amounts of KDP within that area. So yeah, I do believe that this storm probably will be our first severe storm, or at least one of the first few severe storms of the day. I also want to take a look at the storm over here near Fountain City. Or actually, there aren't really as many storms that are all too interesting. So that probably will be the first one. Tornado watch, check probs. Oh, geez, that's a huge tornado watch. No PDS, of course. Kind of knew that. Probs are 70-50. I kind of anticipated that, to be completely honest with you. Maybe not the probability of 2 or more tornadoes. Actually, I would have thought that it would have been 80, but no, it's 70, which is kind of, it's still fair in my honest opinion. It's still fair. I'm not complaining. But I did guess that there probably would be a 50% chance of 1 or more strong tornadoes. So that's a new tornado watch. That is a new tornado watch. So let's update this title of the stream. Well, actually, let's not. We'll only update it when the tornadoes are actually happening. But yeah, 70-50 tornado probs. And for the people who don't know, all right, for the people who don't know what that means, the first set of numbers that I say is the probability of 2 or more tornadoes. So that's 70%. And then the probability of 1 or more strong tornadoes, that would be EF2 to EF5, is 50%, the second set of numbers. So when I say 70-50, all right, that's what I mean. 70% of 2 or more tornadoes, 50% of 1 or more strong tornadoes. So it's not bad. It's actually not bad probabilities. And I can actually get behind it. It actually more supports a 10% chance for tornadoes environment, but the 15% is there because of the higher confidence. A lot of stuff has been happening, kind of result to that point. And speaking of which, we can tell that here because this is our vorticity map again that we saw at the beginning of the stream. So this is what's happening live. And here's our cold front. Here's our cold front, actually our surface low more or less, with our cold front right in here with our vorticity. And you can see there's a lot of vorticity over Iowa and even into portions of northwestern Missouri and Kansas right now. But you also see our warm front is starting to build. And you kind of also see that this is a warm front as well because the winds are starting to change. The winds are starting to veer off from the south to now or from due south to now southeast. And this is going to be one of those things to where anything that can form along the warm front, anything that can form along that warm front. So remember, the intersection of I-90 and I-94, and then of course you also have, that would be State Highway 21 here. All right, so here is the intersection. Let's go to the satellite. And here's La Crosse here. Here's Interstate 90. And here's the intersection of I-90 and I-94. Anywhere near here or along State Highway 21, that would be near the Arkdale, the Coloma areas, all the way up to Watoma. That area over there is going to be the main area to watch, in my honest opinion. This area along State Highway 21 is going to be kind of my hot zone. If I was to chase, more or less, I would sit somewhere right along there, maybe somewhere over here near Plainfield as well. This would be probably along State Highway 73, so I'd probably sit along 73 as well, along these farmland land masses over here. And just basically, you know, anywhere over here, I would probably watch out for some significant severe weather due to the fact that the vorticity here is starting to amplify more and more. And as I said, vorticity kind of equals to thunderstorm development, or at least the more vorticity you have, the better chance at thunderstorm development within that area. And of course, vorticity can also result to more tornadic conditions as well. So that would be something to note there within that area. But yes, the vorticity is starting to spike. The vorticity is starting to increase more and more and more. And if we take a look at the surface vorticity and 3 Cape, we can actually see that the vorticity is starting to become a lot more congealed within that area. So the warm front's starting to spike more and more. And we're also starting to see a lot more spread in regards to the amount of energy here. A lot of 3 Cape within that area. So there is a plethora amount of energy within this general vicinity of central to eastern Iowa, as well as central to southern Wisconsin, as well as central to northern Illinois. Now, whether or not it will actually be able to tap into that energy, that will be the big thing here, because what you want, all right, what you want for these thunderstorms to be able to continue to form and sustain is you want an overlap of the two. You want the vorticity and the cape to be right over each other, so that way you are able to get those showers and thunderstorms to be able to sustain, because there's only so much that storms can do with just cape alone. There's only so much storms can do with just vorticity alone, because, you know, if you're missing one or the other, you're going to be losing specific components to the actual system, and in result of that, it won't really do as much. So that's what we got here. That's what we got here at the moment. Let me see. All right, let's bring in Morgan here. Let's bring in Morgan. He'll be able to have a second opinion on what's going on and stuff like that. But welcome back, Morgan. It's been a while since you've been on here.
It has been. It also has been a while since since I've really had time to do stuff like this. So
yeah,
good to be back.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
Indeed.
So have you actually looked into this event completely in depth quite yet?
A little bit here and there. Here's my thing. There's going to be serious problems if cells remain discrete.
Oh yeah.
But the thing, what I'm seeing right now, at least from the runs this morning, is that everything forms and then kind of goes as soon as it forms. So that's my only concern when it comes to that, when it comes to the tornadic potential. But I think the 15 is in a good spot, and if there are going to be tornadoes, I think the highest concentration will be in that spot.
Yeah, I agree. And the big thing here with that, or actually, go ahead real quickly.
The stuff kind of forms, so it starts to form in like an hour and a half from now, right?
Maybe a little less than that, actually.
Yeah, maybe an hour.
Yeah.
Punches through Wisconsin and the Upper Peninsula of Michigan pretty quickly, fairly quickly. It goes from the western half of the state through the eastern half in about 4 hours ish.
Yeah.
And then that's basically it, because Lake Michigan. So you know.
Yeah, I mean, that's the big thing there too, is that, you know, once it's over the lake, obviously it's not really impacting anybody besides the fish. But, you know.
Or the one person that decided to boat chase.
That's true. But yeah, I 100% agree. You know, if the storms can form along that warm front, because I'm not sure if you've been watching, I think you have, but you can already note that there's vorticity along the warm front now, and 3 Cape is starting to get into that area too. So it's only a matter of time before stuff actually starts to kind of form along that area. I'm also looking at satellite right now, and there is still some agitated cumulus over along that warm frontal area, but it's not within heavy amounts. So as of right now, we're kind of in a good position to where it's not really doing too much. But at the same time, it looks like the cold front is starting to kind of spike up a bit. And we might be starting to see some of the storms along the cold front become a little bit of an issue later on. That storm that was over near Highlandville and Eitzen, that actually is probably going to be the first severe thunderstorm of the day, or at least one of the first. Either that or the storm over near Goodhue and Lake City, approaching that area in Minnesota. That could potentially have some activity there as well. But on the other hand, once again, we still have the storm over here near Eitzen. That was near Highlandville. Here it is on radar. You can clearly see it is starting to kind of arc a little bit, so it's starting to veer with the wind shear with height. And usually when you see that, the storm is usually trying to mature more and more into a point where it's a supercell. And it's almost kind of along that area where it's basically at a triple point near where the warm front and the cold front intersect. So this might be a storm to watch, Morgan. This definitely could be a storm to watch. It's getting close to that area where we called. It said, I said right along I-90 to the I-94 area, that intersection, and then all the way up towards the State Highway 21 general vicinity, heading off towards the Colma area and I-39, that general area, and then all the way up to Stevens Point, Wisconsin Rapids, Marshfield. We do have some sky cameras over there, fortunately, to be able to determine as to what all is going on over there. But this is definitely the storm that I think we should be watching. KDP and ZDR, there is a little bit of displacement here, and it actually does have quite a bit of streamwise vorticity here, if the separation vector looks to be correct. I actually wonder if our research group actually is doing stuff on that. Yeah, Joey says he's going to start it, which is good. The only issue here is that we're going to be really far away from the radar. But yeah, it looks like... Yeah, it looks like, though, he is going to be starting on KR.
Wisconsin and Minnesota are the two states that have just about no radar coverage in the central portions of the state, which is incredibly inconvenient.
Right.
But,
Now, you want to know the interesting thing, though, Morgan? I'm not sure if you heard about this. But I said it earlier on in the stream. The Wisconsin dot, their cameras are no longer still pictures. They're now actual cameras that we can watch. So... Some of the actual traffic cameras along some of the interstates here in the central portions of the state, it's going to be crucial. It's going to be very crucial, except, especially since, as you just mentioned, radar coverage is not exactly very good over here. I could send you the link here, Morgan, so that you can kind of explore for yourself and get acquainted with it. It's in DMs there. But you basically have sky cameras, or not sky cameras, traffic cameras along 94. And you also have some in La Crosse, but nothing in between La Crosse and the intersection of I-90 and 94. So that's kind of interesting. But yes, you do have a lot of cameras along 94. And we also have some cameras along 39 as well, but only near areas near Stevens Point and Plover, as well as areas over near Wausau. But everywhere else along that, not really too much. But in my honest opinion, I don't think I really care. I think, the camera's just there in general is, if we can see anything extra that we may be able to kind of get a perspective out, I think that's probably the best way to go. And that's why I'm kind of pretty stoked about it.
Hopefully. The stuff that might be tornadic is probably forming south of La Crosse. So that's one thing.
Yeah, that cell near Eitzen, Highlandville. That is, ironically, that's the cell that we've been kind of watching for a bit. I kind of want to take a slice to see how much hail it's developing in the upper portions of the storm. Yeah, it is trying to develop a little bit of hail. We're starting to get values. Yeah, we're starting to get values of 80-ish%. Well, 85-ish% more than likely up there. And I'm also seeing that there's a little bit of hail on KDP as well. So yeah, the storm is starting to try. It is trying at least to develop something, but it's not really extending all the way up through. It looks to me like this storm is still in its maturity stages due to the fact of how consolidated the main area, the main downdraft is at. So that's kind of what I'm at, looking at right now. The storm still has a little bit of ways to go, but I do think this is probably going to be the storm that is severe, more or less. Interestingly enough, Morgan, this storm at the surface actually has some really interesting values. Looks like it's kind of riding along a boundary, maybe, according to velocities. But it's really interesting in regards to how this thing is propagating forward. I want to actually place a marker here. Storm motion from marker. Hopefully we get storm motion and it helps us out a little bit. Doesn't help too much.
This is literally the only thing that we have right now to see stuff. That's...
Yeah, that's definitely
not
fun.
Epic gaming. What is Minnesota?
That is definitely fun. Real quickly, just to pull up here one more time. There's the tornado watch. There's the graphic more or less for it. You can see, do have a hefty amount of people within it. About 5.5 million, actually a little over 5.5 million people that live within this tornado watch. Few tornadoes likely. So they're noting that few tornadoes are likely, as well as hurricane force winds likely. And apple-sized hail is also likely. So that's going to be another thing to note here as well as these storms progress. But this tornado watch is for areas near Waterloo, as well as Dubuque and Cedar Rapids in Iowa. You also have portions of La Crosse, Madison, Beloit, Milwaukee, Sheboygan, Appleton, Wausau, as well as Green Bay and Iron Mountain within this tornado watch as well. So if you are within this area, or if you know anyone who's within this area, in my opinion, now would be the time to start formulating a plan. Now would be the time to formulate a plan, due to the fact that this is more than likely going to be an event that could try and produce either hurricane force winds, which, as we saw 2 days ago in the derecho that went through portions of the Ohio River Valley and the Ohio Valley in general. Wind can do damage, and it can be impactful. As a matter of fact, the statistics show that the most common reported damage that the National Weather Service and Storm Prediction Center get is from wind. And to some people, it might be thinking, well, I mean, that's kind of obvious because there's a lot more damaging wind storms that don't produce tornadoes, a lot more storms that don't produce tornadoes than storms that do produce tornadoes. But at the same time, you also have to think of it this way, all right? With that being the case, that also runs the risk of more damage being done and more impactful weather being, present to more and more people. So that's kind of what I'm trying to get out ahead of time, is that, hey, it's not just the tornadoes that could be impactful, all right? It's not just the tornadoes, although the tornadoes obviously, if they do happen, they're obviously way more impactful than anything else within a short-term event. But it's also the damaging winds, which are on a widespread scale. So it's basically like a weaker version of a tornado, but on a widespread scale that could do widespread damage. So just consider that, all right? Consider the following, if you will, as this continues to move on through further and further within this event. Do I think they will downgrade the tornado risk or the wind risk on the new day one? Probably not. I think at this point, it's not like a grave has been dug, but, I'm going to use this reference, just say it anyways. The grave has been dug and you have to sit in it. You dug your grave, now you have to sit in it, more or less. And we all kind of dig our own graves, more or less, whether, it actually prevails or not. But I think they'll keep it in this position right now. I think they will keep it as it is with a 4 out of 5 in the severe weather scale. And I guess we'll have to see as to if it updates or not.
One thing that I meant to ask you, is it mirrored? Did they move the midday day 1 to 17Z? Because I haven't seen it earlier than that any of the past 4
Today?
days.
Today they did it because they actually were, they consulted it a little bit later. So I actually talked to Lions about it on Twitter, which, by the way, shout out to Lions. Love you. Appreciate the support. But he was actually talking about how they actually kind of thought about it a little bit later on, and then they just decided to say, you know what, we're just going to upgrade it due to the fact that the progression of the moisture return as well as the MCS has been a lot more prominent than expected. So that's the reason why they did it. But yeah, they did it late because they just kind of considered the following a little too late. But it's not really too late because obviously, you know, nothing substantial, nothing impactful has happened to people yet.
I don't think, here, I'm gonna look. Midday day 1, 17Z today.
Yeah.
It was 1650 yesterday.
Is that a potential ZDR arc developing? Question mark?
Question mark?
Question mark? Looks like the line is becoming a bit more prominent. I think that actually is a ZDR arc. Hold up. If I place this in the middle of the KDP
meant
ZDR.
To ask you.
Yeah.
Before we really get into today, how do you feel about your enhanced risks tomorrow?
Listen, it's gonna be a big win bag, and if I was gonna chase, I would rather do it in Ontario.
But let me look. 18Z, HRRR.
Ontario is goated. It's goated.
No, not even that. If you have a second, look at like 456Z today for New York, because that makes sense.
Yeah. Check Montreal. What's happening in Montreal right now? There's a severe thunderstorm watch for Ontario, by the way.
Ontario is going to have a fun time tomorrow. So is Central New York.
Montreal's not seeing anything. They're fine. Yeah, there's a severe thunderstorm watch for Ontario right now. It's for these scattered showers and thunderstorms that are over here that are considering the following.
Yeah, holy Boeing segments.
By the way, on Scope, Morgan, you can turn on Canadian watches.
Really?
Yeah. I believe you'd have to like go to what is it again that you would have to go to? I can't remember. I think it's layers. Yeah, it's layers, right? So if you go to layers and then you go to watches and then you just click watches, you'll be able to see severe thunderstorm watch for Canada, which I use it for Scope because that's kind of good. They don't have it for the United States, but I'm actually kind of happy that they don't. I'm really happy that they don't.
There's surface lapse rates in New York of 9 tomorrow, and the dew points are 70 degrees. What is the wind?
Have fun. Yeah, this storm is starting to become the storm to watch now. This storm near Stoddard and Genoa. So eventually here, guys, I do believe that areas near Sparta and Tama, as well as Cashton, Ontario, Norwalk, that general area near the intersection of I-90 and I-94 heading off towards New Lisbon, I think they should be the ones to watch out, honestly. I think this storm is going to be one of many that's going to try and take advantage of the environment that's in front of us right now. We also have prefrontals, or not really prefrontals, but we have storms that are riding along the...
Prefrontals is the word to use.
Yeah, I've probably warm frontals, more or less, kinda, maybe, that are starting to develop near Sparta. So that would be due east of La Crosse. It's really weird. But we do have some of those storms that are trying to develop.
Is going to die on the They are gonna die on the pike with the 15 sig. In fact, I think they even expanded the sig tor risk northward. But that may be just me. It's now covering the entire 10% risk all the way up into Michigan. They also
Thought they did that already.
Yeah, dude, I've had finals today. I haven't been paying attention.
Eh.
They
Oh, they did update it. Never mind. Oh, they expanded. They expanded the wind
when
higher.
Has there been a 2 tour for Pennsylvania?
It's been there. I don't want to talk about it. I'm purposefully not talking about it.
No, let's talk about it, Nate. We've got time.
No.
Let's talk about it right now.
No. I'll talk about it when my weather radio goes.
Too.
But that is the new day one. Still an enhanced risk in portions of the upper Midwest with a moderate in the middle. I think it's actually expanded over to Green Bay, I believe. I think they expanded it a little east.
Excuse me. Wait, why is there a 2 tour? Nothing develops. Everything develops north and east of it.
As I said, don't want to talk about it. Could this be a big outbreak? I mean, it has the potential to attempt, but I think we're only
basis,
I think we're going to get one storm. All right, I'm pretty confident that we're going to get one storm that produces that sig tor. I'm very confident that we're going to get that one storm that produces a sig tor today. And we might be already seeing that storm come into view because the cell near Genoa, Morgan. Yeah, that thing's looking really good. That thing's looking really good. I think that's our supercell. We also have another storm near New Albin that's trying to develop.
Isolate.
Yeah, it's trying to get isolated, 100%. Legendary with the 10, thank you so much. I really do appreciate the support. Thank you for the super chat.
Starting to turn with height, too.
Yeah, and that's why I'm kind of like, you know, oh boy. Now things are starting to hit it.
No, I can't. It's probably too close to the radar site. Yeah, God bless America. I can't 3D it. It's too close to the thing.
You can take a slice. Slice is fine.
Lag.
That's not what I wanted to do. There we go. Oh yeah, this is looking really good. It is, dude, it's very veered. It is very veered. Holy goodness. It's starting to develop an updraft column too. It's starting to. It's not there yet, but right over here might be the develop of a updraft.
Daily at up to about 10,000 feet, it's starting to 10 tilt.
Yeah. I mean, I'm looking at the slice right now that I have. This thing is as tilted as you can get. This is very much so tilted. That's a lot of hail there too. Look at that.
Lightning strikes.
Look at that. Yeah, it's
tilted, yes.
It's starting to produce some hail. It's starting to produce a lot of hail, actually. Heavy values of KDP, low values of ZDR,
DVDs.
Low correlation coefficient. Yeah, we're starting to see some hail. This probably is going to be the storm that gets severe warned here in about 5 to 10 minutes. I'd probably put a severe thunderstorm warning right now if I was on the desk.
Yeah, well, you're not.
I sure am not. You are dang right.
And thank goodness for that.
Morgan, check velocities for me real quickly. It's starting to get a bunch of vorticity currents into the actual updraft. It's starting to do it. It's starting to turn. So we're starting to see some lower level rotation within this storm. We're starting to see lower level rotation. Greens are moving towards the radar, reds moving away. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. Very weak at this time, very weak. All right, this storm is still in its infancy. But this storm is, it's trying. It's trying to take that next step. And there's a lot of things going for it right now.
Hopefully the big tornadic potential stuff is done by like 8.
It
So I have to
probably
study for
will be.
finals tomorrow.
It probably will be. I'm anticipating in around 7 when it starts to transition to a wind event.
Gusty wins. Why do I still have your stream up? Cranking your watch hours for the cost of my bandwidth.
Mm. Yeah, let's put up the status
Oh.
thing.
Also, Nate, for
Yeah.
1 second, tonight, I know we've already had this conversation, but Tampa or Colorado?
Tampa. Tampa's winning game 1 easy.
Colorado lost a home game yet?
I think they have against St. Louis.
Oh yeah, was that overtime, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
Predators, yeah, they died there.
Yeah, 2 sweeps and then a 6-game series.
Oh, they lost twice at home.
I want to take a look. They lost twice at home.
Game 2 and Game 5.
That's pretty funny. I'm not gonna lie. It sells near Waterloo. That might be something to watch. There's a cell near Fredericksburg as well. That's gonna be something to watch too. Let me take a look at that.
Maryland moment.
Yeah, I
Dang.
know. Fredericksburg for real is kind of just a hot zone for tornadoes in Virginia, not Maryland. But we do have a storm that's starting to develop near Fredericksburg, Iowa.
Wait, I feel dumb. Hold up. Oh, it's Frederick, Maryland. Jesus. Okay. On the same page. Whoop-dee.
Frederick, Maryland.
Shush. Holy tilting.
The storm still shows some very... Oh, ZDR arc just went. ZDR arc just went, Morgan.
Yeah, that's a consider the following moment. This should probably be warned in some way yesterday.
Yeah, the storm's going to try and intensify, so give it about 15 minutes, and
Yes.
I think we could be talking about a serious storm.
Oh gosh, it's tilting 25,000 feet.
Really? Oh yeah, it's got mid-level rotation. It's got mid-level rotation. Yeah, it goes all the way up to 16,000.
Even higher than that if you want to just look between the lines.
Yeah, maybe it could be a little bit of stretch, but at the same time, yeah, I mean, not far away. That definitely is a storm that is starting to now really go. And this is the type of activity that, you know, we are expected to continue to see with some of these other storms. But this could be, all right, I'm going to be completely honest with you. This could be that one storm that I was talking about. Could be. I'm not saying it is, all right? It could be the cell just to the south and west of it, near New Albin. That could very well be the case, especially since it's starting to rotate itself too. But, you know, this complex could be one of those storms that be that one supercell that produces that significant tornado today.
Okay, let's see it.
New scan just came in.
Dude, slice it on the it has the 1954 frame in. Slice it. It's looking good.
Ugh.
Yeah, that's a yikes.
That is a yikes. Oh my gosh.
ZDRing to 20,000 feet.
Oh, it does have an updraft column, doesn't it? Wow.
Yeah, it's really actually rotating in at about 15,000 feet too.
And I don't think we've seen storms like that in a while that have actually extended well up into the atmosphere.
At least in this stage.
I think the storm near Genoa, so it might have taken a right turn. I think it might have rooted.
I don't see it quite yet.
Not yet. I think I'd need another frame to be able to say for certain.
Or two.
But it's like just a mile to a mile and a half northeast of Genoa. Because you can see, all right, there could have been a left split. Because if you go back a couple of frames to when it was over Reno and just to the west of Genoa, I mean, you can obviously, the hook was what it was. But you also saw a lot of the precipitation in the main area of the downdraft. And then if you go to where it is now, you can see that downdraft kind of is displacing itself. And then you have a new area consolidation with all the high values of reflectivity just to the north and east of Genoa. And that's where the ZDR is heavy at as well. Differential reflectivity is the same thing as ZDR. Yes, that is correct. So whenever I say ZDR, that's differential reflectivity, whether it's high res, whether it is super res, whatever. Oh, by the way, Morgan, did you know that RadarScope now has storm relative high res velocities?
I know, I downloaded it from my phone instantly when I saw it because, yes.
That thing is broken. Like, that's good stuff. Like, that's exactly what I need if I'm on the road. Like, if I'm on the road and I'm trying to storm chase and stuff like that is so good. Like, I'm using it right now just to show on scope, and it looks really good. Like, you can clearly tell what's going on within the storm from super res storm relative velocity. Yeah, that's pretty cool. So yeah, now, obviously, you know, my favorite radar is GR2, but RadarScope is really trying to convince me that that's probably one of the better radar apps that you can buy on your phone or on your tablet. Because I really do love this storm relative velocity product here from RadarScope. It is very good. I mean, there's other stuff that RadarScope has, like I can tell beam height as well. I'm looking up 800 feet at that rotation, 600 feet up at that rotation. So there's all sorts of stuff that RadarScope does for me. It's a little bit better than Omega. Omega has really good, you know, mapping, GIS and stuff like that. But when it comes down to actual radar data, I mean, right now, give my nod to RadarScope. You know me, I love my radars. I love trying to dissect everything. If I can get as many stuff as I can use as possible, I'm gonna do it. But I gotta give the nod. Gotta give the nod for right now. Obviously, you know, it's probably gonna change because then Omega's gonna come out with something that's completely different. But it's kind of where we're at. Yeah, hail is starting to increase with that cell near Chaseburg and Genoa now. So I probably should issue a...
Hasn't quite rooted yet. While I'm looking.
Yeah, that's what I kind of noticed again as well. I think the ZDR arc actually is getting obscured by radar because I can clearly see where the ZDR arc is going, like from Coon Valley and then wrapping around. But of course, we're this close to the radar that it's very hard. You can go to 0.9 tilt and find it. If you go to 0.9 tilt, you can find the ZDR arc on that storm. So much easier to find. KDP ZDR arc separation vector. And it's still at an angle of about 60 degrees. So it's kind of half streamwise, half crosswise, which means Storm's not in a position to put down a tornado yet, but it's trying. And look at that rotation.
Hold up.
That rotation with height is really good.
Oh, no, never mind. Yeah, never mind.
Yeah, Chaseburg is what I'm watching.
All right, I'll be right back.
Yep. So if you guys are tuning in here right now, all right, we currently have a tornado watch issued for portions of Wisconsin, Iowa, and extreme southeastern Minnesota, and even extreme northwestern Illinois. If you know anyone who lives over here in central to southern portions of Wisconsin, maybe even northern portions of Wisconsin as well, once we get a little bit later along the line, you need to tell them to watch out for the significant severe weather today, because there is anticipated to be hurricane force winds possible. We are also anticipating the potential of some large hail and upwards of the size of apples. And we also could be anticipating, all right, the threat for significant tornadoes possible. We'll take a look at the actual watch here, and you can see specifically where the areas are impacted. We have a few tornadoes likely with a couple intense tornadoes possible. All right, that's the graphic right there that we're trying to kind of push out for the most part. Here's another graphic right there. It actually kind of helps to see what exactly we're looking at. Population of over 5.5 million within that tornado watch. So definitely something to watch out for as this continues to move on through. And once again, if you know anyone who lives within any of these areas, please share the information with them. Either send them a text message, say, hey, this stuff could happen, or copy the link to the live stream and share it with them. Put it on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. That way we may be able to get this information out to as many people as possible. Because that's the big thing here. We're trying to get the information out so that when these storms do happen, we can tell people exactly where these storms are heading off, what they, exactly they're doing, and we can warn people. So that's what we're going to want to try and do. And by hitting that thumbs up button down below, you actually help me get this out to more and more people on YouTube, essentially helping me spread the information. That's the big thing there that we're trying to do. We're trying to get this information out on YouTube as well. So please be sure to hit that thumbs up button. Keep hitting it up. If you see new people that enter the stream, please be sure to hit that as well. That way we may be able to continue to get this out to more and more people across the board, because that's what we're trying to do. Now, just for reference here real quickly, if you know anyone who are in that situation, tell them to formulate a plan, all right? Because now would be a good time to start formulating that plan. So, if a tornado warning gets issued, tell them to have a plan to get into the lowest innermost part of their building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between themselves and the tornadic rotation as possible. Get helmets, get pillows, get mattresses, get any sort of protective equipment that they may need in order for the storm to be able to, actually be safe. That's the best thing there. Man, the storm is really starting to get its act together. Starting to get a left flank velocity enhancement within this storm. Wow, ZDR arc is starting to ramp up significantly. ZDR arc is ramping up significantly. Wow, it is starting to kind of pop off a little bit. Yep. I think this is starting to, I think this is, and there's two of these cells too. There's one right here, and then there's another one near Genoa. Two different supercells within that area that are trying to kind of work off of each other more or less. Yeah, this might try and produce the tornado. This is getting close. This actually might be trying to put down a tornado here soon, guys. This one probably is gonna do it. This one's probably gonna do it. This one near Coon Valley. If you're in Coon Valley, in my honest opinion, you need to get in your safe space right now. Coon Valley, Cashton, Newry, Melvina, Leon. If you know anyone who lives in those areas, you need to tell them to get in their safe space. Underground or lowest innermost part of their building, because I actually do think this storm could probably try to put down a tornado here soon. I would not be surprised. This is, yeah, look at that. The ZDR arc just blew up. And whenever we see a ZDR arc, chat, whenever we see a ZDR arc on radar from the differential reflectivity, okay, that basically tells me that the mesocyclone, the thing that spins within the storm that is correlated with producing a tornado, okay, it tells me that that rotation will eventually intensify, and that will start to strengthen more and more. And you can see here, ladies and gentlemen, over the past few scans, before the velocities were pretty, linear, all right? We had a lot of reds that were moving away from the radar. We had a lot of greens and grays that were moving towards the radar. But nothing ever really consolidated into just one area, all right? It was hinted that there is some general rotation, and even before, it didn't even develop to any sort of, well-defined structure. But then as this continues to materialize more and more and more, you start to see a higher uptrend in the reds and a higher uptrend in the greens, and the consolidation within that area right there. So that's kind of why I'm going to be watching this very, very closely. No debris signature, fortunately. But this is a bona fide supercell, all right? What's happening now is the rain's starting to get wrapped around into the rotation right within there near Coon Valley. Inflow starting to stream in unimpeded. So all the moisture, all the energy in the atmosphere for this thunderstorm to either form or sustain, that is what's currently heading into the storm to allow it to do so. And that's going to be the reason why this storm can potentially even linger on further to try and sustain in the long term. But very strong rotation with this storm from the looks of it, and a very good ZDR arc with it. So the big thing here to take away from this, guys, is that if you are in Coon Valley, Melvina, Sparta, Toma, as well as Tunnel City, you guys need to watch out for this storm very, very closely. I would not be surprised if they issued a tornado warning for this storm here soon, due to the fact of how well-defined this storm has actually become over the past, I'd say, 15 minutes, which is exactly what I said. If you actually go back about 10-15 minutes ago, well, we said that the storm in the short term was probably going to start to intensify, and that this storm might be the one that tries to produce that significant tornado today that the Storm Prediction Center has noted. But I also want to note as well, the other storm that has developed over near Genoa, actually to the east of Genoa, that also could be one that could try and play a role later on in regards to either being severe or tornadic. So that's going to be something to watch. Michelle with the 20, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Says, I fractured my ankle. I'm here all night for this. Oh boy. Well, I hope you have a speedy recovery. First of all. But second of all, I'll appreciate any sort of external information that I can get. Because why not? You know what I mean? Why not? This storm will eventually get pretty close to Tomoa. So I actually am going to be really interested to see as to whether or not we can actually get a good view. It's looking northeast. Camera has recently been cleared. Well, that's very nice, isn't it? But there might be some cameras that we can use to try and see as to what exactly is going on with this storm here in the future. So I'm going to try and pull that up when I can. But yeah, man, that ZDR arc is starting to kind of go up. Is it heading near Chicago? No, it's in Wisconsin right now, and it's moving to the north and east. Oh, this storm is updated. Still has a ZDR arc, but it's not as well pronounced. Well, if you go up in the higher tilts, it's obviously a lot more well pronounced. But KDP, ZDR arc, separation vector. I mean, it looks like it has a lot of streamwise vorticity to me. We're going to see a new scan here on velocities that'll tell us exactly what's going on here. Survey says, ooh, velocities are starting to get there. So yeah, that's going to be interesting. Cherry Pie with the 5 says, can you check Sparta? It's about to hit us right now. Yeah, let me do so here real quickly. There is something interesting to note with Sparta. You are right next to the supercell that could potentially try to produce the tornado. The current track takes it south of your position, so you guys might see some large hail within your area. But I would watch out. If you're in Sparta, or if you know anyone who lives in Sparta near I-90 and along State Highway 27 and 71 south of 90, near Cashton and Melvina, I would probably tell them to watch, as this could potentially amplify as it moves on through your area. Spotter Network reports a rotating wall cloud in this area. New severe thunderstorm warning for this storm. New severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag, so it's already begun. It has already begun, ladies and gentlemen. It has already begun. They've warned it so that this cell is going to be moving south of Sparta, so that's going to be something to note. But Toma and Norwalk, as well as Melvina, you guys definitely need to watch out for this. Melvina will be impacted here in about 10 to 15 minutes. Cashton earlier than that, about 5 to 10 minutes. And then as well as Norwalk and Toma, they could be impacted at about, I'd say, 15 to 20, almost up to half an hour. The further north and east you actually get. So that's going to be the cell to watch. And as I said, this is the cell that we've been watching for quite some time. This storm is more than likely going to continue to amplify and try and be tornadic. So if we can get the information out ahead of time, all right, get the information out ahead of time that these people over here near Toma, Norwalk, Cashton, Melvina could potentially be impacted, we could potentially try and save some lives, especially if the storm tries to put down a tornado here over the next few minutes. But it looks like it still has a little bit of ways to go before it does that. So we'll continue to watch out for this as this continues to progress.
Nate,
but if you're in Melvina, huh?
I don't know if you got this, but I just got back here. 1 mile east of Coon Valley, just about right off of the United States Route 14, there was a wall cloud reported by Mike Hart. He is currently stationed to the east of the storm, now moving more southeast from it as he tries to reposition up towards Melvina and Cashton. But there is a wall cloud ongoing with the storm.
Yeah. And this storm more than likely is going to continue to maintain that structure, in my honest opinion. I don't see why it wouldn't.
Actually, the new scan may give you a reason as to why it wouldn't.
Hmm. about it here. 2 seconds, please, here, chat. Hook was obstructed by the radar. Well, I mean, the only thing about it is that sometimes that's a good thing. But there are not any nearby radar sites. There are not any nearby radar sites. So the rotations kind of disappeared for a little bit, which is kind of the good news. CDR arc still present, not as vibrant as it once was. I will admit it kind of disrupted itself a little teeny bit, which is really interesting. This thing is kind of just spewed out all sorts of rain across the board. So yeah, a little bit of disruption there. So it's still kind of building. It's on its progression to build more and more. But it did kind of fail a little bit. That's good. Only issue now is that we have to continue to watch because this thing could potentially try and intensify a little bit later on. New mesoscale discussion? Yeah, there is. Increasing potential for tornadoes and large hail expected in the corridor, or in a corridor across west central into central Wisconsin over the next couple of hours. Yeah, so exactly what we've been saying here. Messy convection developing along just ahead of the surface cold front, across northeast Iowa and western Wisconsin, showing up with signs of organization over the past 15 to 30 minutes. This activity is moving into a corridor of back low-level surface winds. Increasing rotation aloft has been noted from the KARX data. Trend might continue. VWP from KARX continues to show enlarged. Dude, I'm so excited if we can get that actual program up and running. It'd be so cool if we can get our own VWP. But anyways.
Sidetrack.
Yeah, that was a big sidetrack. Convection encounters this corridor of more favorable low-level shear within a strongly unstable environment. An increase in tornado potential as well as large hail is expected. That was from Lightman, which, good on you, Lightman. Lightman's been on fire as of late. Good stuff, good stuff. I want to take a look at the meso analysis here, and we're going to go back to this image that you guys are pretty familiar with for the most part. This is, once again, our 3 cape and our vorticity. So we have to find the overlap of the red and the blues. And here is our corridor that they are talking about. We also have a bit of 3 cape within that area. If that can increase, then of course we're going to expect a higher threat for tornadoes within the area due to the fact that it's a little bit balanced out. Now, I want to take a look at our surface vorticity and divergence. And yeah, our vorticity is starting to increase. And it seems to be right in the triple point, right in the corner. It's like riding the warm front, more or less. So yeah, this is probably going to be the storm to do it. And whoop-de-doo, guys. We mentioned it in the beginning of the stream. We mentioned it last night. Whichever storm rides along that warm front over here in the central portions of Wisconsin is probably going to produce your tornado. And I said earlier on the stream, I said somewhere near the intersection of I-90 and I-94 and then further along State Highway 21, that's where you're going to get your thing. That's where you're going to get your tornadic rotation to really amplify and potentially even produce your SIG tornado today. So that's what we're looking at. That's what we're looking at very much so here today.
SOG tour.
Yeah. Other storms across the board, not really too concerning. I'm going to try and see if I can find any of these other storms. Any of the other storms that might be trying to become dominant. It looks like there's a cell that's over near Viroqua that could be trying to develop. It's in a messy environment, however. A lot of storms around this, so this storm might take a little bit before it actually does something. But this probably will be a supercell to watch as this continues to move off towards the north and east. Once again, towards the I-90 corridor. All right, that's going to be something to note. So we have that cell there. Are any of these other cells doing anything near Decara? Decara? Probably not. Yeah, the Gutenberg cell, that might be something to note. It's pretty far away from the radar, so it's hard for me to actually tell specifically. Maybe something near Kalmar. Maybe something near Waterloo. Let's take a look at our... Yeah, let's take a look at our radar here. Let's take a look at our radar. And then we'll go to the satellite imagery here in a bit. But yeah, there's the storm that I was talking about near Viroqua. Little bit of a supercell right within there. Maybe some veering within that. So I would not be surprised if we had something there. Gutenberg. Gutenberg, there's something right there as well that could potentially be really interesting. There's also something really interesting over here near Melrose. It's a line, but this could try and mature into a supercell later on. So that might be something to watch near the Black River Falls in Melrose area. But yeah, Viroqua. There's also a cell near Gutenberg. Seems to be producing some large hail over there. It'll be heading off towards the Bloomington and Mount Hope areas of Wisconsin. That'll be something interesting to note. And then we might have some stuff over near Kalmar, Elkader, as well as the Sumner and Tripoli areas of Iowa, as well as maybe Waterloo. But that's kind of what we have right now. Looks like to me that the old rotation, the old storm, is encountering a lot of rain at the moment. It's kind of, occluding itself more or less. But the cell that was over down near Genoa, the second one, might be turning into the more dominant cell. There is a decent ZDR arc within this storm. Decent ZDR arc. So I will note that. But it looks like the cell near Genoa that's heading towards Coon Valley and Cashton and Westby might be the next one to watch. Because we said, hey, maybe that cell could be something to watch a little bit later on. That probably is the case because we have a lot of anvil precip that's kind of contaminating the other cell. And if you remember my analogy on how storms work, you have Pac-Man, you have the energy and the moisture in the environment. That's basically the dots that Pac-Man eats. And then you basically have, then you have the ghosts, which basically are the other storms around the singular storm that we're talking about. And so if the other storms can mess it up in any sort of way, either A, because it's trying to cool the environment down around it, or B, it's trying to steal all the energy from all, the other cells, then it can impact storm development in multiple ways. So it's kind of what we got here a little bit. Still have a little bit of a ZDR arc still on the northern cell, but it's pretty contaminated at the moment. It'll be something to watch, I'll tell you that. If something does develop, that'll be something to note. Take a look at the upper levels, see if anything is interesting over there. Yeah, there's a mid-level mesocyclone within that. But this cell near Westby, Newry, and Cashton, this might be the next one to really watch. Looking on the side screen just to try and see what all is going on. Luckily we're at a point where it's kind of just like, eh. It's just in a phase. But once again,
now it's not for a bit.
Yeah, I mean, it's just recycling. So just once again here real quickly for the people who have just joined, trying to figure out what's going on here. We do have a moderate risk for severe weather today, which is a 4 out of 5 on the severe weather scale. All right. And that basically is the main activity that we've been seeing all year with our higher end events, a lot of 4 out of 5s. And I know a lot of people on my channel have seen a lot of 4 out of 5 live streams, and there hasn't been a whole lot. The events have not really done a whole lot. What I'm telling you here today is this event here today might have the potential to possibly be a little bit under, if not up to what that 4 out of 5 in the severe weather scale is, because of the fact that there might be one or two supercells within this complex of storms that could potentially produce your significant tornadoes, because that's the main risk here for today. We do have a tornado watch that has been issued for portions of Wisconsin, extreme southeastern Minnesota, extreme northwestern Illinois, I should say, and extreme northeastern Iowa. So within this area, there is the threat for tornadoes, and would not be surprised if we had our significant tornadoes within any of these areas. And so we got to watch. We got to watch out for this very closely. In the immediate threat, there are 3 areas to watch, in my honest opinion. So 3 supercells that are kind of marching within a line. Obviously, the one that we've been watching for the past, I'd say, 45 minutes, the one near Cashton that's currently severe warned, that one has consistently shown signs of it rotating, and it probably will rotate some more and produce either a rapidly rotating wall cloud, a funnel cloud, maybe even a tornado as it approaches the Norwalk and Toma areas. But we also have another cell, or at least another 2 cells down to the south. We have one that's near Viroqua. So Viroqua, I should say. Viroqua.
Try again.
I think it is Viroqua. That cell right there, it's very small. It's not as large compared to the cell up to the north, but there is some lower level rotation within that cell. So that is something to note. And then we also have another cell down to the south below that, that's over near Fairview and Soldiers Grove. So basically, the big thing here to take away from this is if you're along Highway 61, if you know anyone who lives along Highway 61 or eastward towards I-90 or I-94, you need to tell them that the significant weather is possibly coming near their area. All right, that would be areas from Warrens down to Toma, New Lisbon, Mauston, all the way down towards the Lake Delton area. If you know anyone who lives in those areas along I-90 or even near the Hillsborough, Lafarge, Elroy, Norwalk, Cashton, Reedsburg, you need to tell them that there is significant weather that is possibly heading off near their area. That's the big thing here to take away from this. Viroqua. Yeah, Viroqua. But that's kind of what we're at right now. These storms are gonna try. I don't see any sort of indication that this thing... Well, I mean, it still does have a ZDR arc. I mean, look at that. Morgan, go to 1.3 tilt for me and look at the severe thunderstorm warning, if you will. ZDR specifically. Yeah. Consider the following, if you will. And that might have been the latest scan where the ZDR arc actually uptrended too, which is really interesting. So we probably will start to see an intensification period here. We will more than likely start to see an intensification period here where the storm tries to put down a tornado. And we look at the latest velocity scans. It looks like it's trying to do so. We have a lot of contamination with it. Probably either side lobe or... Yeah, probably side lobe. But this is a heck of a supercell. It's also getting pretty close to the traffic cameras over here. That's looking south. That's looking northwest. So this might be a good camera over here near Oakdale. It's looking northeast. That stream is not available. That's nice. That's looking westbound. Okay, so we might have a camera here that'll be able to help us tell as to what's going on. I'm going to try and see if I can just pull this up, keep it consistent. I'm going to refresh the page here. That stream's not available, of course. That's very nice. Very, very nice, right? Yeah, that's northwest. So this probably is going to be the camera for us to watch. So let's pull this up here for right now. Where exactly is this area? This is in Oakdale. This is in Oakdale. And this is nearby where the storm is going to move off across. So we'll have a good idea as to what's going on with this here soon. Go to the half and half screen. Yeah, we do have a lot of side lobe over here. A lot of contamination in the inflow as the spectrum width is kind of going bonkers here. Yeah, there's a lot of side lobe contamination with this. I'm not going to lie. Let's go up higher. Yeah, this thing probably is going to try to make an attempt at doing something here soon. More than likely going to attempt at something here soon. So, Toma, Ryeville, Oakdale, Norwalk. I would tell you guys to go ahead and get to a sturdy structure if you haven't already. This is not Osseo anymore. Let's actually change this to Oakdale, Wisconsin. Right there. Boom. Yeah, Toma, Oakdale, Camp Douglas, Ryeville. I would get into a sturdy structure if you haven't already. I think this storm probably is going to be the storm to try and produce a tornado. I would not be surprised if this storm actually did produce the tornado, just based off of what it's looking like here over the next few minutes. I want to also... Oh, that's looking south? Really? Nice! This camera is up. That's pretty cool. Trying to see if there's any other cameras that could potentially help us here. Yeah, so let's just show that video, or let's show the Oakdale video still. Keep that up, keep that consistent. That way we may be able to continue to see what's going on from that. But this cell continues to look, oh yeah. We're probably going to get a new frame here in a couple of seconds. Probably going to get a new frame here in a couple of seconds. Just for reference as to where this currently is at, all right? Where this storm is at that could potentially be producing some tornadic rotation. This storm is, if you were to zoom out, it's in Wisconsin. So here's Madison. Here is Milwaukee right down there. And there's the Twin Cities, Minneapolis, St. Paul. It is to the east of La Crosse. To the east of La Crosse. And it is currently severe warned. Probably will be tornado warned here soon. As this storm continues to show characteristics of it being tornadic. So specifically, this is located near the city of Toma. It's actually approaching Toma right now. It's about to go over Norwalk, Wilton, Oakdale, Toma. If you know anyone who lives in those areas, you need to get in your safe space, in my honest opinion. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building. Particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows. You can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation, due to the fact that this storm could potentially be tornadic here relatively soon. I'm going to try and have something on my side screen. Once again, if you have any pictures that you want to send in to me on Twitter, please be sure to @ me at Nate_Snyder. So that way we may be able to get this information out to more and more people and get different perspectives out to more and more people, because that's what we're going to want to do. If we can continue to spread the information, then that would be the best case scenario. That would be the best case scenario. New severe thunderstorm warning for the cell over near Guttenberg, now near Bloomington. So that's really interesting. No tornado possible tag with that. We'll take a look at that in a second. We will indeed take a look at that in a second. Actually, we might as well take a look at it now, shall we? Velocity data still tells me, yeah, this thing is still trying, but it's not fully wrapped around quite yet. It's not fully wrapped around quite yet. It looks pretty linear at this time. It looks pretty linear. If this thing can just wrap around a little bit more, jut this out around, you're gonna see something right there. KDP ZDR separation vector still says that it's kind of there. It's still there. There's your ZDR arc still. I'm looking on Twitter as well to try and see if we can find anything. This is over near Toma, all right? This is from Max Olson. If you want to watch his feed, I've retweeted it on Twitter. But Max Olson is storm chasing here in Toma, all right? And you can see there's quite the wall cloud over here. Look at that. Go full screen here to this. There we go. You can see here's the mesocyclone, all the clouds wrapping around into this right there. And then look at that. You have a little bit of a tail cloud right there. Little bit of a tail cloud. This storm is going to be approaching Toma, and it looks nasty. It does indeed look nasty. So there definitely is some tornadic activity with this from the looks of it. Good stuff by Max Olson. Once again, if you want to go watch him, feel free to do so. I'm actually going to have him on my side screen, believe it or not. So that I could just see, for reference, what he's looking at. I'm not going to share... I'm not going to share the live video. I'm not going to share the video, but I am going to, not on the screen, I should say. But if you want to go watch yourself, all right, because he is right there. He's right next to the storm. The link to that's in the chat. The link to his chase is in the chat right there. So if you want to watch, please be sure to watch it right there. But yeah, he's definitely got a lot of activity right in there. 100%. So let's go back to the radar. Actually, let's go back to the half and half screen. We have a cell that's over near Reedstown and Viola and Lafarge. This one also could potentially get a severe thunderstorm warning and or a tornado warning with it, because you can obviously see there's a hook with this as well. There is a hook with this as well. I mean, look at that. Wonder if it has a ZDR arc with this as well. It has a very small ZDR arc, but it definitely has a little bit of a ZDR arc with this as well. So that's another supercell to watch. So this one near Toma that's approaching now. This one near Viola. And then we also have another cell near Cashton. This one actually probably won't sustain due to the fact that the storm down to the south, so this cell near Reedstown, is actually creating a lot of cold air. So a lot of the rain-cooled air that's heading off towards that other supercell is kind of killing it off. So I think this cell near Toma, and this cell near Viroqua are going to be the two ones to watch. I think those are going to be the two storms to watch as this continues to progress. That is a very well-pronounced wall cloud on Max's stream. I'm not I can't show you guys right now, but he's got a very good wall cloud on this cell near Toma. And it looks like this thing is already starting to try and develop some rotation near Norwalk. So I think this might, or we might be getting into a period of intensification. We've been saying that Toma, Oakdale, Camp Douglas, you guys are going to be impacted here soon. We've been saying it for the past, 20 minutes. We've been saying that you guys are going to be impacted by this severe storm. And for good reason, honestly. There is a good reason why we've been, telling you guys that, hey, this storm's going to go, this storm's going to try it. Because the environment today, the environment here today is favorable for storms to ramp up very quickly. That's the big thing here to take away from this. So, latest scan came in. Yeah, velocities are starting to uptrend. We probably could be seeing a tornado here soon. I'm not going to lie. And on its current trajectory, this will be taking it right next to Toma and Oakdale. So if you're near Toma, if you're near Oakdale in Wisconsin, you need to get in your safe space right now, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. We also have the supercell down to the south near Viola. That is now severe warned with a tornado possible tag. That's unsurprising, to be completely honest with you. And that cell could potentially try and produce a tornado as well. So that would be something to watch. That would indeed be something to watch. We also have our traffic camera over in Oakdale. So if this thing does produce a tornado, it'll be crossing right in front of us. We'll be able to see it here live as this storm progresses. So that's what we're going to want to try and do. We're going to want to try and see if we can catch this. Might be super rain wrapped, to be completely honest with you. You know, it might be difficult for us to try and see what's going on. But I do believe that we do have a good shot at trying to catch this storm. Yeah, so let's go back to this camera here. Let's put that back on full screen here. So yeah, Toma, Oakdale. This cell continues to increase in intensity. Yeah, there's the ZDR arc. Well pronounced, just like that. You see that? That's pretty much set in stone there. Oh, wow. So it's actually working. The vector is actually working. Very interesting. So not going to go too much into detail with this. All right, but I'm going to open this link. This is what our algorithm is picking up right now. We can pick up the storm. And look at that. I mean, it's... You guys might not know what you're looking at, but I know what I'm looking at. The blue is the ZDR arc. The green is the KDP. And this is a storm here that's trying to show if it is intensifying, weakening this algorithm and stuff like that in its detection. So I'm really excited with that. I want to see if that actually does play out. We're going to be adding a bunch of different stuff. Oh boy. I think this probably could be on the ground here, or at least it's trying to force its way to the ground. I think we might be beginning to see a tornado. I think we might see a tornado here soon. I think we might be seeing a tornado here, I'd say, within the next 2 minutes. Maybe even less than that. New severe thunderstorm warning. Still possible, of course. Huh?
North of Wilton, or...
Yeah, that'd be cell heading towards Toma and Oakdale.
Yeah, that thing's wrapping a little bit more at this point. A wall cloud was reported with it just a couple minutes ago.
Saw the picture. There's a picture on Twitter that I retweeted.
Different guy.
Same cell. As I said, if you guys find anything on Twitter, please be sure to @ me. Please be sure to @ me at Nate_Snyder so that way we can continue to get perspectives out to more and more people. Trying to look, I'm not seeing too many other pictures from me just like, you know, going through. But yeah, as I said, please be sure to share that information with me if you haven't already. Yeah, as I said, would not be surprised if this thing tried to put down a tornado here within the next few minutes. I mean, it's getting close. It's getting close. Now, eventually, this will head towards the Ryeville, the Nesada area. All right, we already mentioned Ryeville is going to be impacted by the cell. Nesida, State Highway 21. All right, so we said in the beginning of the stream, all right, the intersection of I-90 and I-94, that's where the storm is going to start to, take shape and more than likely try to produce tornadoes. Maybe where our SIG-TOR is at. And so we've been saying, State Highway 20 is going to see it, and we need to watch. Did I just hear a ping on your end, Morgan?
I don't believe so.
All right.
Something that went through my headphones somehow got picked up by my mic, then wow.
Yeah. GG. GG. But yeah, Ryeville, Nesida, Monroe Center, Arkdale, and then eventually this will get towards the Babcock, Nakusa, Port Edwards.
That's a tornado on the ground right now. That is a tornado on the ground right now. I don't even need CC verification. That's down.
Yeah, it has a little bit of CC on it too. Oh yeah, ball game. BV and spectrum width confirmed. Yeah, that's a tornado. That's ball game. That is a tornado on the ground right now. So here it is. I mean, we kind of said that probably what was going to happen.
Yeah, you've got very faint CC, but even then it doesn't matter.
It'll show up here in the next scan more than likely. But yeah, that's a tornado on the ground.
Don't expect this to be very long-lived, though, but people between Oakdale and Camp Douglas on I-90 should be watching out for this, and Route 12.
Unless if this juts out a lot more. There could be the potential for it to... might actually go a little bit more if it does that. That's going to be the real question here, chat. Does this thing... All right, so what we're talking about here is that obviously the tornado's in progress right now. All right, so they're going to issue a tornado warning here soon. Toma, Oakdale, Camp Douglas, if you're over there, you need to get in your safe space underground or lowest innermost part of your building. All right, that's the big thing there. Okay?
Charles Peak is fleeing. I think that should say something.
But yeah, that should say something right there, that the tornado's on the ground. They're going to issue a tornado warning here in a bit. But what's happening here is the storm is picking up all the rain. All right, so in the main body of the storm, it's picking up all the rain. There's the tornado warning, by the way. And it's wrapping it around just like this.
Tornado warning for northwestern Juneau County in central Wisconsin, northwestern Adams County in central Wisconsin, eastern Monroe County in west central Wisconsin.
I think they're waiting for a CC verification.
They just dropped the severe warning and switch it for a tornado warning. Yeah, they dropped the severe warning that was in place, and
there's the tornado warning. But yeah, so what's happening here now, as I said, so the rain's being wrapped around. This is called the rear flank downdraft, more or less. Now, depending upon how much this wraps around, so how much rain and how much wind gets pulled around this can determine as to how long this storm actually survives, how long this tornado survives. Obviously, I mean, as I said, right now, it's on the ground. It's putting down a tornado. Spectrum width confirms it. You can see there's a high amount of turbulence within a consolidated area. And usually when you have that, that is a good indication that there is a tornado on the ground.
And there's your debris signature right along 131. Just showed up. Tornado is still in progress. It does seem like it shifted maybe a little bit more east than northeast at this point, so it is starting to beeline towards the Camp Douglas area, north of Clifton.
I think that might actually...
are running.
Huh. If that's the case... Crap.
Crap. Interesting.
Camp Douglas is looking south. That's the reason why I'm saying crap.
Cameras.
Yeah. I think the best bet for me to just have it on Oakdale. Best bet is for me to just to have it on Oakdale. But this is a tornado on the ground right now. This is a tornado confirmed. more than likely. They're probably going to update it here in a second. You can see the debris signature right here. And if you align it with the velocities, that is relatively accurate. If you align it with ZDR,
Also,
you can see
Yeah, I was gonna
ZDR
say it's
drops.
also reflected by the ZDR column right in it.
Yeah, the negative values of ZDR within this. So this is, you know, we have all the evidence that we need. We even still have the turbulence drop. So the turbulence, or the turbulence spike, I should say, not the, well, you can name it either way. The point being is that this is a storm that is producing a tornado right now, and it is heading for Oakdale. It is heading for Camp Douglas along Interstate 90. So if you're along Interstate 90 here in Wisconsin, you need to take your proper precautions. We've been saying, all right, this storm's going to produce a tornado. This storm's going to produce a tornado. We even said ahead of time, all right? We've been streaming for 2 hours and 15 minutes, all right? And we said about 30 minutes into the stream, oh, they're moving the camera. They're moving the camera. They're moving the camera. They're trying to see if they can find anything.
Don't get your hopes up.
Yeah, I know. Show video. That's looking northeast. That's looking south. That's getting impacted by the rain. Southeast. Can that see anything? I don't know. They're trying to see if they can find something.
I can't find this thing. Yeah, get it. Still on the ground, strong tornado.
Oh. Yeah. That's a larger turbulence.
That's a
Larger turbulence ball.
look at correlation coefficient.
Oh yeah, no, correlation coefficient, yeah, 100%.
Yeah, down. And ZDR indicates possibly a larger tornado as well.
I'm gonna try and scan through all the different cameras to see if they've like updated any sort of viewpoints with it. I think they purposefully moved the Oakdale camera to look south because they think that the storm, there's the confirmed tag on it. Radar confirmed. You can see the polygon is now pink. That indicates that a tornado is in progress. Unsurprisingly. Still has a ZDR arc with it too, Morgan. I don't think this thing is going anywhere.
Probably not. Unless it separates, but the one chance it did have to separate passed.
Yeah, it did exactly what I said it, you know, was the only way. The only way out was if it
Congratulations.
jutted out the RFD a lot more. And yeah, unfortunately it did so. Have I ever been in a tornadic storm? I actually storm chased a storm that had a tornado on it. Oh, camera is oh, they're moving the camera around-ish.
Around-ish?
Yeah, they're trying to see. Oh, that's a gnarly wall cloud. Can we see if the tornado is there?
Which camera are you looking at again?
That would be Oakdale. This is Oakdale. It's starting to come into view. If this thing is putting down a tornado, we're gonna watch it live. We're gonna watch it live. They're showing the wall cloud right there. Big time wall cloud. Big time wall cloud. You can see the rain curtains are wrapping around here. So we do have rain curtains. We're looking at the more than likely the northern side of the tornadic rotation. I think the tornado might actually go to the north of the camera. I think we might actually be in a very good position to see the tornado here.
Storm is moving towards the camera, yeah?
Yeah.
The fact that we can't full screen it is kind of crap. I'm not gonna lie.
I wonder if the edge of that rain is the tornado.
If that is, then that's a problem.
Yeah. But once again, here, zoom out real quickly. This is where the storm is at. We have a tornado in progress right now. That's still a debris signature. That's still a debris signature.
It's still
that might be the tornado. I think that is the tornado.
This could be a large tornado, yeah.
Yeah, that could be the tornado 100%. It's definitely rain wrapped, but it is approaching Oakdale. It's approaching Interstate 90 right now, and we could be talking about a tornado. Camera just went out, or it's actually in the process of refreshing, more than likely. But right there, all right, if we go back to full screen, right there might be the edge of the tornado, completely rain wrapped, if you will, completely rain wrapped. I want to see if we can actually get a better view. Is this thing showing anything?
Oh, cell south of it may go too. Valley, Lafarge.
Yeah, that's the cell that we were watching on the other hand. Is this thing still showing, or is it buffering still? Looks like it's still buffering, unfortunately.
Quite convenient.
Yeah. I'm going to look at the cell that's near the intersection of 90 and 94. New tornado warning.
Unless the power just cut.
Tornado
That's
warning
could be a thing too, yeah.
Vernon County in southwestern Wisconsin.
Let's go half and half screen. Half and half screen. Once again, tornado in progress right now. Large debris signature. Actually has a very strong velocity signature on it too. 85 on top of 24. This might be a SIG-TOR. This might be a SIG-TOR. And this might be the cell to do it. Let's go full screen now. Full screen now to the live camera. See if we can find the tornado here. Because the camera that we're looking at right now is right next to it. If we were to actually see the tornado, it's up there. It's somewhere up there, more than likely crossing I-90 right now. Lot of lightning with this storm from what I can tell. Is there anything else? Is this thing showing anymore? Is this camera still out? Oh, there it is. They just zoomed out of it. That might be, yeah, that's completely rain wrapped. You can't see a thing. But there's a tornado in there. 100%. 100%.
Is Oakdale up again?
No, it's the one to the north and west of Oakdale. That's a tornado right within there. 100% crossing the interstate right now. That's a tornado. They had a new tornado warning.
Yeah, you can't see crap.
Yeah.
That's probably a large tornado right now.
Yeah, it's completely rain wrapped. The tornadic wind field, oh, it moved over. Huge debris signature moving over I-90. That's the tornado. That entire rain wrap characteristic right in there. All right, this entire darkness of gray up here, that's the tornado. We have a big debris signature now. You can see the winds are starting to stream right into it. That is a huge tornado. You're going to see that lesser and lesser amounts of traffic here in a second. That's a huge tornado that's moving right over.
Rain curtains on the road.
Yeah.
Like the inflow winds going right into it.
I want to check to see if Oakdale is back up.
I don't know how people are still coming from that direction, but you know.
Yeah, I don't know either. Pull this back up. Go half and half screen. Winds are starting to amplify. Here's the debris signature once again. Big time tornado. Velocity signature is intense. This is intense. This actually, the makeup of this storm, Morgan, actually kind of reminds me of Winterset. I'm not going to lie. The makeup of this tornado, in regards to the characteristics, kind of remind me of Winterset a little bit. But this is a strong tornado in progress right now. Large debris signature you can see on correlation coefficient right in there. This big blue ball is where the tornado is at. On reflectivity, the big red ball right there, that's where the tornado is at right there. You can see that this is a big time cell, big time supercell that's wrapping around just right within there.
Tornado on the ground on 82 south of Valley. That one's also down right now.
That cell? Oh, it's close. That probably is, yeah, that's a ZDR.
Overlaps.
ZDR.
Some of it overlaps.
ZDR.
ZDR
That's the one thing I was That's the one thing that sold me. So that's another tornado. More than likely another tornado if you're in Mount Tabor, as well as Hillsboro, Union Center, Elroy. You need to get in your safe space right now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and this tornado as possible. We got another potentially strong tornado with this one that's going to be heading along State Highway 82, approaching I-90. Go back to the Oakdale cell up here. Still a large tornado ongoing at this time. You can see on radar. Actually, look at the camera here real quickly. This camera is taking a beating. It is taking an absolute beating right now.
Emergency management
PDS
just confirmed.
PDS.
Yeah, emergency management just confirmed a large and extremely dangerous tornado near Oakdale. Radar confirms lofting debris. And yeah, now people are not moving in that area of Toma.
Yeah.
So there's
PDS.
that too.
And we saw the large tornado too. We saw the tornado as it got closer and closer, completely rain wrapped. So the big thing here that we could take away from this, ladies and gentlemen, is it's a large tornado that has evolved over the past, 10 minutes. And the thing of it is here too, is that it's completely rain wrapped. If you were to try and view this storm out in front of it, you would have a very difficult time, if any time, trying to view this tornado due to the fact of how much rain is actually wrapping around it. And we can actually take a look at this here real quickly on reflectivity. Look at this here, guys. Here's the tornado, and then look at all the rain around it. It's just completely surrounded. Go ahead, Morgan.
For what it's worth, if you right click on the camera feeds and go to show all controls, you can full screen. So just
yeah, that's what I did. Okay.
Also, cone tornado was just confirmed by a storm spotter that's along. Scott Peak confirmed a cone tornado that was briefly viewed among the rain.
Oh my gosh.
On 21.
Ball game. That's the dagger. Look at velocities. That thing is gone.
Not even that. The ZDR thing got larger, as well as the fact that there is quite literally a break in the differential reflectivity in the KDP.
Still a debris signature on the other cell near Lafarge. That thing is still on the ground. So once again, Hillsboro, Mount Tabor, you guys need to get in your safe space as well. That cell could be producing, or actually is producing, a tornado as of right now. If you live in Hillsboro, Union Center, Elroy, Mount Tabor, you need to get in your safe space underground or lowest innermost part of your building. We also have the Ryeville cell. It is now approaching Ryeville. That's the big thing here. This cell is now producing a large and extremely dangerous tornado. I mentioned something called a PDS. This is a particularly dangerous situation, all right? A particularly dangerous situation tornado warning has been issued for Juneau, Adams, and Monroe County here in Wisconsin until the top of the hour, 5 p.m. Central Daylight Time. At 4:10 p.m., a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located near Toma, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. You are in a life-threatening situation. Flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be destroyed, and considerable damage to homes, businesses, and vehicles is likely, with complete destruction possible. So once again, this is a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning, which has been issued for this storm that is producing a large tornado as of right now with this storm. So guys, we need to continue to spread this information with as many people as possible. Once again, copy the link to the live stream, put it on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. That way we may be able to get this information out to as many people as possible who may live in these areas. All right, that's the big thing here. We're trying to get the information out to more and more people. And by hitting that thumbs up button down below, you actually help me get this out to more and more people on YouTube, essentially helping me spread the information. There's the tornado. There it is. There's a picture from it from Trey Greenwood on Twitter. He's a storm chaser, and you can clearly see it bowling down just like that with all the rain wrapping around. Whenever you see a funnel dip down like that with all the rain wrapping around just like that, that's a tornado. That's a tornado because the wind field, the tornadic wind field, is surrounding it. It's surrounding the tornado, and it's literally picking up substance. So that is 100% the tornado, and that is an absolute insane shot there from Trey. Hopefully, people out in front of us might actually take shelter. Oh boy, Morgan, that's gone. That's huge. 78 on top of 79. That's a Siggy. And look at that debris signature. Very deep debris signature. This is a significant tornado. We still have a ZDR arc on it, so this thing still is in progress, still is going. This is a significant situation. We might actually be, Morgan, we might think of it, in the future here. But we might be getting into a certain territory, honestly. A certain threshold for a specific warning, honestly. I wouldn't be surprising. I wouldn't be surprised. Oh wow, look at that. Look at that. Traffic is starting to slow down going southbound on 90. It's at a standstill. There's a lot of emergency management crews over there. Yeah, something happened on the interstate. We're going to be listening to the scanner live here. We're going to be listening to the scanner as a large and extremely dangerous tornado is currently ongoing at this time. Significant tornado that is moving straight through Ryeville. The intensity of the storm, the actual winds within the storm, we have 78 mile per hour winds on top of 79 mile per hour winds. That is a 157 mile per hour delta velocity. That's how fast the winds are within this tornado as of right now. And you can clearly see here on the correlation coefficient, this is a bit of a verification method for us to be able to determine as to if this storm or if this tornado is lofting up debris. Here it is right there, big time debris signature that this tornado is actually producing. So this is 100% a large tornado, a strong tornado, and it is now heading towards the State Highway 21 area and eventually towards the Nessida area and north of Nessida. Let's actually go to Omega here, try and see if we can find a bit of a debris signature with this, try and see what this is all going on through. So this is moving right through Shennington. If you're in Shennington, in Cutler, along State Highway 21, heading off towards the State Highway 80 areas, north of Nessida, you need to get in your safe space right now, because this storm is going to be putting one down.
Nate, DMs, please.
I see 6. I'll get turned around and head back to the 41.
Yeah, that's one thing to consider. I was just saying, maybe they could try and do it due to the fact of the intensity of this thing, but
Possibly. New frame shows it maybe a little bit more disorganized, but I really would take it with a grain of salt at the moment. So big couplet, still a lot of CC on the ground, still ZDR verification, still Spectrum with verification, and still fairly well-defined structure.
yeah, and it hasn't occluded actually, so it's still fine.
No, it hasn't. The good thing that I am noticing is I think this is going to go, I think this is going to occlude in the near term. The hook is starting to move sort of perpendicular to the core of the storm.
Right.
So I would expect this to kill itself off before it gets towards Wisconsin Rapids. But regardless, if you are along State Route 80, west of Monroe Center, south of Babcock, I would continue to be in your safe spaces right now.
Oh, 100%. I mean, this is a significant storm here, guys. This is from Freddie McKinney. Freddie McKinney on Twitter. He's a storm chaser as well. And you can clearly see that right in there is where the tornado would be. Clear as day. Right in there. And that's over near Hillsboro, so that's actually a bit further south, actually.
Central Wood County in central Wisconsin.
But that structure is kind of not.
Wait a second. So that picture that we just saw, that was from Hillsboro. That's from the southern cell, actually. So this one right here, to where it actually produced a tornado, it still is producing a tornado according to the correlation coefficient. So still on the ground over there. If you're near Hillsboro, you need to get in your safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible.
Right, so right as I mentioned that it would kill, that the storm south of it would kill itself off before it got to Wisconsin Rapids, they just issued a tornado warning north of Wisconsin Rapids, like directly north of the area.
I think that's for City Point.
Bunch of embedded, yeah, City Point, bunch of embedded rotations there.
Yeah, I don't see too much rotation with that cell, but I do believe that that could potentially be an issue later on. So that's probably the reason why they...
It's probably more of a safety warning type of thing after what this just did.
Right.
So.
14 copy.
Address at 131.
Another one.
But yeah, Pittsville, Dexterville, Vesper, Arpin, get in your safe space right now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building. 85 on top of 58. My goodness, Morgan. I mean, this thing is still going. Not as large and as well-defined of a debris signature, but still, it is still a tornado in progress doing damage, and we have still a well-defined ZDR arc. This storm's not going to go anywhere. New tornado warning.
Tornado warning
Four,
for
thank you, Butch.
East Central Jackson
Traffic
County
is
in
stopped.
West Central Wisconsin.
Going
Yeah.
toward Toma.
Yeah,
90.
Yeah, it's going towards... well, actually, this is traffic over here along the intersection of 90 and 94.
0265.
Yeah, it's not moving.
This
It's
is... You can
not
clearly see there's lights
at all.
still there. There's... Something happened on the interstate. Something happened on the interstate. Just got something from a frequency here. I'm sending you a link for Broadcastify.
Please. Yeah, thank you.
Monroe, Toma ambulance, Toma medical responders, Oakdale fire being requested at 31645 Excelsior Ave, 31645 Excelsior Ave. Trees on top of a house and a car. There are children in the tub. KNH 782 1622.
So they just reported trees on the house. Who reported the large tornado?
Peak.
265.
Oh, jeez.
First time you come up with on the
No,
left
it's still
shoulder
down.
has
That was 2
facial
minutes ago.
injuries and he's in trap. Just gonna need Jaws to cut
Does he
him
still?
off. He's
Does he have like a
actually
picture of
standing
it or
where
something
he's
like that, or?
Second
No,
semi
it's just spotter network
in the
reports.
eastbound
Yeah.
lane
Do you have
has
that
facial
as file?
injuries.
I don't want to
He is
show it.
not in
It's
trap.
too much.
Third semi has no
I think I could just
It's
verify.
not that much. It's just the reports. It's not much at all.
Um.
Sparta and Fort McCoy for that house.
Then can you
Yeah,
just
I'll
send
pass
me
the
that
line
for
in.
just the
Yeah, I'll
reports,
pass-
not network?
Yeah, reports only. I'll send it.
Yeah. That's still a significant tornado. Look at that.
Trap.
Look at that velocity.
There you go.
10-4. Then could you head over to
Yeah, so there's the
41 to
reports.
assist 526
Yeah,
with that?
Scott Peak with both of them. Large tornado just crossed the road. So there's still a large tornado in that area. Just for people who are just tuning in here right now, all right? We have a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning that has been issued for Juneau, Adams, and Monroe counties until 5 o'clock, all right?
Completely impassable.
At
Completely
from both
impassable.
directions. There are structures impacted by this tornado that we cannot get to at this time to check. There are multiple structures in the area of Holiday Road, south or north of Holly, and south of Holland that could be impacted that I can't get to, and looks like it goes straight towards that County Inn area from here.
can you look up where that is
Like a lot of
specifically?
yeah, I'm working on it. Sounds like a lot of obstruction just across the board.
Yeah.
Um,
But there's the tornado here right now. Once again, a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning has been issued. A PDS tornado warning. At 4:22 p.m., a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado is located 11 miles northeast of Toma or near Ryeville, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now.
We got a one-story, fairly new house.
active fire.
A
Looks like
fireplace in the
this-
middle
Hold
wall
on.
in the living room. We have active fire in the fireplace. The homeowner did dump two dry chems on it. We're trying to access the panel to get at it.
Yeah. You are in a life-threatening situation. All right, life-threatening situation. Flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be destroyed. Considerable damage to homes, businesses, and vehicles is likely, and complete destruction is possible. We still have a significant tornado debris ball still visible here on radar. So guys, we need to continue to share this information with as many people as possible. Once again, copy the link to the live stream, put it on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. That way we may be able to get this information out to as many people as possible, especially since this is a significant situation ongoing right now. This is a significant situation.
Nate, they said Hollow and Holland, like those areas that were the biggest impacted. That
Yeah.
was when CC spiked.
Oh,
That's what we
jeez.
did. They're in route.
just south of 12 and 90, just south of that intersection.
So, like, basically... Oh,
267, you were en route also?
Frames, 2105 and 2108. That's where you're looking.
25...
2105 and 2108.
With a fireplace, we have
okay,
active
so
fire in the
right when it
fireplace
hit the,
on the first floor
almost
level.
hit the interstate.
Single story, we have active fire on the fireplace.
Jeez.
10-4, Tender 1.
Still significant velocities. 85 on top of 69. Wow.
These
Like,
two just
negative injuries, over
re-solidified.
possible entrapment.
Possible entrapment.
Yeah, it's not good at all. Sounds like a lot of trees and stuff like that were over here, so they can't get.
Thank you.
Right.
And yeah, looking at it hit probably the most heavily forested area locally.
222.
Yeah, I mean,
I put an Indiana Trail plate.
that's what it looked like to me, at
Stereo
least.
in the call, if you can just run that, and then start me a separate CFS for this.
Ooh.
Overturn.
This is a view here
Semi, I'll
from
handle
Sydney
this
West.
and just add the trailer.
Copyright Sydney West, so specifically from Will Wright, Weatherman Will. Is sent to me from a friend. Look at this here, guys.
So I don't know if there's any other PIs.
This is from Sydney West. That is a heck of a tornado shot right there. Look at that. Oh my goodness.
Surprised it wasn't more rain wrapped.
New tornado warning.
Monroe, can we make a request to highways
Tornado
for that
warning
loader
for
to clear that road?
southwestern Juneau County in central Wisconsin.
Extension of Hillsborough.
Still PDS, I'm assuming? Or, well, oh no, that's
No,
Hillsborough.
no,
That's
no.
Hillsborough. That's the other one.
Yeah.
Avenue. Got about 3 to 4 pine trees down, totally blocking the road on Highland.
Great.
It's on what, Hillsdale?
10 for the other cross street with Highland is Hilldale, Hilldale, and it's about half mile east of that intersection on Highland.
Roger. You happen to know what township that's in?
Velocities have weakened on the PDS tornado warning. That's the good news.
Roger, thank you. I'll report that.
Yeah, the velocities have weakened with this cell. That's the good news. What happens next, though, is going to be the real question of what actually happens with this storm. It still has a very well-defined ZDR arc. Only thing about it, though, I wonder how long this storm can sustain while being...
What we're doing is not really working. Go back to the
CC just
split.
got, like,
Send
insanely
everybody,
deep again, so
westbound.
I wonder if it's...
Are you sending
Oh, wait.
everybody westbound?
It's casually the deepest it's been the entire time.
That's probably because of what happened the previous frame, honestly. Or the previous frames. And it also is probably because it's over trees right now. But I wonder how long the storm can sustain with the cold front being at its back. I actually wonder, because now this thing is no longer discrete. It's riding the cold front completely. Or at least it's about to make impacts with the cold front. So this is going to be really interesting.
Storms south of all the tornadic stuff right now.
Right.
Blue River, Boscobel, Richland Center, that stuff, that's probably the next thing. Cold front is right behind it, so that's why it probably like another half hour probably gets absorbed.
I have no clue. Oh wow. Look at this shot here. This is from Tyler Henson. That's a video of the tornado near Oakdale. Look at that. That is a huge tornado.
West of Double P before I turn
That
off.
is a huge
There's a
tornado
tree now
right there.
blocking one of the lanes here on the north side of the...
Right there. Look at that.
10-4, it sounds like there's also
Oh
a
my
power line down
goodness.
there.
And look at traffic up above us. That's the traffic. The tornado that just went right over that interstate.
On double P, it looks like a semi is stuck in the tree. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get
Yeah,
through
chat. As I said, this area is going to be the area that's going to see the tornado. All right. I said it in the beginning. I said it 2 hours before it even happened. I said right there. I said last night, anything that can ride the warm front over in central portions of Wisconsin, it's going to produce a SIG tornado. Guess what? Right there. All right.
I'll report that to the city of Toma.
So everyone who should be watching should have been informed. Everyone should have known that this was going to come. All right. Everyone should know that this was going to happen. All right. Because if you did, if you were on the channel, you knew this was going to happen.
The rotation just died. Give it another few minutes and it'll be done.
I think CC fanned in the latest scan. I think that's what happened. It still has a heavy amount of turbulence, so it probably is still on the ground, but it's not as strong as it once was. And I think that comes into what I was...
Give it 5 minutes and it'll be done. And it's got nowhere to go.
And I think that comes into what we were talking about earlier with how the cold front's starting to interact with it. Maybe the longevity of that specific supercell could come into question. There it is.
Yeah, absolutely.
Highway 131 in that area, that's where the biggest storms came in.
We also have a potential new area of rotation, a new supercell down to the south. That would be near Richland Center. That could potentially be something to watch in the future. So if you're in Richland Center, Sextonville, as well as Lloyd, Rockbridge, eventually towards the Cazenovia and Reedsburg area, you guys could potentially see some tornadic activity over there. I would watch out for that. We also have another cell. This is the tornado warning cell near Union Center, and Hillsboro had a report of a funnel cloud and actually looked as if it had a debris signature earlier to where it was potentially a tornado. This cell is going to be heading off towards the Mauston area along I-90. So if you know anyone who lives along I-90 near Mauston and Linden Station, they need to get in their safe space right now, underground or lowest innermost part of their building. I'm going to actually see, there actually is a camera, and it does look north near Mauston, so they probably will move that around, but they do have a camera over near Mauston. We'll be able to see that storm, too, as it approaches the interstate.
And Nora is shut down just past Grosbeak, multiple trees down. I've got multiple trees all over on top of houses. And
trees on top of houses.
Went through here and headed towards the east.
Copy that, 267.
Multiple trees on top of houses.
Well, there's a structure on the railroad tracks just east of double P and 21. It looks to be a shed or some type of a building on the tracks. So tell them to stop if they're coming this way.
There is no tornado emergency at this time. Only a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning. Yeah, I think that storm is starting to get caught up by the cold front. If their cold front wasn't there, this storm probably could have lived for hours, honestly. No joke. Yeah, rotation just completely fanned out. Debris signatures starting to fan out as well. Smaller debris signatures still on the ground from the looks of it. Still looks like a tornado in progress, especially with the spectrum width, the turbulence still being relatively high. So this is still a tornado in progress. If you're along Highway 80 near Monroe Center or north of Nessida, you need to get in your safe space underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom right closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible, because this storm has had a history of producing tornadoes, and if it's still on the ground, just like what I think it is, then that's all the more reason for you to actually get in your safe space. I also want to consider, Morgan, and I want a second opinion here. Could we potentially see a recycle to the south and east of the old rotation, right over Highway 80 right now?
I don't think so.
Yeah, that sounds like it's on the railroad track. Also got a report of multiple trees across Highway 21 and a possible semi stuck in those.
Possible semi stuck in
Great.
that, wow, in the trees.
What? Wait.
New tornado warning.
How badly did it get
Tornado
flooded?
warning for northeastern
it's
Richland
Richland's,
County in
Richland Center.
southwestern Wisconsin.
Yeah, so the other cell that we were talking about that probably can do it. So yeah, Richland Center, Rockbridge, Lloyd. We said that probably was going to try and put down some sort of tornadic activity. There you go, same cell. And we've got a camera that's going to be viewing at least one of these cells. I think we're going to view the first cell that's over near Mauston, which is actually where we have it right above me there, where it actually has some tornadic rotation. It's very disorganized at the moment. However, do not discredit the fact that, you know, this thing still has rotation and it could potentially intensify at any point. So that's the big thing here that we're going to have to continue to watch out for, is that could these storms continue to intensify the way that they have, you know, been before. We have 3, might be a 4th cell actually. It looks like there's a cell that is south of Richland Center that has a little bit of rotation, and actually has reports of a funnel cloud with it as well. High-based funnel cloud by Matthew Gaylor. That'll be approaching the Muskota, the Avoca, and the Gotham and Sextonville areas in Wisconsin as well. So a lot of areas of rotation that is starting to try and gain traction, and we got to take note of it because these storms are definitely still trying to, you know, put down tornadoes. And the one, in my opinion, that probably has the highest chance of putting down one might be this one over here near Richland Center. Latest scan came in. It looks like the one near Mauston, though, is trying to wrap its rear flank downdraft around. So that might be another one to watch, too.
Hey, Nate.
Go for it.
For what it's worth, I had CC reliably to about 20,000 feet.
20?
So, just want to put that on the record.
Well, there's your SIG tour.
You think?
Highland from 131. I'm going to go on foot to see if I can check a couple of these houses here.
10-5.
That's contan.
Here on CA right by Honeycomb.
It's close enough. Honestly, I'd say somewhere around 20. Give or take.
22.
10-4, 28094 County.
Particularly in the Yville vicinity.
And,
yeah.
down on the power lines just
here, what we're looking at specifically here, chat, is we're trying to find the height of which the tornado actually lofted the debris up towards. And if you actually can find that, it can actually create a correlation to how significant the tornado was. And you can see here, all right, so we have our threshold of 10,000, 20,000, 30,000 feet right there. The blue is the debris signature. Once you get to the yellows and the greens, that's lesser amounts of debris, but still debris, if you will. And it extends relatively high up in the sky. You know, if you want to say, hey, this is not debris, it goes up to about 18,000 feet, which is still substantially high. If you want to say it still goes up that high, somewhere about 25,000 feet is another way to go. So this is just one of those things to where it looks like we did have a significant tornado. I'm thinking probably 18 to 20,000 feet is how tall the debris actually got lofted up towards. Tree down, blocking roads. Shingles ripped off from a truck that may have been hit. Jeez, that's insane.
The interstate or on the double P.
And yeah, debris signature is now scattered. It's no longer on the ground right now. But the thing of it is here, guys, is that if you are over out in front of the still, so like near Monroe Center, okay, just because the tornado's not on the ground doesn't mean that the threat is over. Because of two things. Number one is that the tornado, all right, has lofted debris in the air. And if the tornado has been keeping all that debris up in the air, well, guess what's going to happen when the tornado goes away? The debris starts to fall. The debris starts to fall down to the ground. And so therefore, if you are outside, you're caught without shelter, guess what? You're going to basically get hit by that debris, and that could cause major issues. So
11 to 17.
you need to
I don't know if the one.
yeah.
You had double P and phone.
Yeah, there it went.
blocking half the road on double P.
Tornado warning.
So that's the one down to the
Northwestern
south.
Grant County in southwestern Wisconsin, southeastern Richland County in southwestern Wisconsin.
Yeah, I'm saying at a safe base, that's probably 18,000 feet is how high it got lofted up towards.
Which is casual 3+ miles, almost 3.5 miles.
Yeah, I mean, that's the insane thing, is that this thing got shot up into the sky.
10267, 1641.
Yeah, the cell near Muskota, so yeah, that cell now is tornado warning. I think they're just warning anything that rotates now. I mean, for good reason.
10-4.
Yeah, trees down over the road. Address is 28094 County, CA, Charlie, Apple. And a little further east of there, more trees down on power lines at that location.
I'm gonna try and scan through Twitter some more once again. If you know anyone
No fire as reported.
who lives within these areas, please tell them to get in their safe space. But if you have any pictures, or if you find any pictures on Twitter, please be sure to share them with me at Nate_Snyder so that I can show you guys what's going on here. That's the big thing that we're trying to do.
10-4, we do have our highway department out and about it, maybe a little bit.
Another tornado warning. Extension for
Tornado warning for northwestern
southernmost
County
south.
in south central Wisconsin.
Large one too.
Central Sauk County in south central Wisconsin.
There's a tree down partially into the road, but you can get around it. It's not a priority right now.
Okay, thank you much. Monroe County Dispatch, did you copy that?
Jeez.
Dispatch, Monroe County Skywarn on Mocord.
Oh, Reed was right next to it.
Transferring one.
Reed was right next to it.
Sounds about right.
This is Reed Timmer, ladies and gentlemen. And, I mean, Reed Timmer is Reed Timmer. One of the best chasers out there.
Nah.
Look at that. Oh, it's right there.
Oh, it was right in front of him. That's nice.
Is there something that you need me to head to until I'm on my way on Highway 21?
That's a huge tornado. That's a huge tornado. Completely rain wrapped. You can't see anything, but it's huge. It's huge. It's right in there.
Tornado on the ground heading towards the area of Elroy and Union Center. We should give 5501, 503, and 504 a call. Get dressed and head up that way.
I just heard over the radio that there could potentially be a tornado near Elroy on the ground right now. That's what they said.
From the Excelsior, I'm going to head back over to 21 and double P where that truck was on the railroad tracks and the stuff was all knocked down.
Oh, that's the one near Mauston. So we'll be able to see that with the camera here in a second. Because our traffic camera is actually there on it.
Multiple trees down in the...
Huh?
TMs.
Oh, jeez.
If you have information about damage...
Here's some of the damage.
We don't tie up the radio.
Like, forget the fact that it's just trees.
This is from Scott Peak. This is from Scott Peak here. Look at that. Big time trees. Oh, that thing got shredded. The trees absolutely got shredded.
Highland about
And the bent power pole, too.
131. My car's at a down tree. I walked about a half mile to a house here. No injuries there. Headed back to my car now.
Tornado warning for Wisconsin Rapids is no longer a thing.
Yeah.
Still some traffic.
So Mauston, if you're in Mauston, you need to get in your safe space right now. You need to go underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible, because this one probably is going to be the next storm to try and put down a tornado. This one's probably going to be the next one to try and put down a tornado. So I would recommend getting into a safe, get into a safe space.
Warning is in effect, but it's a little linear at the moment. And
yeah.
Spectrum Width kind of indicates that.
5505, can you go again?
5505, seek shelter. There is a tornado sighting in your area.
Yeah, tornado sighting in Mauston, in Elroy.
10-4.
Are you sure about that?
Like we have
Yeah.
one headed towards Mauston in my area, and then
There you go. They just said Mauston right there, Morgan.
Affirmative.
Yeah, so they just had a tornado sighting near Elroy in Mauston from emergency management. That might be a new cell over near Babcock, heading towards Wisconsin Rapids. That might be a new cell that's trying to form some rotation, but it's kind of like not doing well. Yeah, Mauston still has some really good stuff. Look at the camera here, chat. Look at the camera. The thing is going right over our camera here. Look at this. Look at this here, guys. Potential tornado going right over the camera. Potential tornado going right over the camera.
Yeah, we just cleaned up double P off of 21.
Look at this.
Trees down here with traffic, down the power lines here. We're going to clean up the railroad tracks here. But we can't
Look at that.
here from here.
Potential tornado going right over the camera. Once again, this is in Mauston. Mauston, Wisconsin.
Still 3650 to 3700.
Look at that. It's still there. Look at this.
Even if it's not a tornado, that's probably like 80 miles per hour wind gusts that are just coring.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Look at that.
At least.
Look at visibility. Visibility's almost gone.
We're going to have to try and see if we can get home also. We're running out of
Tornado
time.
warning for
Look at that.
southeastern
Yeah, that's
Juneau
right
County
there.
in central Wisconsin, west central Adams
Look at the
County in
sky.
central
Look at the...
Wisconsin.
It's green. It was gray earlier. Now it's green. Look at that. Camera just went out. The camera just went out. Goodness gracious. New tornado warning from Mauston and White Creek once again. Let's actually keep it on the screen at the top so that way you can see that it's still there. If it updates, it updates. We'll see. But there's the rotation.
If you could head up towards Mauston,
Possible tornado that just went right next to Mauston, and we just saw it on camera. Possible tornado. That was right next to Mauston.
Another one.
Can you give me the location again?
Tornado warning
For
for
McCoy, Engine 1.
northwestern Sauk County in south central
Holy.
Wisconsin.
And where are you on scene for McCoy?
Extension for Reedsburg.
Double P.
I mean, we've seen a lot of stuff. Excuse me, I just had something in my eye.
1649.
It's dusty in this room, so I apologize. But yeah, that's absolutely insane. Potential tornado that just went right through Mauston. We just saw it on camera right there. So that's what... If that was a tornado, Morgan, that's probably 2 tornadoes that we've seen live with the cameras here.
10-4, Monroe, Fort McCoy, copy.
My goodness. We still have other areas of rotation down to the south. We have a couple other tornado warnings. If you're in Reedsburg, Cazenovia, as well as Laval and Ironton, you guys need to get in your safe space underground or lowest innermost part of your building as well. Yeah, this camera's out. This camera got knocked out. Yeah, Mauston might be trying now completely. It's fully wrapping around. It's becoming rain wrapped, however, which is the only thing. Yeah, they're sending all available units that is on the southern side of this county to Mauston.
That aren't already dealing with everything else.
Right, with Toma.
Holy debris fanning.
Do you want me to break from this scene here and head back to Mauston? This crash that I'm on seems to be 10-2.
So they're saying that there was a car crash on I-90,
Copy. I don't
but
have
they're
any
starting
information
to
on it yet. If
it's
we can get
starting
another
to
car to take it.
alleviate itself, which is the good news. I'm trying to find which is the next thing that I would watch. Wall cloud, rapidly rotating wall cloud in Sextonville and Gotham. I'd be heading towards the Baraboo areas. What would probably be the best way for us to view the next area of rotation? Probably Linden Station, no?
Looks like
Probably.
he's opposite you on the westbound side.
That camera even seems to be on the struggle bus, too.
It'll be about 47 and a half. It's gonna take me a sec to turn around and get over to him.
Still a lot of traffic over there back in Toma. Let's look back at that camera for right now. I mean, you can see the camera up over there near Toma.
165 to 4 is on channel 2. I didn't copy your last transmission regarding the response.
There you go. Yeah, the next storm that probably is going to try and put down a tornado, if it hasn't already, is Mauston. It'll be heading off towards White Creek and Friendship. This would be north of Madison. All right, so well north of Madison, Wisconsin. And this storm looks to be like it is trying, all right? Looks to me like it's trying to put down a tornado over in that general area. Just consistently looks like it is continuing to increase. Where is Lafarge? Can you do me a favor, Morgan, and try and figure out where Lafarge, Wisconsin is at? Oh, wait, no, never mind. It's Hillsboro.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's reports of tree damage over there in Lafarge. Big time tree that fell down over there. Huge tree.
3650 to 3703.
This is another picture from Tyler Hansen, or at least this is from someone who actually made the opacity a little bit better and fixed with some of the actual visuals of this. I mean, look at the tornado right there, chat. That's a perfect visualization of what Tyler caught. Tornado right there. Tornadic wind field. That is a perfect representation. Mauston just got confirmed, Morgan. Mauston just got confirmed. So we did watch it. At 4:51, spotters confirmed tornado. 4:51, spotters confirmed tornado. So we did just watch a tornado that went through the interstate. That's the tornado that went through Toma. And I mean, that's an absolute insane shot.
Directing traffic.
That's some big time damage over in Ryeville of a barn, more than likely, from the looks of it. Some form of shed. It's flattened.
I advised 140. It's going to be at 131.
Yeah, this looks to me like it's also on the ground as
blockage.
well. You can see the pixels consolidated within this area, right in there. I'm assuming the next frame of radar data, we're probably going to see a debris signature here soon. Again.
That's correct, 131 in Highland.
We're probably going to see a debris signature here again.
10-4, we'll get the guys headed that way right away.
10-4, thank you.
Wow, I can't show this. I more than likely can't show this on stream. But, here, Morgan, I'll send you this picture here. Max Olson was like right on it.
Just 21, then they don't have a location for the triage.
But I'm sending this in the chat.
Small at all.
I'm sending this in the chat. If you want to see the tornado right there, Like, retweet. The next scan did not show a debris signature, interestingly enough. So I wonder what the next velocity signature is going to say.
Copy that.
Reports of damage in Mauston. Confirmed tornado damage to hospital. So we did see the tornado that passed through Mauston. So that was the second tornado we saw on camera today. From us navigating it, not from an outside source.
And at this point, what's going on is a lot of these reports have already been reported by local agencies, and we're kind of overwhelming dispatch and other people with more reports of the same thing. I would ask that you log your damage reports and what you see in some kind of log, and we'll put those all together at some other time. It's hard to relay everything to dispatch at this time. There's a number of things going on. Thank you all for being there, and net is still open, and I'll look for any reports. This is Monroe County Skywar Net Control. 1176, copy and standing by.
Jeez. Alright, so I just wanted to listen to that, see what they were saying of that. Looks like the velocities are still there. It still looks like it's trying to consolidate, but it's in the middle of a restructuring process. Once again, we're in a very similar situation to the tornado that was over in Toma. If this thing can wrap around its rear flank downdraft a little bit more, then it'll be able to sustain. But my only concern now with the sustainability of the storm is that there's too much significant damaging winds to the south of this.
Southeastern Lincoln County in north-central Wisconsin, northeastern Marathon County in central Wisconsin, southwestern Langlade County in north-central Wisconsin.
What? Excuse me?
Really?
Thank you
Why?
Monroe County Skywarn standing by.
What is this?
Tornado warning in Wausau.
Green Bay is actually kind of close, so you know.
Well, luckily we have sky cameras there too.
41.
Oh my gosh.
141 on
Yeah.
the state that exits.
That's Wausau.
Eastbound on the ramp. There are trees over the highway.
Barely.
Conflicting
It's
stories.
impacting them as we speak.
Where is...
No.
Rooftop sky cam.
Work.
I'm looking at
Work.
Morgan, the Google Drive thing, the map. Go to the map.
Oh, I have that pin in our thing.
Jeez, look at that! Look at that rotation. Look at that rotation over near Wausau. Yeah, it's completely rain wrapped and stuff like that, but I mean, my goodness.
What? This thing. That's
I think,
a lot of rain.
Yeah, I think the best thing to do is probably look at...
Oh, what? Look at Green Bay radar.
Yeah, Green Bay's radar is gone.
Side lobe to crap.
It is side lobe to crap, I will admit. This thing is kind of like very misleading. Oh, they're moving the camera in Wausau. They're trying to see what's going around.
And they see a brick wall.
They do see a brick wall.
Tornado warning for southeastern Wood County in central Wisconsin, central Portage County in central
Extension for the former PDS.
For 1043, Highway 21 just east of Double P on Highway 21 is totally impassable. Town of Byron's just getting a loader out here now. Just to let you know, it might be 20 minutes to a half an hour. Both lanes are completely blocked.
Not good.
Let's go half and half. This is not
tornado
Boston.
warnings that we have going on right now.
Let's actually put that down right there. So that's Wausau above us right there in that video feed. Wausau. White Creek and Mauston still seems to have some pretty good rotation. Once again, the thing that I'm mainly concerned about this tornado and it, forming is it might have too much RFD. It might be going outflow dominant.
Yeah, holy sig winds south of the rotation. And that
Now-
thing.
Now, if it can overcome that, and it looks like it's trying to, we might get another SIG tornado heading towards Grand Marsh, Coloma, as well as areas towards Watoma. So if you know anyone who lives near Watoma, near I-39, near Westfield, Coloma, and Grand Marsh and Friendship, I would tell them to get in their safe space and get underground or get in the lowest innermost part of their building. Oh, I can see the updraft on Wausau's camera. Look at that. Rain-wrapped updraft, but it's right there. I'll zoom in so you guys can see. It's right in there.
265.
So pretty insane camera that I saw, you know, that we're looking at right now.
265 arriving, Toma House.
Yeah, there's just so much contamination on that cell in Wausau, though. It's going to be pretty hard to try and determine as to what happens there. There is a little bit of rotation, once again, heading off towards Plover. We also have a sky camera over there, believe it or not. We have all the sky cameras. I'm calling both games, all right? So, it's...
There's more. I think there's more than 2.
Huh?
I think there's more than 2.
Yeah.
Just saying.
I'm calling all games. There's a new area of rotation heading towards Plover and Stevens Point. We have a camera over there. This is in Plover. So we're going to try and watch this as this continues to move off towards the general vicinity of Plover. If you're in Plover and Stevens Point, you need to get in your safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible.
Excuse me.
We're going back down to the south. Looks like the cell that's over near Friendship and Grand Marsh is starting to kind of, once again, become a little bit more linear.
Thank you for being there.
So, that's the good news there.
Hey Nate,
Yes, sir.
would you like to consider a following for a second?
Sure.
There's a storm in Iowa heading towards Dubuque, trying to rotate. It has 3-inch hail and 60,000 foot echo tops.
Sounds
So
about
consider
right.
that.
And for those stations,
Sorry, 59.4 thousand feet.
Monroe County Skywarn, those Monroe County Skywarn.
That's definitely not on the ground in Wausau.
I'm gonna take a
Definitely
short,
not on the ground in Wausau. Inflow right within there, not a tornado in progress.
carry on from there. Please stand by.
It's not okay. The guy on the scanner said, please stand by, and I immediately flashed back to the EAS scenarios.
Yeah, for real.
That is not okay.
Yeah, that cell that's heading towards Plover still continues to try and rotate. There's also a new area of rotation approaching Stevens Point.
Damage threat considerable for Oxford, Endeavor, and Westfield along 39, excuse me. That's for that wind.
Yeah, there might be a new area of rotation that's developing heading straight for Stevens Point.
Go ahead, dude.
And if that's the case, we'll be watching it live with this camera in Stevens Point as well. We have all the sky cameras, all right? Listen, we came
Calling all
prepared.
the games.
We're calling all games.
Although
we have-
from the Stevens Point camera you can't see because it's
all rain wrapped. It's all rain wrapped. That's the
Exactly.
issue with today is that it's just good luck trying to find anything.
Certified Midwest moment.
Looks like all the other areas of rotation down to the south is not really sustaining itself. So that's the good news. Once
New
again,
tornado warning.
if you're out near I-90 or I-39, you need to take your proper precautions now.
Tornado warning for East Central Adams County in central Wisconsin.
Extension from Austin. Wausau, it looks like you guys are in the clear from this tornadic storm. That's the good news. Tornadic storm has now moved off to your north and east. So that is very good news that this storm has not sustained over the area, but there still appears to be some decent rotation north and east of Wausau. So if you know anyone who lives near Antigo, Deerbrook, Doring, you need to tell them to get in their safe space underground or lowest innermost part of their building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Moving down to the south, it looks like the Stevens Point cell is trying to intensify. It looks like this cell is trying to intensify. And we have a camera right above us in Stevens Point. If we do see a tornado, it's going to be right in front of us once again. Once again,
I see that, but
you know, as we've been tracking all the tornadoes here today, we've seen 2 tornadoes on camera from our own sources. You know, sky cameras, traffic cameras, and stuff like that, us navigating it. And, you know, hopefully we don't make it a third. But if we do see it, it's going to be right here. It'll be on the top part of your screen right above me. Latest scan came in. Don't see debris signature. That's the good news. But once again, all right, Stevens Point, Plover, you need to get in your safe space right now, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Moving down to the south, the cell that's over near Grand Marsh and Friendship is now gusting out significantly. It's an embedded supercell, but it's just creating a lot of strong damaging winds on the southern side, probably an upwards of hurricane force. So if you know anyone who lives near Grand Marsh, Coloma, as well as Westfield, Richford, and Watoma, you guys need to go ahead and get in your safe space underground or lowest innermost part of your building. The camera that is over in Stevens Point is now getting slapped. I mean, look right above you. It is as green as it can get. Maybe not as green as the last camera that we saw. That was over near Mawton, or Mauston, I should say. But it's pretty green over there. Tornado warning for Iowa.
Northeastern Buchanan County in northeastern Iowa. Northern Delaware County in northeastern Iowa.
The funny thing about it is that KDVN might actually be the closest radar to it.
It is.
Well, luckily, oh yeah, that's a, yeah, that intensified over the past few minutes. 100%.
Yes, it did.
That was where a man was trapped in the garage.
Yeah, that thing could potentially be producing a SIG-TOR as well. I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case, but yeah, that is a tornado warning for Lamont, Dundee, Edgewood, Greeley, as well as Colesburg over here in Iowa. If you know anyone who lives over there, you need to go ahead and tell them to take their proper precautions underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows. You can put as many walls between yourself and this tornadic thunderstorm as possible, because there's a good chance this thing could potentially be trying to produce a tornado.
Full visibility, heavy rain. We got traffic at a standstill on your right shoulder.
Yeah, numerous storms now. We're going to go... I think what we're going to do is we're going to do a lightning round. We're going to basically cover every single little storm and try and see how much we can get off of it to try and show you all what's exactly happening. So back off to the north, we have a tornado warning over here for Lincoln, Marathon, and Langlade counties over here in Wisconsin. That'll be in effect until 5:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. This is an area of interest because there's a lot of contamination within this area, but you can clearly see there's the rotation along State Highway 52. If you know anyone who lives within those areas, I highly recommend telling them to take their proper precautions underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. So Antigo, Deerbrook, Doering, if you know anyone who lives in that area in Wisconsin, you need to tell them to get in their safe space right now. New tornado warning.
Tornado warning for northern Marquette County in south central Wisconsin.
Oh, so that's basically an extension from Austin. Moving down to the south, we have another tornado warning here. I mean, we have 7 tornado warnings at this time, one of which have been confirmed, but that was based off of past activity, so technically it is just 8 regular tornado warnings. This new tornado warning here, or actually not really a new tornado warning, but this tornado warning here for Wood and Portage counties for Wisconsin, you will still have that until 5:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So if you guys live near Stevens Point, Plover, as well as Polonia and Rosholt, you guys need to get in your safe space underground or lowest innermost part of your building. here's the rotation. Red's moving away from the radar, green's moving towards. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be, right over Stevens Point. If you just wait another few minutes, this will actually move over your area, move away from that area, actually. So that should be the good news for you all. But on the other hand, if you're in Stevens Point and Plover right now, you need to continue to stay in a sturdy structure if you haven't already, due to the fact that this storm could potentially be trying to produce a tornado when it's right over top of you all. But on the other hand, Polonia, Rosholt, Galloway, Elderon, as well as Wittenberg, now's your time to go ahead and get into the safe space, because that storm could potentially be trying to put down a tornado right near your area in the near future. Moving down to the south again, we have another tornado warning here. We actually have numerous tornado warnings here for Adams County as well as for Marquette County. That'll be in effect until 6 p.m. Central Daylight Time. The current rotation as of right now is very broad, but we do have an area of interest, one near Friendship, and then the other one near Grand Marsh, actually north and east of Grand Marsh. So the big thing here to take away from this is that if you're near those areas here in Adams County, or if you're near the Colima or Richford or Watoma areas, as well as Westfield over here in Wisconsin, you need to go ahead and tell them to take their proper precautions and get into their safe space as well, due to the fact of the matter that this storm has had a history of producing a tornado. Moving down to the south, we have a tornado warning here over for the Lake Delton areas. We actually do have some traffic cameras down there, so we might as well go see what's up with that. This is looking southwest. That's very nice. That is not helping all too much. That might be helping there, however. Yeah, I have no clue where this is looking at specifically, but this is over near Lake Delton here in Wisconsin, and we do have a storm that could have a little bit of tornadic rotation over near this area. It's actually a little difficult to kind of tell what exactly we're looking at. Might be a little bit of scud. Let's go full screen here just to kind of see. I see a lot of this kind of, perturbed cloudiness over here. And I think that's more or less because that's a lot of scud, a lot of strong damaging winds within that line. So probably not something too tornadic, but there definitely is still something lingering in regards to the storm threat, more or less. So that'll be something to note. If you live in Lake Delton, or if you live over near the Wisconsin Dells area, as well as Bridgeville, or Briggsville, I should say, and Endeavor, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions underground or lowest innermost part of your building as well. Moving off down to the south and west, we have a tornado warning over here in Iowa. This is specifically for Buchanan and Delaware counties until 5:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. This cell has produced large hail in the past, and it also has a bit of rotation. Not exactly a lot of strong rotation at the moment, but we still do have some. Red's moving away, green's moving towards. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. And if you guys live off in the general vicinity of Edgewood, Dundee, Strawberry Point, Elkport, Littleport, and Greeley, you need to get in your safe space and, stay safe from the tornado.
Central Wisconsin.
Yeah, that is a new tornado warning extension for the Adams County cell, so let's go back over to that. And there's the cell in question. They have now issued a tornado warning for Colima, as well as Watoma, as well as the Red Granite, Silver Lake, and Richford areas. So if you know anyone who lives over there in Wisconsin, they need to get in their safe space as well, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. I think the Wausau cell, the rotation is probably the best it's looked without contamination. I think this is probably a cell that could potentially be trying to make its way down to the ground. I would not be surprised. We do have a storm that is very, very ominous right within that area. The camera right above us is once again over near the Lake Delton area, so the potential for there to be a wall cloud right within that cell as it crosses over the interstate at this time. We're also getting reports of 50-mile-per-hour wind gusts near Plover. That's really interesting. And then we also have some developing rotation, maybe some strong damaging winds moving off towards the Rosholt and Galloway area, as well as Wittenberg and Tigerton and Elderon. That's the main areas that I would be the most concerned about. If they were, if I was expecting a new tornado to develop, it would probably be right within those areas. So I would highly recommend you get into a sturdy structure. But yeah, the cell that's north and east of Wausau probably looks the best it has looked in quite some time. So let's keep on this. Let's keep watching the Wausau cell for right now. We're gonna veer into other cells when we need to. But the big thing here, guys, right now, is if you know anyone that lives in Wisconsin, whether it's in central Wisconsin or eastern Wisconsin, specifically northeastern or east central portions of Wisconsin, probably not Milwaukee as of this time, but you need to tell them that significant weather is possible within some of these areas. And I would not be surprised that this activity starts to ramp up here soon. So if you know anyone that lives off near, that would be I-39 or east of that, near the Wapaka, Appleton, Oshkosh, Clintonville, Shawano, as well as the Antigo areas, and eventually towards Green Bay, Sheboygan, Manitowoc, and those general areas. I would highly recommend telling them that significant weather is possible, whether it's tornadoes or whether it is hurricane force winds.
10-4 is going to be at the 47 eastbound that were shut down.
Now, the cell that's in Iowa is starting to kind of try and gain its momentum again. Might be trying to put down a tornado. Might be trying. It's hard to say for certain, but it is trying. New tornado warning. Extension,
Tornado
Iowa.
warning for southwestern Clayton County in northeastern Iowa.
Might be starting to get into view of La Crosse. Hold up. 7,000. 7,000. Yeah, it is about to get choked, but La Crosse actually now has a better view of the storm. It's looking lower.
That's a sad state of affairs.
So much for me setting up Des Moines and Davenport's radars.
Yeah, congratulations.
But yeah, there's the tornado warning. It's now heading towards Littleport, Elkport, as well as Osterdock, Gutenberg, as well as Glen Haven over here in Iowa. If you know anyone who lives over there in northeastern portions of Iowa, that would be north of Cedar Rapids and due west of Dubuque, I would tell them to get into their safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of their building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Because this storm continues to look like it is relatively severe. 100% still looks like it continue to be impactful. Yeah, for real, Pettis. For real.
Is there anything you want us on this end? Since road's blocked off in Oakdale anyway. You want to stay on this
end?
Consider.
Here's some damage over on the south side of Mauston. Here's some of the damage on the south side of Mauston. Definitely looks like there's damage across the board over there. A lot of trees with power lines down. Look at this.
Negative, we're going to meet back at Oakdale Station.
Look at that. You can see the tree in the distance over there.
10-4-366 is clear at Grosbeak. We'll be on our way back to Oakdale Station.
Holy.
Truck is fully engulfed. We're on the right shoulder, northbound 179. I'm advised rock. Wind is blowing to the east, away from the interstate, so the lane's going to be open until fire gets here. Driver is out, no one else in the vehicle.
Negative injuries on?
Correct, negative injury.
Trying to see if there's any other... Stevens Point camera back online? Probably not. What about Plover? Yeah, Plover's still there, so we'll keep that there. Have that about...
14 Monroe. I believe we have 21, Highway 21 and Double P East all opened up now.
But I mean, look at that. As I said, if you guys find anything, please be sure to @ me at Nate_Snyder.
So go ahead.
On Twitter. That way I may be able to get information out to more and more people.
The natural gas, 29574 Grosbeak Avenue.
10-4, 1720.
just for your info, 3500 is out here. He's checking in. I'm just staying in the area.
Reed is near Watoma right now, actually.
From Toma 265.
265, go ahead.
Reports of a funnel cloud near Friendship, which is actually what we were talking about earlier. We were saying there's two areas of interest, one near Friendship, the other one near Grand Marsh, and that does seem to be the case here. Still a little bit of contamination over with the cell that was over in Wausau. It's not really all too organized at the moment, but it is trying. It's definitely trying. Very strong damaging winds over near Galloway and Tigerton, as well as Wittenberg. Would not be surprised if they issued another severe thunderstorm warning, if not a tornado warning, within that area. Would not be surprised at all. Let's go to this screen here, and let's see if there's any other cameras that I may be able to find.
13 minutes, you can put me in service.
That's fine.
Huh.
265 Monroe.
New tornado warning.
265.
Disregard.
What?
So far.
Tornado warning for northeastern Sauk County in south central Wisconsin.
What camera would be this? Wapaka is that cell over there. So we do have another camera that's over in Wapaka from Virtual Rail fans. That's kind of Monka S. Probably have to watch that there in a bit. Yeah, new severe thunderstorm warning for Wapaka. Yeah, and that also, the other thing to note there is that Wittenberg and Galloway also got a severe thunderstorm warning with that storm as well. So that's something to note. Where was that new tornado warning at? Let's go back to the storm. Storm in Iowa has fell apart, so that's good. And, has fallen apart. That's good. The storm that's moving through Monticello, or not Monticello, Montello, I should say, Watoma and Neshkoro. That storm is producing some significant damaging winds, and it is heading towards Oshkosh. So that might be something to note for the people who live in Oshkosh. You guys could probably see some significant storms here relatively soon. Oshkosh, Appleton, Neenah. We do have a storm, and it even does have a little bit of rotation with this cell. Just a little bit of rotation. You can see reds. Might actually have some... Oh no, I'm still looking at La Crosse. So let's take a look at Green Bay's radar. Might be better.
Good job, Nathan.
Yeah, there we go. So yeah, we still do have a little bit of rotation with that cell. A lot of very strong damaging winds, however. Very strong damaging winds approaching Watoma, as well as Red Granite and Neshkoro. So if you know anyone, tell them to take their proper precautions, get in their safe space. Antigo, Deerbrook, and Kempster, now is the time for you guys to get in your safe space now. Alright, if you haven't already, now is the time to go. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible.
Nobody's hurt on Freedom, and people are working on clearing the street. Everybody stay away from the power line.
Monterey 11.
Go ahead.
Can you go with the information about the power lines?
I'm looking on Twitter here. Yeah, there's a lot of people been impacted by this. I mean, my goodness.
Know is that Oakdale Electric?
140, if you could add to your list, State Patrol launch from barrels at the 47-mile marker for the delayed recovery for the semi.
Stating it's going to be a while. Highways is tied up, cleaning up from the storm still.
10-4. They got probably 10-22. I just talked to PER. He's got more of his heavy records here. So what we're going to do is just go through it.
Tornado warnings are starting to get canceled. There's a new damage threat, destructive, severe thunderstorm warning, however, for Berlin, Princeton, and Green Lake, as well as Marquette. So basically comparable to a tornado warning. Damage threat, destructive, severe thunderstorm warning has now been issued. And that's a significant storm right there, if that's the case. I wouldn't be surprised either. Would not be surprised either. New mesoscale discussion has been issued.
I'm closing out the net. I do ask that you call in
A growing and increasingly organized cluster of thunderstorms will continue to pose a risk for tornadoes, along with increasing threat for damaging wind gusts. Will beginning to accelerate northeastward and eastward into the upper Great Lakes region through this evening. New tornado watch likely will be issued shortly across portions of the central and eastern upper peninsula of Michigan. Which makes sense.
Trees down across the road. There is also trees on power lines on Dumont Avenue just off of Dublin to the east.
I'm going to still be out looking for damage here. I'm over in the Shenningson area, but you can just log me out of service. That's fine. I'll call any major reports. And
they probably should issue a tornado warning for Elderon. They probably should issue it. Probably should.
There's very significant tree damage all over here.
If not, strong damaging winds, or get a damage threat considerable severe thunderstorm warning on that. 'Cause that's a strong storm right there. A lot of strong rotation on the northern side, potential bookend vortex possible.
When I try to call them in, they're kind of saying we already got that, which is good. But thank you very much, and I'll be monitoring here should anything big come up. Thank you, Pat. Monroe County Skyward out.
817 to net control.
The station calling, go ahead.
Yeah, there's a big tree down on Irondale. I don't know if that one's reported.
Keep individuals out of certain areas.
New tornado warning just got issued.
Tornado warning for northeastern Maritime
Baraboo?
County in central Wisconsin, southwestern Langlade County in north central Wisconsin.
Baraboo, Wisconsin, that's right there. Yeah, you guys are in a tornado warning as of right now. I would tell them to get into a sturdy structure and stay away from windows. As, yeah, you guys are about to get slapped by the storm. A lot of strong damaging winds, and I do see a little bit of rotation with that, but not super strong at this time, so that's kind of good. It's actually very good.
Thank you again for being there.
Huh?
Kind of good.
Well, I mean, it's kind of good because on one hand it's very weak, on the other hand it's rotating still.
There
So.
was a man at 1211 Christie Lane, 1211 Christie Lane, who speeds up and down the street all the time. I do have the tag or plate, and
I'm gonna turn off the scanner. I don't think there's anything more I need to hear from that. There we go. Yeah, that cell in Antigo, north and east of Wausau, is still going, still amplifying. So that is still the storm to watch, 100%. With the other cell right down here near Galloway, not far behind. Yeah, I would issue at least a damage threat considerable severe thunderstorm warning for this cell. Yeah, that probably is gone. That probably is gone. That might be producing a tornado near Wittenberg and Elderon. Very difficult to see, but it might be trying to do so. Definitely something on the northern edge of that bow echo. Might be an embedded supercell. Westfield. Westfield, Wisconsin. Oh crap, that's on 39. Is this still in Watoma? No, it's still a lot of strong damaging winds. Potential chance for a tornado on the northern side near Wild Rose. But I see a lot of strong damaging winds instead. I see a lot of very strong damaging winds on the contrary. And you can actually see here on radar, very strong damaging winds here. Some valleys in upwards of 100 miles per hour, 5,000 feet above radar level. Which kind of makes sense. Westfield still getting hit by very strong damaging winds at this time. Still getting a lot of reports of damaging winds. No reports of tornadoes, which is the good news there. New velocity scan. Yeah, that still tells me that Antigo, Deerbrook, and Bryant, those are still the areas to watch in my honest opinion, as there definitely is still some pretty strong rotation within that area. I'm going to try and see. Unfortunately, we're in an area with a lack of sky cameras. Wapaka is approaching this camera. I have no clue where it's looking at. Yeah, this is the west camera, I'm assuming. New tornado warning. Watoma.
Tornado warning for northwestern Columbia County in south-central Wisconsin.
Columbia County? Wait, is that it? No, that's Swano County. Where's Columbia? Is it that one? It is that one. It's Portage. Do I have a camera over in Portage? That is a negative on that. We do have cameras potentially over here. Yeah, it's looking northwest. So that might be good enough. All right, so this is Portage. We'll put it at the top part of our screen here. The storm that is currently tornado warned. But yeah, that's a new tornado warning there for Portage. If you know anyone who lives in Portage, you need to tell them get in their safe space underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Looks like there seems to be some intensifying rotation over here near Merrimack, heading towards I-39. That might be something to note here as this continues to progress further and further northeast. So I-39 from Portage and south, and then I-90 from Lake Delton to Portage. All of you need to get in your safe space right now. Every single one of you needs to be in a sturdy structure. 80 mile per hour wind gusts reported. 6 miles northwest of Westfield. Jeez. Latest scan came in. Oh yeah, that definitely is a storm that's trying to rotate more. It's still got a lot of contamination though, so it's very hard to see. But red's moving away, green's moving towards right in the middle on this little edge right here is where some tornadic rotation could be. So I wouldn't be surprised if there was a potential tornado to develop over near Merrimack, heading towards the Portage and Wyocena areas. I actually do think that could be the case. So guys, we need to continue to try and spread this information with as many people as possible. Once again, copy the link to the live stream, put it on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. That way we may be able to get this information out to more and more people on YouTube. That's the big thing there. We're trying to spread it out on social media. So please be sure to spread this out to more and more people so that more and more people may be informed. And by hitting that thumbs up button down below, you actually help me get this information out to more and more people on YouTube specifically to help me spread this information. Once again, Wittenberg, Bowler, Neopit, Zoar, and Middle Village still seems to me like there is a storm right here that is trying to develop some form of tornadic rotation. Big Boeing segment right within here, and the potential for a supercell to try and develop inside that Boeing segment on the northern side is possible. Still have a lot of rotation with this storm, so that's the big thing here. We've been talking about this storm and how it's been looking like this thing has been trying to develop a tornado. So it's just a matter of time, in my honest opinion, before this thing actually does get a tornado warning. So Bowler, as well as Toledo, Gresham, Middle Village. I mean, we've been talking about that cell for quite some time. You guys have probably heard your names over and over and over again. You guys need to get into your safe space. Down here towards Wild Rose, as well as the Neshkoro area, a lot of very strong damaging winds, 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts to be specific. This is going to be heading towards the Fremont, Larson, Winneconne, as well as Medina, Larson, Hortonville, New London, and eventually towards the Neenah, Appleton, and Oshkosh area. So if I just called out your town and or city, you need to be weather aware right now, as this storm is pretty significant. Very strong damaging winds and upwards of, I'd say, 80 miles per hour at minimum, because that actually was the report earlier on when it was crossing over I-39, 80-mile-per-hour wind gust report within that storm. So very strong damaging winds over there. Just had to report a baseball-sized hail with the Iowa storm that had the tornado warning earlier, so that storm did produce baseball-sized hail. Got reports of damage over in Westfield of multiple trees and limbs down with 60 to 70 mile per hour winds. So damage over there. And once again, Merrimack still continues to look like an area of interest. Also an area of interest near Briggsville and Endeavor. That'll be something to watch out for over there. You guys aren't in a tornado warning, but you guys could potentially be in a tornado warning here soon. So I'd watch out for that. I really would.
What about a tornado warning?
Could be a tornado warning north of the two southernmost tornado warnings. A little bit of rotation near Briggsville.
Not north of it. Prairie du Sac, Merrimack.
Tornado warning for southeastern Columbia County.
Well, no, I said there could be another one over there. I mean, we already
County in south central Wisconsin.
Then, okay.
Yeah, Merrimack. Yeah, there is definitely. I mean, there has been rotation there as we've been, it's been there. It's definitely been there, but maybe a new area that's trying to develop over near Briggsville might be something interesting to look at a little bit later on. But yeah, there's the new tornado warning. I mean, I kind of mentioned that this probably was going to be the case. And so yeah, there it is. Tornado warning for Columbia and Sauk counties until 6:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. If you're over in those counties near Poynette, Merrimack, as well as Wyocena and Pardeeville, Portage, you guys need to get in your safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. And even parts of Arlington could get some activity as well. So get in your safe space over there. Moving back off to the north. Once again, we still have a couple of tornado warnings still here. Personally, I think Adams County is in the clear from any sort of tornadic development. There's a lot of strong damaging winds and spotty hail over there. So not really too much, but I do believe there is some activity still that's going to linger, just not tornadic activity. So that's kind of the good news. Anywhere along I-39, you guys are still experiencing some very strong damaging winds at this time. Stay in your safe space if you haven't already. It actually might be starting to veer out by the time you get this transmission, so that's kind of good. But then you have areas over here like Red Granite that just got 70-mile-per-hour wind gust. Poisippi, as well as West Bloomfield, Saxonville, Fremont, Weyalwega, as well as areas near Hortonville, New London, and Medina.
Tornado
Get in your safe space.
West Central Menominee County in northeastern Wisconsin.
Oh,
Western Chewano County
they issued a tornado warning finally for that. They finally issued a tornado warning for the Wittenberg Bowler cell, and that might be producing a tornado here soon. I mean, I know I've been saying it here over and over and over again that this storm might be producing a tornado. This storm might be producing a tornado. Now I definitely think it's probably producing a tornado. I mean, there's a good chance that this thing is. So if you know anyone that lives near Bowler, as well as Mattoon, Zor, as well as Neopit and Middle Village here in Wisconsin, they need to get in their safe space. Underground or lowest innermost part of their building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. That's a tornado on the ground. Debris signature. Debris. That's a tornado. That is indeed a tornado. I mean, we've been watching this cell. We've been watching this cell for quite some time. We have been watching the cell for quite some time. There is a debris signature here right now. Tornado on the ground. Tornado on the ground with this cell as it approaches Bowler, Neopit, Middle Village, and Zora. So if you're in those areas, you need to get in your safe space now. Need to go. Now is the time to go. That is a debris signature. ZDR backs it up 100%. That is a debris signature. Spectrum width, I mean, there's been a lot of turbulence near that area, so it's unsurprising to me. Oh, the debris signature just went lower. Yeah, it's still there. Still ongoing. Still quite the debris signature at that. So yeah, this is still a tornado ongoing right now, in progress. Heading towards Zor, Neopit, and Middle Village. So this is in Wisconsin. If you're in these areas, you need to get in your safe space right now. Underground, or lowest and innermost part of your building. Particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Alright, so guys, we need to continue to share this information. Once again, another tornado in progress. Copy the link to the live stream, put it on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. That way we may be able to get this information out to more and more people on YouTube and social media. Essentially helping me spread the information. If you hit that thumbs up button down below, you actually help me get this out to more people too. Because there's going to be people who are going to go on to social media, onto YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, and they're going to see this stuff. They're going to see what we're doing here, and they're going to want to know more because some of them could be living in these areas. Some people, they could be, they could know people who live within these areas. That's the big thing here. So please share this information if you haven't already as possible with as many people as you can. But yeah, that is a debris signature, 100%. Looks like the debris signature is actually starting to fan out a little bit, so maybe a little bit of a brief tornado. We'll have to see within the next velocity scan as to what it does. But still, I mean, it is still on the ground. It is still on the ground at this time. Interesting. No, it still looks like it's trying to stay on the ground, in my honest opinion. The velocities may have weakened a little bit, but I still believe that this thing could potentially try and still make a run to stay on the ground. I think that would be the case, honestly. Yeah, I think that is still the case. There's still the cell near Bryant and Antigo, as well as Deerbrook. That storm still looks like it's trying to rotate. The actual storm to watch would be over near Deerbrook, but we might be seeing a new supercell that's trying to develop on the southeastern side near Bryant. Might be a new supercell that's trying to develop over there. If that's the case, Hollister and Lily could also be impacted here in the near future. I would definitely watch out for that. But yeah, that's definitely a tornado vortex signature. Might also see a new tornado warning here soon for areas north of Wapaka. I would not be surprised if that was the case, actually. Potentially a new tornado warning that would include Manawa, Bear Creek, Simcoe, Sugarbush, Clintonville, that general area. If you know anyone who lives over there, I would tell them to get into their safe space as well, because there could potentially be some tornadic weather over there. Maybe a brief spin up. Maybe a brief spin up here within the line. You can see if we go to the regular velocities, please. There you go. So we have a lot of these very strong damaging winds here in the blue that's moving towards the radar. And then you have the slower greens that are moving towards the radar as well. So what ends up happening is that this thing overlaps, more or less. So the overlapping characteristic of the winds creates counterclockwise rotation. You can see that right there. A lot of the pinks are moving towards the radar. Greens and grays moving, or reds moving away from the radar. Greens and grays moving towards, right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. So that's what we got here as of this moment. We have one right there, and then we have another area of rotation over here near West Bloomfield, as well as Fremont. That could be potentially something to watch here as this gets closer and closer. So I would tell them to get in their safe space if you're over in Fremont, Medina, Hortonville, due to the fact that this storm could be trying, to intensify more and more and potentially even produce a tornado over in that area. So we got 3 areas that are tornadic, one of which are actually producing a tornado at this time. Might actually be fanning out now, so we still have a little teeny bit of a tornado north of Bowler, but the debris signature is starting to fan out a little bit, and the debris is actually scattered a lot more. So even though the tornado is not on the ground right now, I'm going to ask you all the question, say if you lived over in Zor or Neopit, if the tornado was lifting debris and it was keeping it suspended up in the air, if the tornado's not there, what happens to the debris? The short answer will be it'll fall down. And if you're outside trying to find out if everything's all right, there's a good chance you could be hit by flying debris. And obviously, if that hits you in the head, it might be, lights out. So, new tornado warning.
For northeastern Waushara County in central Wisconsin, southeastern Wapaka County in northeastern Wisconsin, Outagamie County in northeastern Wisconsin.
They did pull the trigger on the Fremont cell, I believe. I believe that is Fremont. No, that's West Bloomfield. Yeah, Fremont. So they did pull the trigger on that cell 100%. That is a new tornado warning. Potential tornado that could be trying to develop heading towards Fremont. Once again, if you're in Fremont, you're in immediate danger, and you need to get in your safe space underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. So Fremont, areas along, that would be State Highway 96 and US Highway 45, south of New London and near New London. You need to get in your safe space right now, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. Eventually, this will also head off towards Hortonville, Medina. That might be a debris signature as well. It looks to me That could potentially be a debris signature as well. Maybe another tornado that developed. Let's treat it like it's a tornado on the ground. Safe than sorry. Fremont, you need to get in your safe space right now. Immediate danger as a potential tornado is on the ground. All right, potential tornado is on the ground and moving on through. Looks like the cell north and east of Wapaka actually did produce a tornado, believe it or not. Looks, well, it's hard to say. I'm actually going to say no as of right now. Probably, it definitely could have. Well, yeah, potential tornado within that. Potential tornado that was north and east of Wapaka. But yeah, Fremont, that definitely is a tornado. 100% tornado on the ground. Probably, more than likely.
Crap.
And this is going to be heading off towards the Hortonville, the New London area, as well as Greenville, Medina, Macville, as well as Shiocton as well. So if you know anyone who lives near New London, Hortonville, Medina, Macville, Shiocton, as well as Fremont in Wisconsin, you need to tell them get in their safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of their building. I mean, it's hard to say. It's hard to say if it actually is on the ground right now. The big thing here is that I would treat it as if it's a tornado on the ground. Every single time a tornado warning is issued, I have to treat it like there's a tornado on the ground. More or less because I don't know. I mean, you know, there's only so much radar can tell us. So, need to watch out for that. Need to watch out for that 100%. But yeah, that is more than likely a tornado. That was right near Fremont. Good chance that it wasn't either, but just, you need to take it seriously regardless, as this thing could have definitely produced a tornado. Also could potentially still be a storm that could try and produce a tornado near the Manawa areas. Manawa in Wisconsin. I would not be surprised if they issued a tornado warning for that cell, because I actually do think that that potentially could be trying to put down a tornado still, if it hasn't already. It's got some very strong velocities for it being along the line, very strong spectrum width, indicating there was more than likely some form of turbulence. So Manawa, as well as Simcoe, Bear Creek, Clintonville, Sugarbush, as well as areas near Navarino and Embarrass, I would highly recommend telling them to get into a safe space, into a sturdy structure, underground or lowest innermost part of their building, particularly a bathroom or closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. We have our sky cam right above us. That is over in Appleton. We'll fix that up so that you guys may be able to see. But it looks like the actual tornadic rotation is going to head just to the north of Appleton and Neenah. But you guys are also going to be hit by some hurricane force winds, more than likely. At least the further north you actually are, the higher likelihood you have of getting hit by the said hurricane force winds. So if you're in Appleton and Neenah, I would highly recommend getting indoors and staying away from windows, specifically getting into the innermost part of your building, as there definitely could be some activity over there in your general vicinity. Someone said new tornado watch for northern Michigan. That is the case. A few tornadoes possible. 50-20 probs. 50-20 tornado probs. So that's going to be kind of interesting. I will have to move my radar over to Marquette, won't I? Yeah, I will. So what we're going to do is we're going to move Des Moines' radar over. And then probably going to move Twin Cities down to Des Moines. I know I could have just kept Des Moines and just moved Twin Cities down, but oh well. That is de-alias to all get out. Morgan, that's gone. Just take a look at Green Bay's radar and look at the velocities.
Oh, that's great. Yeah, that's lovely.
Go to wind profile. Check wind profile. So go to de-alias settings and then use wind profile. That's the only way. So you can check that on and off. and it actually will give you a better idea and stuff like that. That's what I do. That still probably is a tornado or a potential tornado near Manoa. That could still potentially be a tornado near Manoa. That is a damage threat, destructive, severe thunderstorm warning for Appleton and north of Appleton. So as I said, more than likely hurricane force winds.
Northeastern Wapaka County in northeastern Wisconsin, northwestern Allegheny County in northeastern Wisconsin, central Shawano County in northeastern Wisconsin.
Tornado warning for Manoa, Bear Creek, Sugar Bush, and Simcoe. All right, so we've been on that one. Appleton, if you're in Appleton, I highly recommend you get indoors and stay away from windows. All right, get into a sturdy structure because there's a good chance that hurricane force winds could be coming near your area or north of that. So Hortonville, Medina, Greenville, Mackville, you need to get indoors and stay away from windows. Treat it like a tornado warning. You're already in a tornado warning, but like treat it as if it's a tornado on the ground because that could definitely be a storm that, you know, consistently could be a real issue. Yeah, I still think the cell near Simcoe could be trying to develop a tornado. It's a lot of inflow, so it's hard to say for certain, but I still do believe that there is a threat of this thing still, you know, putting down a tornado over here near Bear Creek. So you need to get in your safe space as well. Once again, underground or lowest innermost part of your building with that one. That might also be really interesting with that supercell near Lily and Deerbrook, the northernmost tornado warning. That'll be something interesting to watch out for in the future. Just for reference, that'll be heading off towards Lily, Pearson, Hollister, Wabeno, as well as Carter, Townsend, and Mole Lake. If you live in those areas, you need to get into your safe space underground or lowest innermost part of your building with that one. But yeah, big issue here. Appleton. I'm going to change my thing here. There we go. We've updated the title of the stream. Okay, so de-alias just kind of froze again. Uncheck wind profile, and it's fixed. Very good, very good. That is how you navigate de-aliasing, ladies and gentlemen. That is how you make sure you get good data still. Yeah, Simcoe doesn't look like it's on the ground right now, but it looks like it's, you know, at some point it either was or it was creating a lot of very strong damaging winds. So need to watch out for this very, very closely, in my honest opinion. The camera in Appleton is starting to see some stuff in the distance. This is going to be really interesting. But we have 6 tornado warnings and 2 damage threat, destructive, severe thunderstorm warnings that have been issued for hurricane force winds and or tornadoes. Actually 80 mile per hour winds and potentially tornadoes. So please be sure. All right, if you know anyone who lives in these areas, Appleton, Green Bay, north of that near Pulaski, Shawano, I should say, Kashena, areas north of that along Highway 141 and 41 towards the Marinette general area, you need to tell them to get in their safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible, because this is a serious situation. This storm could definitely try to put down a tornado and create some very strong damaging winds. We also have some activity down here near the Poinet and the Portage area. A lot of strong damaging winds and spotty hail over there. So that's going to continue to be the case over there. Anywhere along I-39 north of Portage, so well north of Portage, I think you guys are in a good position, in a very good position to be safe from the tornadic activity at this time. I do believe you guys are in the clear from the tornadic activity. I would stay indoors as of right now, but if you have anything that you want to do inside, you guys can get out of your sturdy structure, or, well, I should probably not the sturdy structure if you're in like some form of, like storm cellar. But if you are in like a basement, you can get out of your basement. Just stay away from windows is my main thing, and you guys should be fine in my honest opinion. Tornado warning that was up near Antigo and Lily and Hollister has expired. It has been the top of the, well, I guess it is the top of the hour. So that is kind of gone here now. But now, the unfortunate thing is this storm that has tornado warnings near Appleton with a damaged, destructive, severe thunderstorm warning for 80-mile-per-hour winds is now surging towards Green Bay. It is now getting closer and closer to Green Bay. And, this is a serious situation. If you know anyone who lives near Appleton or north of Appleton in Wisconsin or in Green Bay, you need to tell them to take their proper precautions, get underground, or get into your lowest and innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. So Bear Creek, Sugar Bush, Navarino, Nichols, Black Creek, New London, Hortonville, Mackville, Seymour, Pulaski, Bondul, as well as Green Bay, Anston, Swamico, as well as Sobieski and Krakow. You guys need to go ahead and get into your safe space because we're starting to get into a significant situation here right now. New tornado warning.
Tornado warning for
Lily.
South Central Forest County in northeastern Wisconsin, northern Oconto County in northeastern Wisconsin, northeastern Langlade County in north central Wisconsin.
Yeah, they might have forgot about the cell that was over in Lily, so it was allowed to expire, and then they issued a new tornado warning. For good reason, of course. Real quickly, I just want to get to some supporters here before we get right back into it, because I don't want to talk about it too much. But I do want to actually shout out to the people who have supported the channel here over the past few hours. Let's see, Heart and Soul with the 20, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Everyone say thank you to Heart and Soul. Rob Thomas with the 1, thank you so much. Heart and Soul with the 5, again, thank you so much. Really do appreciate it. Heart and Soul with the 5 again. I'm happy you're safe, actually, in Spring Green. Let me actually take a look to see if Spring Green will continue to be impacted. I think you guys should be fine if that's the case. Spring Green, Wisconsin. That is over there. Yeah, you guys should be fine. You guys are good. So, yeah, be safe out there. Glad you guys weren't impacted. And I hope you're doing well. Heart and Soul with the 2 says, can you check Spring Green? Oh, I just... there you go. Let's go back to the cross, show you specifically. Spring Green is down here. And they're just getting a lot of scattered showers and thunderstorms for the most part. So you guys are out of the tornado risk. I still think you guys are going to still get damaging winds and spotty hail. And you guys might see a little tornado risk later on. But as of right now, you're out of the immediate threat, which is the good news there. And Mark, Weatherman Plus, with the 50. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. It really does mean a lot. God bless you. As it really does mean a lot to my channel, and you're a constant supporter of the channel. It really does mean a lot to me. So thank you so much, Mark. That really does mean a lot to me. God bless you, my friend. God bless you. Yeah, these storms are now starting to go right next to Appleton. Here's the Appleton sky camera here, and it's looking due west, I believe. You can see that the camera does not like to stay up for an elongated period of time, so that's unfortunate. But you can see the shelf cloud right within there. Shelf cloud, and then the absorbent amount of rain that's right within that area. So we do have quite a lot of activity over there. I want to see, I do believe that there is a sky camera over in Green Bay. Yeah, there you go. It's near the Neville Public Museum. So we'll be able to see this storm as it approaches. I don't know why this is not full screening, unfortunately. Yeah, that is not full screening, so we'll have to probably zoom in, try and see what we can get with that. There you go. A little bit better with the zoom. That's better. So we can actually tell what's going on with that. No thank you for the updates, but let's go half and half screen. And once again, we have a storm with hurricane force winds and the potential for it to produce a tornado approaching Green Bay right now. All right, so if you know anyone who lives near Green Bay, you need to tell them get in their safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. So we're going to update that there right now. New tornado warning has been issued.
Tornado warning for southern Green Lake County in south central Wisconsin, western Fond du Lac County in east central Wisconsin, northeastern Columbia County in south central Wisconsin, southeastern Marquette County in south central Wisconsin, northwestern Dodge County in southeastern Wisconsin.
So potentially a new area of rotation that is developing over near the Cambria, the Friesland, and the Randolph areas, as well as Fox Lake over here in south central portions of Wisconsin. So if you know anyone who lives over there, eventually down towards, that would be the Waupun area, the Oakfield, the Lamartine areas, as well as the Alto, Brandon, Markeson, and the Kingston area, you guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions over here and get into a sturdy structure. All right, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. But yeah, this storm continues to show signs of rotation, of it trying to be tornadic. So that's the main thing here that we gotta, try and note, is that because this thing has been relatively consistent, this thing could try and put down a tornado later on. So that's the reason why they issued the tornado warning. Once again, Waupun, Fox Lake, Randolph, Cambria, Friesland, Markeson, and Alto and Brandon here in Wisconsin. You need to get in your safe space right now, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. All right, going back to Green Bay here, as we do have a storm that is trying to spin up a new area, potentially a new tornado that could try and develop south of Highway 54, approaching Black Creek and Seymour. If you know anyone that lives near Black Creek and Seymour, as well as Nichols, because there could be another area of rotation near Nichols that's trying to develop, you need to tell them get in their safe space right now, and that might actually be producing a tornado. That might be a tornado. It's possible. It looks more like inflow to me, but it is possible that there could potentially be a tornado or two that's approaching the Nichols, Black Creek, and Seymour area, as well as Navarino. So you need to tell people. You need to tell people over here, if you know anyone who lives over there, tell them to get into a sturdy structure, all right? Because this is a serious situation. Not only is there tornadoes going to be moving on through, but you also see this very dark polygon, this kind of brownish polygon. This is actually a damage threat, destructive, severe thunderstorm warning that is warned for 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts. 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts. That's insane right there in its own right. And the fact that it also is paired with the potential of tornadoes within it, you just got to get into a sturdy structure, or else there's a good chance you will be impacted significantly by the storm. So please, if you haven't already, get into a sturdy structure and stay away from windows. So this is near Green Bay, all right? I'm sure everyone has heard of Green Bay, Wisconsin. I'm not sure if they know exactly where Green Bay, Wisconsin is, but Green Bay, Wisconsin is well north of Milwaukee. So Milwaukee's down here and Milwaukee's north of Chicago. Green Bay is over here on the western side of Lake Michigan, all right? So if you know anyone that lives near Green Bay or west of Green Bay or north of Green Bay, all right? Black Creek, Seymour, Nichols, Navarino, Pulaski, Anston, as well as Swamico, as well as Sobieski, Abrams, Krakow, Green Valley, Bondul, and Lunds. You need to tell them get in their safe space because this storm is going to probably produce a tornado, or at least attempt to try and produce a tornado from the looks of it. Regardless, very strong damaging winds. We're so close to the radar now that we're only looking up about 1,000 feet above the radar. And you can see here, we have about 100-mile-per-hour winds above radar level. You see these dark blue areas right here? These dark blue areas? This right here is about 100-mile-per-hour winds, 1,000 feet above radar level. That's how significant this storm is. All right, so besides the fact that this thing could be trying to produce tornadoes, besides the fact that this thing could be producing just normal severe thunderstorm winds from 60-mile-per-hour winds and above, you could have wind gusts, hypothetically, in upwards of 90 to almost 100 mile per hour, 100 miles per hour within this area. That's how significant this is. So you need to tell people, I'm going to keep saying it over and over again. If you know anyone who lives over here, you need to tell them to really get into their safe space. All right. Copy the link to the live stream if you haven't already. Share this on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. That way we may be able to continue to spread this out with more and more people. And by hitting the thumbs up button down below, you actually help me get this information out to more and more people on YouTube, essentially helping me spread the information, because that's what we're going to want to do here. All right, plain and simple. We are trying to get this information out to more and more people who live within these areas. Antigo seems to be in the clear as of right now. Antigo seems to be in the clear. But Lily, as well as Wabano and Carter over here in Wisconsin. This is well north of Green Bay. Almost approaching the Michigan-Wisconsin border. This storm continues to show characteristics of it being tornadic. So if you know anyone who lives near Lily, Carter, Wabano, Townsend, as well as Hollister here in Wisconsin, you need to tell them get in their safe space as well, underground or lowest innermost part of their building. There it is, BCGN. Classic. Going down to, I think, Green Bay's radar. Yeah, that cell near Black Creek probably could be trying to put down a tornado. Would not be surprised if it actually did put down a tornado temporarily. But Black Creek, Seymour, you guys are in immediate danger of a potential tornado. Need to get in your safe space. Navarino and Lunds, as well as Nichols, Bondul, and Angelica and Pulaski. You guys are also in immediate danger of a potential tornado within your area. So get in your safe space as well. Any confirmed tornado so far? Yep, there was a significant tornado earlier on. That would be over near Toma. Which I still can't believe I called. Well, I can really believe it because it was a little easier to predict. But, I mean, we said there was going to be a tornado over right near the intersection of 90 and 94 and along State Highway 21. We said that's where the tornado was going to be. And guess what do you know? That's where the tornado was. Yeah, that cell in Black Creek is, yeah, that's probably going to try and produce a tornado if it isn't already. That also might be a tornado near Freedom. That might be a tornado on the ground right now near Freedom. That will head towards Green Bay. That will head towards Green Bay. That will head towards Green Bay if that's the case. So Green Bay, all right, I'm assuming they're probably going to issue a tornado warning here soon for this cell. I'll actually go full screen here so you guys don't see all the weird stuff with this. But they're probably going to issue a tornado warning here soon in Green Bay. The tornado warning actually just expired. So they probably will, yes, issue a new tornado warning, more than likely. Someone told me to check Twitter. Yeah, Mercedes. Some of those pictures of tornadoes, those were not from this storm. The Journal Times actually sent pictures of one in Nebraska that occurred in 2015, just for reference. 2015? No, 2014. 2014. So just that for reference. Yeah, it looks like it's trying to put down a tornado right over, right near Seymour. That's what it looks like to me, and I think it actually did put down a tornado. It's so close if that's the case. Might be a little displaced, but yeah, I do believe that there could be a chance that Seymour gets hit by a tornado here. Big time severe thunderstorm warning for Green Bay. Look at that. Damage threat considerable severe thunderstorm warning across the board. That's absolutely insane. That's a huge severe thunderstorm warning. But yeah, I do believe that there could potentially be a tornado that's approaching Seymour right now. Could potentially, yeah, there's the new tornado warning. Seymour and Green Bay. There it is. There's the new tornado warning. There's the new box. It'll sound out here in a second because it hasn't sounded off yet. It'll sound out here in a second. You'll hear it. It'll update. But that is a new tornado warning for Green Bay. And for good reason, too. This is the cell that we've been watching the most. I just threw my mouse on accident.
Tornado warning for northern Brown County in northeastern Wisconsin, northeastern Outagamie County in northeastern Wisconsin.
So tornado warning for Green Bay. A new tornado warning there as well.
Tornado warning for southern Oconto County in northeastern Wisconsin, eastern Chewano County in northeastern Wisconsin.
That's an extension for Pulaski too, so they added a new tornado warning up there as well for Pulaski. So a bunch of different tornado warnings here, and for good reason. They need to issue every single thing that moves on this line. I mean, just things are transitioning so quickly. So guys, we need to spread this information with as many people as possible if we haven't already. All right, this is approaching. I mean, it's been going through populous areas already, but it is now approaching a really populous area of Green Bay, Wisconsin. And that might be on the ground.
Is on the ground. Should be on the ground at least.
That's what I'm thinking.
I'm waiting for 0.9 scan verification. See if there is. Because that's really the key.
Yeah, it just went straight through Seymour.
It goes straight through Seymour, or is it further east? Because that's one giant thing.
It probably went on the southern side of Seymour, but it definitely went through a portion of Seymour. Definitely went through a portion.
I like how they issued a marine warning like an hour in advance.
Yeah, they typically do that. Yeah, Anston, Swamico, Harvard, Hobart need to get in your safe space right now. This one definitely, there's a good chance this one could be on the ground.
Oh, yeah,
confirmed. Confirmed.
Yep.
That's the northern one. Confirmed tornado warning from weather spotters.
That one also is. But I believe this other one is too. I have 0.8 verification.
Tornado on the ground. Just change the title. Just change the title. This entire line across the board is just rotating so much. And yeah, I'm not too surprised. Oh, that latest scan. Yeah, that's a debris signature. 100% tornado on the ground that went through Seymour. Tornado on the ground. Velocities kind of became a little bit more linear, but that is a debris ball. That is an actual debris ball. Holy, there's the debris ball right there, chat. There's the debris ball on radar. That is a tornado on the ground heading straight for western Green Bay near Howard and Hobart. Sorry?
I think there's two of them.
Tornado
might all be the same one.
Northeastern Green Lake County in south central Wisconsin.
Maybe.
Associated with two separate rotations. I think there's multiple.
Could be a chance. That very well could be the case too.
So if you guys are in areas north of the Schwabenon, northwest of Green Bay, and like the Howard vicinity, Swamico, those areas that are particularly along United States Route 141, State Route it's 29, I think. Just off the top of my head, I'm not even looking.
There's the debris signature right there, chat. Right along the velocities.
A lot of stuff to be taken into account if you guys are in the northern and western areas of Green Bay. A lot of things that you need to take into account.
Red's moving away, green's moving towards right there. Yeah,
I mean, think there are two.
There could be a chance to where there could be 2 tornadoes right within that area. It definitely could have been a strong tornado as it went through Seymour as well. We also have to talk about the other cells. Potentially 3 or 4 tornadoes that are along the line approaching Bondul and Highway 29 as well as 55. If you live near Pulaski, Krakow, Green Valley, as well as the Gillett and the Oconto Falls area, as well as Stiles and Abrams, you need to get into your safe space right now, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows. You can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadoes as possible, because there are, according to the spotters, a couple of instances to where there could have been a few tornadoes at the same time ongoing. That is some really strong rotation, but no. Oh yeah, that is. So one of them's a debris signature. One of them's still a tornado in progress. The other rotation on the eastern side, pretty strong, but no cigar. But there is still a tornado. There is still a tornado in progress right now. It's heading for Anniston, as well as Swamico and Howard. If you're in those areas in Wisconsin, you need to get in your safe space because tornadoes on the ground.
Yeah, I see what you're talking about with the secondary thing. I have a feeling that will be down shortly. I think that is what was the secondary rotation that I was talking about that was also producing a tornado. I believe they are either both actively producing or will be producing. Nonetheless, the one that is directly east of Seymour is on the ground right now. It does have the ZDR verification and it has the correlation coefficient verification, and we are waiting on the one that's just to the northeast of that would possibly be going on a beeline towards areas like Howard, so I'd be watching out for that.
I just realized the traffic cameras that are over.
Oh, crap.
We could use the traffic cameras. Trying to see if I can see anything. Show video. Nothing with that. I think this camera near...
That's useless.
I think this camera, the northernmost camera that's looking southeast, might be something of use because they might turn that camera around. We'll actually do a double screen. So that camera is in Green Bay. It's actually north of Green Bay along Highway 141. And we'll probably be able to see if a tornado goes through. We'll probably be able to see it with this camera. But yeah, tornado warning for Green Bay. If you know anyone that lives near or north of Green Bay, you need to tell them get in their safe space right now.
Nate, go ahead and look at the one 29 at the county FF. It's the one to the farthest northwest along 29.
What, the camera?
A lot of rain sheets on that camera. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
You look at that one, I'll monitor other ones.
Yeah. This might be... Oh, that's a big debris signature. Big debris signature.
No, I think it's inflow.
No, well... No.
Yeah.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Go reflectivity.
Oh, the south. Oh, jeez.
That's big debris signature. Camera just died out. Big debris signature.
Did that just pop out of nowhere, or is that the one that was...
That's the one. It's been there.
Yeah, Howard safe space yesterday. And
Howard.
It's areas surrounding to the north and east. Oh, that camera that I showed you just died.
Yeah, it did.
That's nice.
I want to see if the camera that's along 141
turned. No.
Yeah, I'm just gonna keep that right there. If the tornado does form, it's gonna be south. It's gonna be south of the camera, or it's gonna be right on top of the camera. So we might as well watch it. But that's a big time tornado right now. Big time tornado that's moving on through Howard. This is west of Green Bay. All right, so we have a confirmed tornado on the ground right now that is heading through and is going over Highway 29 right now. We also have a new rotation that's developing behind this.
Look at the one on 29 in Pamper and Park. It's looking directly east.
29. Well, that's directly east, though.
Or west. West, sorry. Camera's shaking to crap. I'm trying to see if I can make something out. But I see brake lights. And the visibility just went to crap. So that may be the tornado. And that camera just died.
That sounds about right.
All of them are just like...
Yeah, I think Lineville's probably the best way to go. Just sitting here, watch it as it approaches. But that's a new area of rotation that's developing north of Onieta. Once again, Anston, Swamico, Howard, areas on the western side of Green Bay and the northern side of Green Bay. You need to get in your safe space because there's a good chance that there's a tornado on the ground and it's moving on through. We have it from radar, more than likely on the ground according to radar.
I'm kind of skeptical. Just looking up in higher tilts. Is there anything...
Oh no, that is the one that's due west of Howard. That one is a tornado. There's a new area of rotation, however, north of Onieta. That one's going to be something interesting to watch in the future. Maybe a new tornado that can develop there. Why did this camera just cut out?
CC.
Not on that new rotation, I don't. Why are these cameras power outage? Question mark?
Probably 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts going on with this.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't see too much with that on the sky cameras. So unfortunately, the camera's kind of cut out at the worst possible time.
Yeah, thanks much. All right.
Yeah, for real. New velocity scan might be gusting out. New area of rotation near Green Valley. Might be seeing something sig here soon. Might be seeing something significant north of Green Bay near the Aconto Falls, the Lena, and the Stiles area, as well as Gillett. Because that's a new area of rotation that's developing near Green Valley.
Won't be yet because it just merged, but in the near term, possibly.
Yeah, traffic cameras died. So let's go full to radar. Best thing that we can use for right now. Big storm that's moving through Green Bay right now. As I said, if you know anyone who lives in Green Bay, you need to tell them get into a safe space. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building. Particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows. So you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation or significant storm as possible. Reports of a tornado. Observed tornado touchdown in Navarino. So that was the reason why the northern tornado warning got confirmed. There's also, so the supercell that was up north near White Lake and Lily Morgan, it disintegrated.
Nice.
There's also a new area of rotation developing along the line just due east of where it disintegrated. So they might issue a new tornado warning for like Wasaki and Amberg and Athelstan, that general area. 2 areas of rotation. But it really just disintegrated off the face of the earth. Jeez. Just updated the tornado warnings there. I also want to take a look at the tornado warnings down near Green Lake and Brandon. I don't see a whole lot of rotation with that. I see a lot of strong damaging winds for the most part. So that's kind of the good news with that. Not really too significant there, but just something to note. Still a lot of activity with that storm. Pretty high values of ZDR within that area. But it is pretty far away from the radar. Go back to Milwaukee. Definitely bits and bobs of rotation over there. But I don't see too much. Very much so a strong damaging wind threat. There is storms that are approaching north of Madison towards the Columbus and Beaver Dam area. So I'd be mindful of those. A lot of large hail from that, actually. You can see the maximum expected hail size. Over 2 inches in diameter possible, according to the algorithm from radar. So that'd be something to note. 100%. Power is out near Seymour. That makes sense. Hey Morgan, can you find a scanner over there in Green Bay?
You know, I've been trying, but
Seymour
Broadcastify's not being my friend. It's not what I wanted to. Hello? Where is this? I can't. Oh my gosh. Broadcastify. Green Bay. That is down. That's nice. There we go. Merry Christmas.
Lambo Cam. Yeah, so that's not live. That's unfortunate.
It is for me. I don't know what.
No. This other's camera.
Oh.
Get your phones out, 'cause Wendy's too.
Yeah, cell near Acanto Falls now is probably putting down a tornado. It's going to try to put down a tornado here soon. So Acanto Falls, Styles, Lena, get in your safe space right now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building. 59-mile-per-hour wind gusts in Green Bay.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours. Wendy's app account registration required. Not valid with any other coupon or offer. A la carte only. No substitution. Single item at regular price.
Can you please page me out a duty crew when you have time?
I wonder. We also have Bayshore Park over here near Benderville. So this line that's approaching.
Nate.
Yeah.
Athelstane is gone. It's barely even a thing. It just went.
Jeez.
Tornado
over the
warning
span
for
of a few
northern
minutes.
Marinette County in northeastern Wisconsin.
That is the weakest storm I've probably seen right now, and
nope, latest scan. Athelstan just went velocity. Oh geez, gone.
New tornado warning just issued for that.
Gone. That could have been a potential significant tornado there too. It looks like the storm is moving north. So that would be Athelstan, Amberg, and areas west of that. Let me see if I can find something with Omega here, because there isn't really a whole lot of roads over there. Yeah, Athelstan, Marionette County Forest. So luckily, it doesn't look like there's too many people there, but County Road C. Anywhere near County Road C. In that area, north of basically Mountain, northwest or northeast of Lakewood, west of Athelstan, west of Cedarville, west of Amber, potentially a significant tornado over there that's ongoing at this time. You need to get in your safe space right now, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Morgan, that's the cell that I called out that was like, what, west? So I said it was like east of the decaying cell. Is like there's a couple area of rotations over there. Yeah, it's still there. And maybe a new area of rotation over here near Wasaki and Middle Inlet.
Sorry. I think that's quite valid. Yeah, I think that's a very valid thesis.
Yeah, I think.
Do I have any reason to still have lacrosse up? Probably not. No.
Probably not.
Yeah, switch to Marquette.
Confirmed. Confirmed. Radar confirmed. They've officially confirmed it. So yeah, another tornado on the ground. Once again, Middle Inlet, Wasaki, as well as Athelstan and Amberg. If you're in those areas, you need to get in your safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. These purple circles, this tells me what is happening with these storms, what environment they're in, how much energy and wind shear there is. However, the purple polygons are confirmed tornado warnings. So that's kind of what we got right now. 2 confirmed tornado warnings at this time. So big time event with this one.
41, we're gonna have to start pushing them over, all the way over to the far right. 10-4. 1139 north flat.
My radar for free radars. But it's not as good as this. Like, there isn't anything. It's just velocities and reflectivity. So if you just search my radar, you'll find it.
Copy. After you check that one, can you check 1256 north flat?
Just pop my neck in front of everyone. I'm sure everyone heard those cracks.
Yes, I did.
Copy, will do.
Yeah, that's a huge debris signature that just popped up over the past few scans. It looks like our camera over here near Bayshore Park in Wisconsin, north and east of Green Bay, is starting to see something interesting. Look at that. Big shelf cloud that's starting to move on through here. You see there's a car here. He's considering the following. I'd be considering the following too. A lot of bugs around here. That's weird enough. But yeah, really interesting shelf cloud that's moving on through with that. We'll check back on that storm here in a bit. That actually has a bit of rotation, believe it or not.
Warning for southern Marinette County in northeastern Wisconsin, southern Oconto County in northeastern Wisconsin.
Okay, so...
tornado warning for bookend vortices.
Yeah.
Long 141 near Oconto and Peshtigo.
Yeah, that's that same cell.
Yep.
Oh, look at the rain here, chat. Look at the rain race across. Look at this. Look at this here, guys. Look at that. Look at this here, guys. That's at the Bayshore Park. And there's actually some rotation within that area, but not super strong ones. But I mean, look at that.
Copy. Fire is out. Power's out in the area.
Jeez.
Attack channel. First one, I believe it was attack 12, correct?
You're in Swano? Or Schwano? Let me take a look and see if,
Queen Mary.
if you guys are out of the risk. Schwano. You guys, from the looks of it, yeah, you guys are out of the risk for right now. You guys are good. You guys are good. Earlier, there was a bunch of tornadic stuff that moved on through your area. A lot of strong damaging winds. As of right now, you guys are good. But look at that wind that just surged on through there. in Benderville. My goodness, we'll keep that up above us because that's an amazing shot, more or less. Very strong damaging winds that are now approaching the Sturgeon Bay area, so I would watch out for that. But still, cells over here near Athelstan. A lot of debris within that area, a lot of fan out. New tornado warning.
Tornado warning for central Marinette County in northeastern Wisconsin.
So they basically issued the tornado warning for the Wasaki cell that we were talking about near Middle Inlet. If you're near Wasaki, if you're near Middle Inlet, you need to get in your safe space as well. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. This is also going to be west of Stevenson and Daggett, so west of Highway 41 in Michigan. So if you know anyone who lives over there, they need to take their proper precautions as well, as they are going to see a tornado warning here soon from the Marquette National Weather Service. So please be sure, if you haven't already, get into your safe space now, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. If you know anyone who lives in those areas, please tell them to get into their safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of their building. But a lot of these storms, they're going to create quick spin-ups across the board. And, you know, fortunately, we've been able to see this cell a mile away. We saw that there was a little bit of rotation near the Athelstan area. There was also the developing rotation near Middle Inlet. And so you can see the reds are the winds moving away from the radar, greens moving towards. So that was the tornado over there near Athelstan. It also had a debris signature after one scan. You can see the big blue ball that just shows up on screen. So that shows stuff that's not rain. Whenever you see blue and stuff like that, it's either hail, debris, air, bugs, birds, and stuff like that. And in this case, if it's paired up with a lowering ZDR, so the grays and ZDR that align over the blues on correlation coefficient, and you also have the velocities that pair on top of it, that is a debris signature indicating a tornado in progress. And so now we have a similar situation. We have our velocities here, our reds moving away, greens moving towards the radar, and the radar is down over in Green Bay for reference down there. And as this continues to progress further, we have a tornado warning here for Wasaki, and the rotation's kind of died out a little bit, but there's actually a new area of rotation that might be trying to develop near Athelstan as well. So these cells are not out of it, all right? Not out of the question. A potential bookend vortex over there that could try and continue to develop. So, yeah, Amberg, Pembine, I think it's Pembine. The thing is actually covering it. Yeah, Pembine, Dunbar, that general area over there in Wisconsin, near the border of Wisconsin and Michigan. You need to get in your safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows. You can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. So if you haven't already, please be sure to share this information with more and more people. All right, we're trying to get this information out to more and more people on social media, so that way we may be able to continue to, you know, spread the news of what all is happening right now. If we can continue to do so, then hopefully we may be able to influence people's decisions on what exactly is happening. So, you know, hopefully we try to save lives here. But the big thing here is you guys making that decision as to what exactly happens when a storm comes near your way. So please be sure, if you haven't already, to get into your safe space if you haven't already. And if you know anyone who lives in those areas, tell them to get in their safe space, or share this live stream with them so that we can tell them to do so. So Sturgeon Bay is up next. Sturgeon Bay is up next. If you know anyone that lives near Marionette or Sturgeon Bay, you need to tell them get into their safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of their building. Now, obviously, they probably don't have underground facilities over there, so get into a sturdy structure and get into the lowest innermost part of your building. All right, that's the big thing there. All right, lowest innermost part of your building. As there are two cells that could potentially be tornadic, one of which that is currently over the water. I believe this is Sturgeon Bay, if they named this all Sturgeon Bay. And then the other one near Aconto, approaching the Marionette area. So if you know anyone who lives in those general vicinities, you need to tell them to get in their safe space. So please be sure to share it. And by hitting that thumbs up button down below, you actually help me get this out to more and more people on YouTube, essentially helping me spread the information. That's just how it works. So please be sure to do that. But yeah, big time storms moving on through. The cell near Athelstan continues to show that there is a little bit of sign of tornadic activity. Yeah, definitely a brief tornado. Even if you're in Athelstane, just because the tornado was short-lived does not mean that you can get out of your safe space, all right? If you guys can guess, this tornado picked up debris and it shot it in the air, and it's been keeping it in the air for its entire lifespan. But what happens when the tornado disintegrates? What happens when it dies out? What happens to that debris? Well, the debris is not being held up anymore, therefore it falls down to the ground, and it can hit you. It can hit people. So don't go outside trying to figure out, hey, am I safe? What's going on? Get into your safe space. That's the big thing there.
As soon as we get a list together of all the intersections that the power lights are over, streets requesting that I call them back to the list. They are enrolled with temporary stop signs to Mason and military. Is that TAC 12?
The camera that you see above us now, I finally got a new camera. That's in Sturgeon Bay. So Sturgeon Bay actually has... actually, is there another camera here that I can get? Yeah, that's in Sturgeon Bay. I don't know what this camera is looking at specifically, but they are definitely considering the following. I'll tell you that. They are definitely considering the following.
695 Shawano Avenue.
Yeah, Amberg, Athelstane, Pembine, Dunbar, get in your safe space. A new tornado is probably developing. A new tornado is probably developing within that 100%.
Copy, Chief. I have Newfeld on my CT. So, dispatch, put me en route to 906 Fisk.
Copy.
Yeah, I don't know what they're going to do with this camera. This camera really is considering the following. So let's go back to the other camera here. Let's go back to the YouTube live stream there. There we go. So now at least we have something. Yeah, Pembine, Dunbar. Gotta get in your safe space right now. Madison's getting hit by strong, severe storms. So areas from Madison all the way up along Highway 151 to Beaver Dam, Warupin, as well as Pond du Lac, and then eventually up towards the Oshkosh area. You guys are all being hit by very strong, damaging winds. Eventually, these storms are going to veer off further and further east, and I would say Milwaukee should probably watch out for this in about an hour and a half to 2 hours. Probably an hour and a half, more than likely. But very strong damaging winds and upwards of 60 to 70 miles per hour with these storms approaching Madison. Gotta get indoors and gotta stay away from windows. Because once again, alright, if these storms produce large hail or if flying debris occurs and the storm, shoots out debris in all sorts of different directions because of the strong damaging winds, it'll go through those walls that you are just so happen to be right next to. So it's all about being safe. Rather safe than sorry. Potential new area of rotation that's heading towards Madison, however, but I don't think that's the case. I think it's fine. I think it's more of a damaging wind threat. So.
We have no cell service on the north end, and we got a lot of damage.
No cell service, a lot of damage reported over in Seymour. A lot of damage reported over near Seymour. Waterloo and Watertown seem to be out of the risk as of this moment.
Fire off a line in a tree, looks like a branch might burn through.
If you're talking about Iowa. Just pop my hand.
There may be a delay due to power lines and trees down.
But for Kansas City, Kansas City is going to see some severe weather. There's actually a storm that's approaching Kansas City, so I might as well look at it. Yeah, still a severe thunderstorm watch for portions of Canada. That's going to be interesting. Yeah, severe thunderstorm warning for the western portions of Kansas City. I'd watch out. Definitely a lot of severe weather. Large hail and strong damaging winds possible with that one. Couple supercells within the line as well.
Did you copy the page that it's the 43 flyover?
Huh.
322, go ahead.
Dispatch.
Excuse me.
This is cable line.
I think I might get my water bottle real quickly in my room. Wait, no, there's a water bottle over there. Let me get my water bottle. 2 seconds.
I'll copy that. You're not taking the phone number.
Go around this, sneak around.
Dispatch 6031 copy the call on 41 and we'll be en route.
Copy 6031.
Oh, there it is. Got it. Got it.
Call.
Here's my water bottle. Got my water bottle. My second water bottle, at least. Got it. Are there any chasers who are considering the following? Chasers always consider the following. They always do. Is Marquette in range of any of these stuff yet? Oh, there is a little storm. Little storm that's trying to produce a tornado over south of Princeton in Michigan. That's pretty interesting. We'll have to come back to that. Interesting showers and thunderstorms are moving through that. New tornado warning.
Tornado warning for southeastern
Sun
Columbia
Prairie,
County
north and
in
east of
south
Madison.
central Wisconsin, northeastern Dane County in south central Wisconsin, western Dodge County in southeastern Wisconsin.
Yeah, there is some rotation with that southern Sun Prairie. So if you know anyone that lives near Sun Prairie, Columbus, areas near Lowell, Reeseville, Kleiman, Juneau, Fall River, they need to get in their safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. There's one there, there's one in Columbus, there's one a lot further north, but there's one in Columbus, there's one in Sun Prairie right now, and you guys need to get in your safe space. Here's the radar. You can see the rain wrapping around just like this into a hook, inflow coming in unimpeded, so this is a bona fide supercell here, well organized at that, so need to get in your safe space. There is a ZDR arc, not a very strong ZDR arc, but it does have a ZDR arc. I'll note to that. So please be sure to get into your safe space if you haven't already. All right, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. You also have another area of rotation even behind this near Maple Bluff. So multiple areas here of rotation here, north and east of Madison. And they will be heading off towards the Reeseville, Lowell, Columbus, Juneau, Beaver Dam area, and then eventually towards Burnett, Horicon, Mayville, Elmira, that general area over there. So I would definitely watch out for this. But yeah, this is a supercell, 100% bona fide supercell. I would watch out. The other cells that are around here doesn't look to be super significant at this time. A lot of strong damaging winds, so that's the good news. And most of this line is now starting to march its way on to Lake Michigan. So we might be starting to get into a lull here in a bit, fortunately.
Vanderpeeren under 172.
Still have that rotation there. Still has that rotation near Pembine, but it's looking pretty... Well, it's not looking pretty high up, actually. It's not too bad.
If you want to assist them, 1720 Western, 1702 Western for fire alarms.
Yeah, there definitely is still something around that area, just not super substantial at this moment. Go back to Green Bay. Both the tornado warnings have been canceled up north, so that's the good news. Marionette, in my opinion, the rotation is kind of weakened a bit, but I still think you guys need to stay in your safe space. Very strong damaging winds regardless can be moving on through. And so that can cause some big issues within your area. So please be sure to get into a sturdy structure and stay away from windows and get into the lowest innermost part of that building. Lowest innermost part of that building. I'm going to look at Twitter, see if I can find stuff. Once again, if you find anything on Twitter, please be sure to @ me at Nate_Snyder.
Engine 6 is at Red Oak.
Please be sure to at me so that I can see what's going on down on the ground.
From back to front of the structure, there is structural damage. Occupants are out of town. However, there is power lines down that need addressing.
Jeez.
Copy, can you take the scene off? Respond on station 1 on EMS.
That's pretty crazy there. Green Bay in the clear. Yeah, not quite yet. From the tornado threat, it looks to be that way. But from the wind and hail threat, not quite yet. Still got a couple of rounds of showers and thunderstorms to go. All right, let's just keep it on this cell right here. Once again, still have quite a bit of rotation with this cell near Sun Prairie as well as Maple Bluff. Might even have some more rotation over near Madison too, which is the interesting thing. But yeah, rotation is starting to get better. Sun Prairie, Maple Bluff, Columbus.
Dispatch out of St. V's, any mileage 4.2.
Fall River, Lowell, Reeseville. Gotta get in your safe space here, guys. Gotta get in your safe space. Sturgeon Bay is about to get hit by these strong storms. That's north and east of Green Bay.
Station 1, 221. Quit dispatch.
So, right above us is Sturgeon Bay. That camera from Sturgeon Bay, so we'll be able to see what happens with that as that moves on through. It'll be pretty interesting, but yeah.
Okay, so that call is cleared then. Alright, you want to raise Med 2, tell them go available then, please?
Fortunately, we only have 2 tornado warnings, so. Oh, that's a ZDR arc for that cell in Maple Bluff. Yeah, that might be the concerning one. Sun Prairie, you need to stay in your safe space still. Sun Prairie, get in your safe space right now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building. And then Columbus. Columbus, Wisconsin needs to get in their safe space as well. This is not in Minnesota.
I did not. Go to 1084 Oregon. 1084 Oregon Med 3 for wires.
There we go.
Copy, Jack 11.
Yeah, let's go into higher tilts. It'll be a better way for us to determine as to if something's going on with this. Actually, you know what we could do? We could go dual panel, right? This one's 0.8, this one's... So this one will be 0.5, this one will be 0.8. There we go. So this will tell us if anything's really happening on the ground. Yeah.
Free on a wire. Copy 2258 Red Oak for a wire down. I have the request into WPS. Okay, copy. Correct. Copy, secure the scene. Let me know when you can go available.
Dispatch on 613.
Swamical fire.
Do a wire down in the area of the Municipal Service Center. 12781 Valve Ave, 12781 Valve Ave. For a line down across valve. No fire, no power.
The engine 1221 will be handling that.
1221.
We're going to actually shut this road down. We're going to use WPS here. Can you give me the address again? It's in front of 1084 Oregon Street. running around all over the place right now.
All right.
It's behind 1926 Irma. Okay, that's your new football.
Glendale and Greenfield debris check. Chief 2.
Who's asked if they play?
Correct.
Let me move my food out of the way, actually.
Leak in the front yard.
Not too hungry at the moment.
129 South Quincy.
129 South Quincy, 129 South Quincy. We're gonna have rescue going as soon as we can. But
There we go.
is a tree
Moved it out of the way.
Male party. Unknown if he's breathing. His wheelchair blew away. We've been out with him about 4 times.
Copy 221. 1 minute, please.
Any cams in the warning? I wonder if there actually is.
Lime kiln. What are we looking for here? We're not finding anything.
Doesn't look like it.
Wires down if you don't.
That would be a no.
Copy that. Back available.
That would be a no.
Okay, we're on line right now at 3049. We are blocking off the east side.
Jeez, Will, that's crazy.
We have wires down, no arcing, but do we need blockage from the west?
Yeah, Morgan's studying for finals, so.
He's refusing rescue.
It is what it is.
Copy that. Med 2 is available.
What about Chicago AM? I don't really see too much for Chicago today, to be honest with you.
Trouble alarm on the alarm.
Really don't.
I believe it's because of the power is out. There's no cause for alarm here. Caveat.
We are starting to get outside of the moderate risk, which is the good news here.
1203. Go ahead. Copy that.
Rotation that was over near Sun Prairie is weakened significantly, so I don't see this thing putting down a tornado as of right now. Might be something near Oregon. South of Madison, though. Could be something trying to develop over there.
We'll try to reset now.
Big value of ZDR, so that'll be something to note.
Engine 4, is there any key holder information there? 23, it'll be on belt north of the Village Hall. I'll have it blocked at the north end of the Village Hall if the next unit comes from the north and traffic coming southbound.
County from County Rescue Headquarters.
Go ahead.
Engine 8, you're going to be going to Brookridge. 214 Brookridge, Engine 8.
Upper Michigan still looks like there's a chance for tornadoes. Yes, there is. Only thing about it is just these storms are, I mean, it's just a lot of strong damaging winds for the most part, from what I can tell. But there is, there is an instance for a spin up or two. So if you're in Upper Michigan, I mean, I would still watch out.
And they're going to observe this. I don't know if you want us to stay here.
As there is a tornado watch. There is a tornado watch that has been issued for this area. Go on a GR Earth, we can show you there's a tornado watch. You can see the red outline here. Large red box.
Large hole in the roof of the house. Lines down.
10-4. When you give me a copy notes on...
Let's go back to Green Bay. Marionette, you guys are fine from the tornado risk. You guys are going to get stuff, but from the actual tornado risk, you guys are okay. There isn't anything over there. They'll probably cancel that tornado warning here soon. I wouldn't be surprised.
Do you have another assignment for us immediately?
Got closed out.
says we were dispatched to it, but we didn't get told.
Yeah, I'm telling you, the cell near McFarland, Oregon, Cottage Grove, Deerfield, probably could be the next one to watch.
Are you 582?
Get here. How close before you're available?
Oh, that's pretty crazy, Colton. Yeah, you're gonna have a storm that's gonna get closer to Ural's area here in a bit, so I'd watch out. There's gonna be like 2 waves, so there's gonna be one that's gonna pass near you in about 10 minutes, and then there's gonna be another cell that's gonna go right over you guys in about like 20 minutes, 25 minutes. Radar chatter? I believe the radar or the radio chatter is Brown County. So that's Green Bay.
Just one attack 12, go ahead. Go ahead for hard fire. 202, this is dispatch. Do you have access to an MDT to see the call that you have in Howard?
I've already advised you that yes, I do have an MDT. I do have access. I am dispatching accordingly. Do you want me to radio to you what rig I'm putting on what?
If you are dispatching a call, please advise us so we can move it from our pending screen to our call that's been dispatch ready. Thank you.
Interesting, interesting.
I'll try to find an engine. Are you trying to reach out while on fire?
When do I expect these storms to hit Jefferson County? Well, it depends on where you are in Jefferson County, honestly. If you're in Jefferson, I think these storms could actually hit you all in about a half an hour. Yeah, I saw it, Will. Classic. Yeah, there is a little bit of rotation near McFarland, right next to 39, south of 94 as well. So that might be the next area to watch.
Well, you can give them a call, just let them know of everything.
Low echo tops? These are definitely not low echo tops. But these are pretty tall ones, I'll tell you that. That is hacks. That's not how that works. That's not how that works. Hey Morgan, I know you're studying, but can you consider the following real quickly?
What am I considering the following about?
Go to Milwaukee and look at echo tops. Like Milwaukee's radar. And look at echo tops.
Oh no. I'm also eating. That's why I've been on mute the entire time.
That's fine.
I figured you don't want to hear me chewing.
I get it.
That's not legit. 64,000. Yeah, okay.
That's not how that works.
66,000 feet. Yeah, that's not science. You need to create a color table on the off chance that one day we get a storm that has over 70,000 feet echo tops.
I think I just made it black.
Just Texas does Texas.
That's
and
true.
It goes over 70,000 feet. Gotta prepare for the day.
Can I look at tomorrow's chances for tornadoes in West Virginia? I think it's a 2%, unless if you're in Wheeling, then it's a 5%.
Dispatch.
Pretty sure that's how that works. Yeah. I'm in a 5.
We're talking tomorrow. Let's go.
Nothing's happening. Nothing's happening.
So we could go someplace else if you need
Go away. As a matter of fact,
Nate, let us make a prediction. Let us look at models. What's the one area? Where is the one tornado tomorrow going to be? Because there will be one.
There will be one. Yeah, okay.
Where will it be?
Ontario.
In the United States.
Dang it. I was super confident about that too. I'm pretty confident that there's going to be a tornado in Ontario.
I'm pretty confident that there will be too.
Really? They put a fight. Have you seen the HRRR's depiction of tomorrow's event?
It's pretty crap.
It's pretty sad. It is very sad. Except for the fact if you're south of
tornado will be near Syracuse.
Yeah, there's south of Syracuse. It said that there was could potentially be something over there.
I think that's where the one tornado will be.
I'll have to look at it a little bit more. Here, let's see. Wind Barbs, what do you got for me?
Fire copies. Can you assign engine 1711 to that call?
Engine 1711.
Lamau? It's a it's a shortwave trough.
Henry Ford, David. Looks like that area.
On that side. Yeah, probably Syracuse. Probably Syracuse. Whichever area is north of Syracuse. That could potentially get it. Syracuse, Ithaca. Southwest of Syracuse, probably. Southwest of Syracuse. That's probably where it's going to be at. But I'm not chasing, because nothing's happening. If you want your tornadoes, alright? If you want your tornadoes, go to Ontario. Look at that. Whee! Whee! Sounds about right. But yeah, I'm not getting anything tomorrow. There's no way I get stuff.
Trying to contact Tri-County Fire.
People can try to get me to consider the following all they want. Won't happen. So there's only one tornado warning at this time, which is very nice. And even that rotation's not really too strong. It expires in 17 minutes, so still got a little bit of time before this thing officially goes kaput. But we're going to continue to stream all the way until these storms actually make it to Milwaukee. I think that's what we're going to do.
Good, I'll just make sure.
There's also severe storms approaching Davenport right now, Quad Cities. Believe it or not, that storm actually has a little teeny bit of rotation. Believe it or not, that cell that is approaching Davenport in Iowa actually has a little bit of rotation. Yeah, nowhere near West Virginia, basically.
Truck 6 private. Do you have any gas readings in that house? Negative. Not to my knowledge. Unless it's a Glenn truck. That's who we got up here right now. Yes, it's a Glenn truck. Okay, yeah, if he wants to come by, you can let him up.
So this was a tornado outbreak? Well, how many reports are there?
And also, you can put Liberty Bell.
Storm reports! There's only one storm report. Bro! They obviously have not fixed everything.
2610 Hazelwood Lane.
Yeah, they marked it as thunderstorm wind damage, which is stupid because obviously there was a significant tornado.
Austin Engine 8 over there.
Yeah.
I
Fun.
don't know.
Do I think anything significant will happen in Rockford? Probably not. I think they're too far south. Yeah, McFarland, Cottage Grove, still pretty interesting.
Engine 1210, Chief 201, you're needed at 2824 Sunray Lane, 2824 Sunray Lane for a gas leak. PD is on scene stating that somebody hit the meter and you are needed to respond to shut the gas off. Use Tech 12, Tech 12.
A lot of large hail with this storm regardless. I mean, look at the maximum expected hail size. And it will pretty much tell you what you need to know. It will pretty much tell you what you need to know.
If you want to stay on TAC 11.
I really do appreciate what everyone has done for the channel so far. I mean, obviously we're not done, but
407 and 411 are both affected.
so let's change this back to tornado coverage.
All units.
There we go.
What is Davenport?
When you clear your call, return to main.
Davenport's funny, I know.
What is this?
Davenport is funny, I know.
Why is one of the cells trying to rotate?
I know. It's like north of the Muscatine areas.
Yeah.
It's hilarious. What? New York does have a severe thunderstorm warning.
What?
South of Rochester.
Sammy Maggio moment. Probably flipping.
Probably can go chase. Go get him.
Andrew Griffiths. Bicycle chasing.
Bicycle chasing.
Makes about as much sense as me getting the stitches in my chin for whatever I did.
Yeah, it's true.
Why is this severe thunderstorm warned? Please give me a legitimate... Oh, the outflow boundary, that's why. Okay.
Engine 7's on scene at 3030 Carry. We do have, looks like steam coming from the roof.
Why are there so many chasers in Kitchener, Canada? It's just all around there. There aren't even many in Toronto.
You're needed at Winona Foods, 1521 Brookfield Ave, 1521 Brookfield Ave.
Well,
Way and Lineville Road for a
I need to change the sector.
21-year-old male, not conscious, he is breathing.
Possibly. They updated the tornado warning, so they're still sticking with the rotation.
I like us to position ourselves. There's room for you right there, engine 7.
Yeah, there's a little bit of rotation south of Columbus, but other than that, it's not really super good. Let's go over here to the current analysis, mesoscale analysis. And I mean, you can see for yourself, there's still quite a bit of vorticity here. Still quite a bit of vorticity along with these showers and thunderstorms. If we go over to the vorticity in 3 Cape, well, I mean, the 3 Cape is starting to run out a little bit. 3 Cape is starting to run out. So that's something to note there. But we did have a lot of good 3 Cape within that area. If we go to the Siggy-Tor parameter, because yes, it is down. It is not very high. It's at maximum of 3. It's even lower in some areas. Go to the violent tornado parameter, because yes, it's higher in Missouri than it is in Wisconsin. So, you know, that makes any sense to you all. Don't look at me. The violent tornado parameter is a stupid thing.
What is it?
It's like a... Let me move my sector. It's 6.
Oh, that's it?
Yeah, 6.
Sad.
Actually, 403, you want to go to Military and Western?
What, you want that event to do more than this one?
That would be ironic.
That's true, I will admit.
What?
What about Fond du Lac? Fond du Lac should be fine as of right now. They're not in a severe thunderstorm warning, which is the good news. But they are still getting a lot of scattered, you know, showers and thunderstorms with gusty winds and spotty hail. So that'd be something to note. You are still getting activity. You just, it isn't severe. It isn't severe at the moment.
There's a thunderstorm near Belleville.
There is a thunderstorm.
We'll take Main Ranch Road.
Why is there a severe thunderstorm warning all the way up there in Canada?
That fence and that
Here's stairs.
Equivalent of a special weather statement.
We got 3 on the house.
We live in a
No gas or
society.
electric involved. You can clear this one out. All right. Switch over to EMS. Military and Western for a car accident. Military and Western for a car accident. Military and Western car accident. Dispatch. Command from 1203. EMS 1221 will be...
Now, right now, we're kind of just doing stuff. Sitting around waiting for these storms to kind of just either do stuff or not do stuff. If they don't do stuff,
fine.
Yeah.
Fine by us.
Fine
Especially
by
after
us.
what's already gone on.
Oh, yeah.
Took my spot at that structural call.
I mean, just to recap here, ladies and gentlemen. We had a tornadic event here today, a 4 out of 5 in the severe weather scale. The main tornado risk is over with, all right? The main tornado risk, the significant tornado risk, is done and over with. Been done and over with for the past, 2.5, 3 hours. So, we can talk a little bit about that. Storms started to form along a line from like Waterloo all the way up to La Crosse and Eau Claire, as well as Wausau. And we said before everything really ramped up, we said the area to watch was going to be the intersection of I-90 and I-94 near State Highway 21. That general area right there, and along State Highway 21 further eastward, that was going to be the main area to watch if you were going to see a tornado. If I was going to chase, that's where I would have been. All right? And lo and behold, there was a storm that developed. Had a severe thunderstorm warning as it approached Norwalk, right within here. So here's your severe thunderstorm warning. As it continued to progress, it started to get stronger and stronger. Eventually produced a tornado warning, or it produced another severe thunderstorm warning and then a tornado warning here with a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning. Had a large debris signature with this. You can actually see the debris ball on GR Earth. And then as it continued to move on through, you can continue to see the debris ball move through Ryeville and further off towards the north and east, to where it actually started to dissipate as it approached the Babcock area. But this general area right here near Toma, all right, this was the area that we called out for, not just earlier on in the stream, but last night too. We said anywhere in central Wisconsin, anywhere along the warm front, if a thunderstorm can form there, it's going to probably produce a tornado. And guess what? Guess what?
4301
Hit the nail on the head right there. The Storm Prediction Center has officially classified Monday evening storm as a derecho. Which is kind of unsurprising to me. There was also casual 2 tornado reports. One that was over in Chicago, which is what we covered originally, and then another over in North Carolina. So that was funny.
On Tech 12.
The tornado in Toma was a cone. It definitely was a cone tornado. To me, it didn't look like a wedge. It just looked like a cone tornado. From there... Oh, and by the way, we also caught the Toma tornado on video. We had the live camera up on that too. So that was fun. Then we had a live camera up in Mauston, where we caught the second tornado of the stream. And as it moved on through, it produced damage over there. Numerous tornado warnings were then issued, as well as some significant damaging winds, severe thunderstorm warnings. So basically damage threat considerable, and even a couple of damage threat destructive severe thunderstorm warnings. As it continued to approach the Appleton and Green Bay area, we actually had a couple tornadoes, confirmed tornadoes that are approached Green Bay and areas west of that. So Seymour was one that got directly impacted, a lot of damage over there. And then some reports of damage over in Navarino, to where a tornado actually was spotted by a storm spotter over there. So that continued to move on through. Fortunately, there wasn't as much more activity that impacted Populous, even though there was a tornado that was over here near Athelstane. It was relatively far away from Populous in just pure nature. So that's good. And then, of course, we have what we are currently in, which is in a time frame with no tornado warnings and just a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings at the moment.
Hey, Nate.
Yes.
You like a laugh?
Sure.
The National Weather Service in Birmingham, Alabama has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for southern Randolph County and Chambers County. At 7:09, severe thunderstorms were located along the line extending from near Yeefus to Amity Park, moving west at 20 miles per hour.
Oh, you didn't know that there was going to be a derecho moving west over there?
I did not know that there was going to be derecho moving west over there. There's like 6 separate gust fronts. You look down there.
Yeah, it's the classic derecho.
Condenser that's getting hot. I think we're going to shut it down. We're going to get some permission for it.
Yeah.
Engine 1211's going on main cranch.
Yeah, I mean, there isn't really a whole lot of rotation. There's a little bit of rotation near Lowell and Reeseville. Or Reeseville.
No.
So that'll be something to note.
Engine 3 is on 1710. Salesman.
But there's not really too much.
Kyle Court on power line. Get through the road is completely blocked. Engine 4 from 403. All the people have been evaluated.
Hey, yo, Morgan.
What?
Do me a favor and go to RIT. Go to severe comms.
I'll stay here.
Copy engine 4. Go to main. Wait for reassignment.
If truck 2 is still on top of the roof, see if the steam is letting.
That was the Siggy.
Ah.
Look at that, Morgan.
I see some correlation.
Indeed, indeed.
Why do I have 6 Twitter notifications?
Because yes, Morgan. Because yes. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I'm not gonna lie. What am I eating? Grapes. Grapes. Bump, bump, bump. Got any grapes?
Go away.
4 or 5. Pole is completely.
Any update on the gaming channel? Yeah, Morgan and I really haven't gotten around to making it. We probably should.
I've had school. Nate's been doing all his stuff.
You want to make the channel this weekend? It's not like. What do you mean?
What else is there going on?
What, this weekend?
Yeah.
Morgan.
Hold that till I get in contact with him.
Sometimes I'm genuinely concerned about you.
Dude, I am so out of touch.
Sorry, say again.
Where are we gonna be this weekend?
I know that.
Yeah, so why don't we do it during then? It's not like we have to record anything, we just have to customize.
Oh, well then fine. Thought I was missing something.
No.
I thought there was like a draft or something that I was missing.
You're a forehead.
When's the NHL draft?
June?
Is it July?
Like late June? NHL draft. It's July 7th.
I love Twitter.
July 7th.
Sandalwood Court, engine 4.
Need to be worried about Birmingham? Nah, Birmingham's fine. They just have a lot of scattered showers and thunderstorms. Enjoy your storms moving west, though. Bet you're enjoying that.
Fun.
It's moving west.
Where is that person? What did he say?
It was just asked if they had anything to worry about.
Oh. Well, there's a shockwave front moving.
Let's actually update our. Let's update our radars.
Was there? No. Okay, no. Okay. Jeez. I thought there was a tornado with one of these storms for a second. I was gonna say that's not how this works.
You calling?
I was about to ask a stupid question because we've studied it. I was gonna ask, can you get tornadoes with left-moving storms? Yes, you can.
Look at that outflow boundary there too.
You looking in Tuskegee?
Huh?
Where are you looking? What outflow boundary?
I'm at KBMX at the moment right now.
Oh, I'm on KMXX. I'm looking at Tuskegee.
Oh, you might, whenever you want to, you can go there with like Scope or Omega and be able
Are you
to see
looking
it
at
yourself.
Birmingham? Are you looking at the shockwave around Birmingham?
Right.
Yeah, that's fun. I'm waiting for it to get to the cell that's just south of Tuscaloosa.
No, there's not going to be an outbreak tomorrow in the United States. No.
Yes, there is. There's a level 3 out of 5 risk for non-significant damaging wind gusts across the northeastern United States.
Oh, Morgan. This is what someone said in my chat. Consider the following.
What?
Oh, that's hilarious. That's Baby Morgan.
No. Michael, go away.
That is indeed Baby Morgan. The Avalanche have scored.
Hey, what happened about what happened to rooting for the team that's gonna win?
Huh?
What happened to rooting for the team that's gonna win?
I love how you're trying to boast about winning when we're 9 minutes into the first period.
Hey, we're winning right now.
Yeah, well.
And for what it's worth, folks, Nate's rooting for the Lightning and I'm rooting for the Avalanche in the Cup final.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I'm rooting for the team that's actually fun.
You're telling me that Braden Oint and Steven Stamkos and Kucherov saying they're not fun?
Braden Oint. Wait, there's...
No, go to bowl and start there, then I got.
Who's this Morgan? Let's see his face. You want to see Baby Morgan? Here's Baby Morgan.
Not.
That's Baby Morgan right there. Pretty funny.
What the heck?
That's Morgan.
Morgan.
That is Morgan.
We won't get any tears.
Fun Morgan.
Come on, computer. I do not have all day. What?
Yep. 1084 Oregon. 1084 Oregon.
Hey, Nate.
Yeah?
Would you like a laugh?
Always.
Wait, I can't take the right... I need to take the proper sounding. Okay, there we go.
2-0.
This is... Really? Igor's better. Before you say he's the one that lost the series, no, the team around him lost. He didn't lose. He was great.
Or return to service for another call.
Also,
that's maybe 10 miles northwest of your house.
10 miles?
10-4, thank you.
Yeah, nothing ain't happening.
wire down in the,
I'm seriously trying to find an issue with this sounding. Is it weird that I actually don't find an issue with this sounding?
The only issue with it is that's in a spot where... Never mind, stuff forms. What is this?
No, it doesn't form. Nothing happens.
Alright,
Wait.
we'll send that field to evaluate it. Send that call to
That's not baby Nate, though. That's like just blonde.
Nate,
put yourself down.
Consider the following.
Repeat that address.
Yeah, nothing's gonna happen.
That 3 is going to be 909 Gray Street.
Wait.
Chicago's not gonna see anything, in my honest opinion. I think I think they will see showers and thunderstorms, but I don't think there will be anything significant.
Hey Nate, is there a supercell that is like 10 miles north of your house right now? Just asking.
What do you mean?
Is there a supercell 10 miles north of your house right now? Check radar.
Power pole snap.
And there's a valid reason I ask.
Copy that.
No.
Making my way down.
Look in your DMs.
So there's another large tree. Several
What?
down on road. Stand by for a motorcycle.
Why?
0 clear 5-3 on 1060.
The FV3 wants everyone to get motherships tomorrow. It's great.
By the way, that's like a good 30 or 40 miles north of my house.
There's no way that's that far. No shot.
Go take a look.
It's in your county.
Okay. Go measure.
What do you mean, okay?
Go measure.
Hobart will be your next call. Copy 1220 Hobart.
Yeah, I'm definitely not getting stuff.
That's less than 20 miles.
You sure?
I am very positive. It's the northern half of your county. I measured from your town. I'm not saying the name, although you may have already said it.
Directions from here to like Doylesburg.
That's not where it is.
Doylesburg is in the northern portion of the county.
Not on GR2.
Specifically Concord.
Concord? Now that's too far north.
That's definitely not too far north. Look back at the picture.
It's like Roxbury.
They're still hot.
No.
Notified a power company. We're calling it off as we speak.
Okay, well then it's closer to Dry Run than Concord.
Correction, ambulance,
That's where the Holisty track is.
Back in station.
It's like 20-25 miles then.
Clearing them up. And ambulance 311 is on.
Yeah, something like that.
312 is back in
As the crow flies, at least.
Copy. I'm showing engine 3.
That is an amazing photo of Nathan, Michael. Appreciate that.
Blonde Nate.
I believe that should be ambulance.
Yeah, when society was turned on its head.
Copy. We'll get that flipped, and then I'm showing engine 321 at a structure on.
Oh yeah, Nate, you want to know something that's almost comedic about this weekend?
322 at Ramada.
Now you're coming out. See me, right?
That should be affirmative. You want to just double check?
I think someone gave it.
Sorry, I was talking to someone, Morgan. What is it?
Yeah, I was gonna say. You know how you're coming out for my birthday, right?
Yeah.
Coming out to like the Allentown area, right?
Yeah.
It's barely gonna hit 60 degrees, right?
I'm okay with that.
I mean, so am I. I just find it very funny that it's June 18 and it's gonna be 60 degrees.
It's gonna be snowing at that point.
It's gonna be 60 degrees with a dew point of like 40.
Kathy wants to know if you guys are.
Dew point of 45.
Truck 2 to Battalion 1 on Main. Truck 2 is just clearing the jail. Engine 7 still on scene.
Alright, so there we go.
Truck 2,
I was just talking to my mom about when I'm gonna pick up my car, whether it's gonna be tomorrow or Friday.
Apparently the Lightning are losing because Vasilevsky isn't good.
Truck 2.
Oh my gosh.
1226 North Dan's for the roof off a trailer house.
Hey, Morgan.
You go TAC 14.
Mm-hmm.
Look at that.
Copy some addresses to close out.
What?
All hazards. Maple Elmore. 311.
Dead.
1200 Marshall.
Literally.
835 Oneida.
Check that Toro watch at Jefferson County going to Milwaukee. Well, we already did check the tornado watch. Jefferson County, by the way, as you guys know, is in a severe thunderstorm warning. 60 mile per hour wind gusts. This is eventually going to head off towards Milwaukee. And as I said, we're going to be on until Milwaukee gets hit in itself.
Dude, we're going to be here till midnight.
No, I won't. It's only an hour and a half.
Are you...
Go ahead, engine 7 and 11.
Why you always lie and...
Take a look yourself. Do storm motion.
I am looking myself.
Track it yourself. It's moving east at 40.
It'll be midnight in the Atlantic Ocean. Counts anyway.
No. It's like saying it's going to be noon over in Asia.
Fun fact. Every 60 seconds a minute passes.
Thanks, Captain Obvious.
You're welcome.
I'm gonna eat
Folks
my
in
Reese's
chat, if you
thing.
didn't learn anything today, now you did.
You learned that Morgan is a donut.
We knew this already.
Guess it was just more or less to reinforce the narrative, apparently.
At least I root for a hockey team that's good.
We have a future, so I don't want to hear it.
Our future is now.
And where did that get you?
To the
Playing
conference
18 hole.
final.
Playing 18 hole.
Yeah,
Playing
about
18
a month
hole.
or so after you guys. And with a team that had Patrick Nemeth on it and
Okay.
Greg McKegg.
Okay.
Speaking of Greg McKegg, I hope he gets sent to Russia after this year. Don't take that out of context, folks. Hockey.
Copy engine 7. Work your way into station 5. Would you stay down at station 5?
He was a third-round pick. Gregory McKeggery was a third...
And what you don't know, now you know. That is true. Reading Rainbow.
He's played 233 career NHL games. He's got 18 career playoff games. With 2 goals and no assists over those games. And a -2.
Command copies. We'll get it rolling.
2-1.
Dang it.
Oh, that's a good point. Someone just made a good point. Take a look at let's take a look at power outages. There's over 123,000 people without power in Wisconsin. Look at that. Wisconsin is being filled up in the red and yellows and stuff like that. 123,000 people.
I was gonna say, what's new?
Jeez.
I hate myself. Wisconsin filled up with the red. Sounds familiar.
Oh my gosh. We strive not to do stuff outside of weather, but when it happens, it happens. And then we don't look back.
Truck 2. Do you have a trailer number?
So, here's the thing, ladies and gentlemen. I said in the beginning of the stream, I said, today's event has the potential to either A, perform a little bit under a moderate risk, or it could be just as good.
What do you mean just as good?
You know, just as good as a bona fide, you know, moderate risk with other parameters. What's my thought process here? Well, I think 15 sig or 10 sig would either one would have worked, but I think I would have probably kept the 10 sig just because that's me. So I'd say 10 sig probably verified if you had that. And then for wind, yeah, I would say I definitely understood why a moderate for wind was sent out, and I think there would probably be more reports, you know, if it hit more people. But there's a lot of reports, you know, there's a lot of reports of wind damage here. A lot of reports of wind damage. I mean, we'll pull it up, and you can see there's a lot of reports consolidated right within there. So yeah, I mean, it definitely was a moderate style wind event with 66 wind reports within a specific area. And there was a lot of them within a specific area too. So that's the thing. You know, it wasn't like it was super widespread. It actually was consolidated within an area. So yeah, I do agree with the moderate. I actually agreed with the moderate beforehand. As I said, tornadoes half and half. You know, it's just toss up. Hail, I mean, probably not, but I mean, I think that was more, a lot of people were more concerned about the wind and the tornado threats to report hail. So, you know, 30 is fine for hail. 30 is always a safe bet. I also love how there was a wind and a hail report on top of each other in Florida. So the daily notion that Florida gets weather still stands.
Down on the wires running through the backyard of 552 Wesley. The homeowner's been notified that WPS is going to be a while. We're going back in service. We'll be on main.
Oh, the Mets are about to die.
Copy engine 9. Head back to station 5 and go back to main.
It's 3-1 Milwaukee. Top of 5. Bases are loaded.
I was about to say, what else is new here?
Hey, we are not 19 games back in our division. So that's something to bear in mind. We're 19 games over 500.
Braden Point gets the secondary assist.
You said his name.
Crap.
His name is Braden Oint.
Braden Oint.
Copy that Sandalwood. Sandalwood is reporting. That will be correct.
By the way, can we just both agree that the new logo for the Stanley Cup Finals is crap, and they need to go back to the old one?
It's kind of stupid, but changing everything, so they have to change that too, right?
Just change it back.
Battalion's office from the
Am I planning to stream when the storms hit Kansas City? I mean, aren't they already hitting Kansas City?
Ready for assignment.
Yeah, the storms are already hitting Kansas City, so I mean, I'm streaming right now. Why is Adley Rutschman trending? He hit his first homer! It was a 2-run home run. And the ball was made so that people can't get it. Good stuff.
We'll be investigating.
A 411-foot shot. Good stuff.
That's a lot of feet. Alright, well.
No, why don't you go ahead and contact them?
Our lives are on the line here. 3-2 pitch from Jake Reed to Victor Carantini. Top of the fifth, bases loaded, 2 out. Full count, kick and deal. Fouled off.
732-23.
What about Chicago? I've been saying that Chicago is not going to get a whole lot. They're going to get thunderstorms, but nothing severe.
A wire going to a light post, but it is does have a tree branch on it, but nothing permanent.
Might be a new area of rotation trying to develop near Fort Atkinson. That might be something to watch. Is West Bend, Wisconsin, at risk? Let me check.
He walked him, and that forces in a run.
I want to just go to 1120 South Clay. Disregard SME Engine 8.
West Bend.
1120 South Clay for wire down. 1120 South Clay.
I do believe they could see some severe weather, but they are not in a severe thunderstorm warning at the moment, so I'd say 50 to 60 mile per hour wind gusts within your area. Get indoors for right now.
First pitch to Lorenzo Kane is fouled off.
17-11.
Mather.
50 Mather, copy.
Great pitch. And he swung at it. That's even worse.
We're in the area. You want to go to Indian Hill?
Hmm.
Yep, affirmative. You take Indian Hill in. Dispatch, you can put in for an Indian Hill call.
Yeah, not a whole lot of stuff going through Twitter at the moment. As I said, you know, if you guys find anything, please be sure to at me. At Nate_Snyder.
On that 1493 Cormier, we just wanted to put it in that they'll have to get it removed shortly.
Avs get a power play.
Make it 3-1.
Clear Howard Street and Hazel Street. Howard Street.
You're in Fort Atkinson. I'd stay indoors. I'd stay
1-2
indoors.
pitch from Reed. Kane kick in deal. Fouled off.
What about Watertown? What are they dealing with? A lot of spotty hail, but nothing really anything else. You guys should be fine. Is Marshall, Wisconsin in the clear for tonight? Marshall.
Okay, yeah.
They are south of Columbus. Yeah, you guys are good. Marshall's fine. They're out of the risk and in the clear.
Pitch. Ground ball off the. Oh my God.
How's it looking like for Arizona this weekend? That's a good question. I don't exactly know.
Francisco Lindor, notorious error maker, has allowed it to be 5-1.
Telling you, Lindor's not your best shortstop.
Officer's not going to be on scene, and the electrician has been notified.
There was a 5 sig today. There definitely was not. So here you go. This actually explains a whole lot better. So let's see what happens in Arizona this weekend. Moving on through. So this is Friday. Bit of scattered showers and thunderstorms over there, especially across northern and eastern Arizona. Moving off into Saturday. Go to the NAM 12 kilometer. Saturday, scattered showers and thunderstorms in central and northern portions. So you're going to continue to get a lot of rain. And Sunday, you guys will continue to get lingering showers and thunderstorms more than likely, especially in southeastern portions. Colorado has a 5-on-3. Oh, that's nice. What about Green Bay? Green Bay is in the clear as of right now. I think they're good. You guys might get more showers and thunderstorms, but I think you guys are fine.
Put them on the 874 Howard. Can I close one of those?
Yes, you can close the intersection one and just the address one up. Engine 3, go ahead. Yeah, we're
driven into right center field. That's down for a base hit. That's going to score 2 runs. And going into second safely is Guy. I don't even know his name.
This is a video here from Jordan Andrew here. Jordan Andrew. He was inside the tornado. Inside the tornado in Toma, apparently. This was 3 hours ago.
19, double D boy.
And,
I'm in a tornado.
Viewer's discretion is advised just in case.
Oh, I'm really in it.
Look at that. New tornado
there it
warning.
is.
What?
Tornado warning.
Where?
Tornado warning for South Central Leon County in East Central Kansas.
Kansas. Kansas. Kansas.
Oh my, it's south of Emporia.
It is south of Emporia.
Right
Look at
there.
that bit. Look at that.
Oh my goodness. I was in a tornado, guys. I was in a tornado.
Waste of a tornado warning. By the way, I think it's 3-1.
That's crazy. All right, let's take a look at the thing. It is 3-1.
And there are power lines down in the rear of both houses, large trees in the back of both houses.
Arturi Lekkonen.
I just got here at Hazelwood Ridge.
Yeah, so new tornado warning over here for Olpe and Madison. If you're over there, probably Olpe. You need to get in your safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building.
They just warn it for structure. There's a ZDR arc, kind of, but
I mean, there is rotation on it.
it's broad.
Maybe so,
Like
but
broader than broad. It has 61,000-foot echo tops.
But yeah, I mean, that is a storm that could Jeez, I've just lost my brain.
Nice.
Yeah, that's... Yes.
Are you okay?
No. Do I have a Twitter? Yes. It's at Nate_Snyder. If you find anything, please be sure to send it that way.
It's not worth your follow, ladies and gents. Trust me.
Yeah, okay.
All he tweets about is the Ravens.
Yeah, sure. When have I done that? Since?
Football season?
Yeah, and when was that again? Just a reminder.
A while ago.
Yeah, a while ago.
Unfortunately. We still need to look at where we would want to sit for that game.
Howard Station 1 from engine 212.
Oh, that was not a trip. Ref sold. Ref sold. The ref sold.
About time after us getting screwed all the playoffs.
Look at that. Sold.
Engine 212 is available.
Chief 1201, utility 1211. Contact on admin.
Bears fans be like, dang it, the Storms didn't sack Aaron's house.
That's driven to left. That's a base hit. 1-run scores. Coming around is Peterson. He will get in. Throws to the cutoff man, and in the 5th inning is now 9-1 Milwaukee.
Utility 2 copies. 2526 Lavender for down power line.
And the Mets can't get an out for love or money.
Yeah, once again, tornado warning for Lyon County in Kansas. If you're over there near Olpe and Madison, north of Madison, you need to get in your safe space. Actually, I think this thing produced a tornado like a frame before. It was like super rain wrapped, so.
I don't know.
Is this storm stationary? It's moving east at 5 miles per hour.
That's about as stationary as you get.
Yeah. So I shall consider more followings. 15-8 in favor.
Where would it have produced a tornado, my friend?
Well, it doesn't show as CC, but if you go back 2 frames.
That's hit the other way. That's
Probably
a
a
base
land
hit.
spout.
That falls in front of Marte. Another run scores. Yelich comes in. And it's now 10-1.
Engine 4 is going to secure the scene. Go available.
Andrew McCutcheon with an opposite field base hit.
What?
And
Excuse me?
Brewers have scored 7 runs.
Here's your tornado warning cell in Olpe. might be the best meso picture of the day.
Oh my god.
What is that?
It's 60,000 foot echo tops is what that is.
You still want me to be en route or not?
Lightning to ground probability is like max. I wonder how much lightning is within this storm. 88 flashes per minute.
Oh, hang on. That's wrong string.
But yeah, that's not legit. This thing is still rotating. Funny enough.
Wires or trees down about a block away.
Barely-ish.
Copy. Available. Return to me.
Yeah, the Ulp and the Madison general vicinity. If you're south of Ulp, if you're north of Madison, in your safe space.
200 South 93200 South 9th Street, room number 305. For a female that fell in the shower, possible head injury. Use TAC 12.
In this address for wires.
That's pretty crazy.
We are going to be doing some salvage operations and trying to protect property here.
Man, oh man. It looks like it could potentially be putting down a tornado right now, too. Look at spectrum width.
Both house supply lines are across the
CDR says no.
Well, CC and ZDR say no, but ZDR, oh my gosh, look at that ZDR.
63,000 feet echo tops.
63.
Sorry, 62.3. I read it wrong.
Still, that's a lot. That's taller than tall.
Ball 4 to Renfro. So, we just cannot get an out. And that's kind of how this game has gone. Bases are loaded again.
Vince didn't get a tornado, so he's trying to rainbow chase, but he can't find a rainbow.
Didn't think he was out in the field today.
He was. He was actually, he positioned himself very far south. Same thing with Brandon.
Tree on a house. Only wires involved
So,
are...
hey, but that's the name of the game.
It's laying on
That's the name of the game.
Brandon Coping.
Poll number is S as in Sam 7B boy 27. We're gonna take off and be on our way.
Swing a mess.
Topic, yeah, he's a good dude. Will admit. Do enjoy talking to Kopic. He's a good dude. Yeah, unfortunately, they were just really far south and they couldn't catch up. So I wonder if Reed was right next to the tornado. I wonder what he got footage-wise. I'm kind of curious.
Didn't seem like the most off the one video we saw, but you know.
I think he'll probably compose it into something afterwards. He probably will.
Station 1 from engine 211.
Anything in Michigan that I need to note of? Probably not. We're getting close to Gaylord's jurisdiction. Getting pretty close. There's a severe thunderstorm warning over there for Munson, or Munsing and Wetmore.
Copy. Clear yourself in a call.
I don't see anything tornadic with that storm, fortunately, so I think we're good.
We're ready. Tree branches across the road. We secured the
2-2 pitch from Williams to Urias. Pitch. Out back.
You watching the Orioles game?
Copy. You said
No.
1304 Hobart. That's correct. 1304 Hobart.
Watching the Brewers game.
WPS needed 1304 Hobart.
They have a Luis Urias.
WPS needed.
Dispatch and bat 3 from 3 We have power to a home.
2-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3, and the Mets finally get out of this inning. It's only 10-1.
Meh.
Christiana and Hazel.
Yeah, Mets will have 5 innings to come back, down 9 runs.
Yeah, just a lot of strong, damaging winds that are approaching Milwaukee. I don't see too much stuff. Kopic is left. He's not chasing anymore. I wonder where he's at specifically. He's going towards Chicago. So yeah, he's heading back home. Good for him. He caught a lot of good stuff last night. Or not last night, Monday night. So he deserves a rest. Unless if he wants to go to Ontario, go to Ontario. No cap. Go through Detroit and then go all the way up to like Ottawa or something like that. Guaranteed stuff. By the way, severe thunderstorm warnings over in Canada. If you are over here in this general area of Ontario, that would be near the Labelle-sur-Cavalion areas, as well as the Chibougamau.
What?
Chibougamau. That area. As well as the Ouija Bogamuau or something like that. And the Waswanipi. That thing. If you that area.
If you happen to be in any of those areas, consider the following.
Yeah, for real. And, just for good measure, just in case of these storms, continue to head off to the north, the Wasaganish area, as well as the, apparently the Kashanik-Chewan First Nation. You guys need to consider the following as well.
The what?
And you know what? Just for laughs, let's go all the way up north over here. And, this area near, Pervernitok, or the Kagiskujuvak, that general area. You guys need to consider the following as well. Not just because you're super far north, but...
We'll get to it when we can, if it's 50 feet from the house.
You can go upstairs, okay. Yeah, so these people can consider the following over here in Canada. Is there still a severe thunderstorm watch over there? Yeah, there is. So these severe thunderstorm warnings are not even in the severe thunderstorm watch. That's kind of funny.
A roommate party is injured but refusing rescue at this time.
4
Time available.
I'm gonna eat another Reese's cup. Reese's cup. Reese's cup. Give me a second here, chat. I'm trying to bring stuff. I'm going to turn off the Brown County. Because that is kind of considering. Alright, I think we're in a good position there. That's good stuff.
Copy.
Falling fast, Kutch comes in and makes the
There's a
catch.
camera in Kansas that the storm is heading towards. I think this actually is a chaser. No, it's just in Burlington. This storm is not moving, by the way, so it's not like we're going to be able to use the camera.
I think it is now, actually.
What do you mean it is now? It's moving southeast.
We are now returning to Maine.
Southwest.
Also has golf ball sized tail.
DVDs. Why is Patrick Mazika playing in a game?
As soon as I have an available unit, I'll send them.
Will Ontario be hit by severe weather tomorrow? Yep, Eastern Ontario. If I am not picking up my car tomorrow, I am going to stream.
Station 1, ladder 2 and 1's on.
But
The most significant outbreak of severe weather in the past 2 days tomorrow.
with a new day one.
Mazika. I'm burning, kicking deal. And he looks balling out.
Morgan, look at GR Earth real quickly and zoom out.
Uh-oh. Why?
Do you have your SPC on?
What? Hey, there's still a 2 tour in New York.
I'm barely outside of the 2 tour.
You're just like you're outside of every severe risk you get.
Yep, that's true. I hate it. Reese's Puffs, Reese's Puffs. Eat 'em up, eat 'em up, eat 'em up, eat 'em up.
Copyright, copyright. I'm gonna play Clash Royale.
Have fun. I'm still gonna look at these storms because I need to.
Imagine.
Yeah, this event is, I think the main tornado risk is over. Well, I mean, it's been over, but I think, like, the tornado risk is over. Like, we might see 1 or 2 tornado warnings. But...
You circle in County Highway B as in boy for a branch
yeah.
on a power line. Arcing and sparking at this time.
Yeah, a lot of strong damaging winds heading towards Milwaukee. And it'll be about an hour to 45 minutes before it hits Milwaukee, so there you go.
Bring gas meter and tools with you to assess these 2 buildings here. Ladder 2 and 1 copies, 4 gas and tools.
Smoking 1401 Beach Tree Drive, 1401 Beach Tree.
For the roof that blew off and hit the electrical block, there's arcing and sparking on the north side of the building. No one is in.
Yeah, big time severe weather still for Milwaukee. More than likely going to be some pretty strong damaging winds. Ironically, I think the the warning expires in 15 minutes, so I wonder if they are going to issue a new severe thunderstorm warning sooner rather than later. There's some pretty strong damaging winds over here near Jefferson approaching the Helenville, Sullivan, Concord, and Johnson Creek area.
Hobart Fire Department, Hobart First Responders, Engine 111, Ladder 311, Chief 690, Engine 621, Ambulance 6011, 10, Chief 111, 3794 Packerland Drive, 3794 Packerland Drive at Integrity Warehousing.
Look at that. A lot of these bands of strong damaging winds right within there. Band. That's pretty crazy.
There's paper product inside the building. It's about 178,000 square feet.
Looks like waves almost, you know? Wave. That looks pretty cool.
Ambulance 6021 will be responding to that call on Packerland.
Will not lie. Will not lie. Nope. I should be in a 0% chance for tornadoes tomorrow. True facts. Actually, 2%. I'll accept 2%.
And then it's gonna happen tomorrow, and then you're gonna...
No, we ain't getting anything. Alright, we're not getting anything. But on the off chance that a singular thunderstorm appears, 2% chance. Yeah, you're right. I won't chase tomorrow because I don't have a car. It's out for repairs.
1545 Elm.
Ah. Hypothetically, I'll be able to pick it up either tomorrow or Friday. Pickles with a 20, thank you so much, I really do appreciate it. Looks like things got pretty active tonight. System also showed some really interesting features separately. Did you see the radar? The storms from Monday, Tuesday in Ohio. We'll post a video on Discord. Yeah, I was covering it live on Monday and Tuesday. The derecho and stuff like that. I was covering that live.
Clearing, returning to main.
So I did indeed see that.
Put me on their duty.
Yeah. I mean, today was really active in the beginning stretch, and then everything just turned into a wind and QLCS tornado threat.
And dispatch assigned that 221 Who Street to Engine 5.
Yeah. When will this heat wave break in Middle Tennessee? When weather doesn't exist anymore.
Sounds accurate.
Yeah, for real. On another note.
All right, copy. 6, you can clear that.
It'll probably end when these storms pass through finally. And you might get a little bit of a break on Friday, maybe. But it'll probably be by this weekend or something like that. That's what I'm thinking. Yeah, so Friday, Saturday, you might get something around that time frame, maybe.
Or on the backside, on the Charlie Delta corner of the First Choice Auto Building here, we could...
Yeah, a little break this weekend, Sunday, Monday.
Copy, disregard.
And then stuff will get pretty warm again. I mean, it's summer, to be completely honest with you. So that kind of makes sense.
And then as soon as you open it, you can close it.
Copy, Med 8.
Yep, hopefully you're safe over there, J-Moon. Hopefully you're safe. But thank you so much for the 20 pickles. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much for the generous donation. Idol should be talking about sports and weather. Speaking of sports, has anything happened yet? And 2 minutes in. It's not super siggy.
But another call in apartment 218, stating the alarm's going off, no smoke, no flame.
Okay, very good. Engine 5's going to that. We'll check it out when they get there. So you can clear... It looks like you must have a second call for that.
Affirmative. I can just close that one off then?
Yeah, you can clear it out.
Eastbound and down. Yeah, there it is. Just start singing that again.
That's Robin on stage 1. Go ahead.
Another wire down in the area of Pilgrim Way and Ashland Ave. Pilgrim Way and Ashland Ave. For pole leaning and wires close to the ground. Bottom of the pole is smoking, no flame seen.
Interesting.
10-4, see if you've got...
Might be something interesting trying to develop on the leading edge of this this line near Oconomowoc.
I'm sorry?
Oconomowoc.
Bless you.
When you're done with that, go down to the review and
Did you just say bless you?
Yes.
Oconomowoc.
If you check Pilgrim and Ashland, have a report of a pole leaning close to the ground at the bottom of the pole.
That's pretty funny.
No flames. Sounds like
Narrate for the bars again? Do I have to find a bar in Milwaukee to do it? If I were to do that?
Is there a bar in Milwaukee that's easily accessible via webcam?
Probably not. But there are bars in Milwaukee.
I don't know if anybody's inside or trapped at 1798 St. Agnes,
I mean,
1798 St. Agnes.
it's a pretty big beer city.
Copy. I see engine 2 unavailable. Can you try to
So-
raise them and send them that call?
Engine 2, copy that.
How are the storms?
There'll be no entry
Oh,
due to
come
the-
on.
The roof was tore off, and I have heavy damage to the front of American Inn Hotel, to the front windows of the building in the swimming area. Also sparking from the power box.
Yeah, Morgan, have you been playing KMXX on loop by any chance?
I have not.
That would be Montgomery,
I'll give you a call.
Alabama.
Copy, setting one.
What is it doing?
It's considering more followings. When I mean more, I mean all of them.
Riverside.
I won another
Just get away
game.
from the pier.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, no tornado
Why
warnings.
are there like 10 severe thunderstorm warnings from Alabama through Georgia?
This is the real event right here. Apparently, oh, so Reed uploaded the video. Oh my gosh, yeah, goodbye. That was a pretty big tornado.
Copy. You going to wolf?
Jeez, yeah, huge tornado Reed got. He got the video all right.
Copy.
Good stuff, Reed. Good stuff.
I'm walking right now, and not sure if the wire's still live or not, but
Dang it.
seemed to be.
And that's a basic going down the right field line, and the rally begins. Nemo's turning second. He's going to try and go on to third. The relay throw will not be in time or on target. It's a leadoff triple in the sixth inning for Brandon Nemo, his fourth of the year. And the Mets are coming back.
Yeah, these storms are blowing up. And it's kind of funny because some of these storms actually have a heavy amount of ZDR with them. There's reports of damage of trees blown down in Alabama.
Copy. Bring us to the deck.
The derecho begins. The derecho begins. Here we go. The derecho of Alabama begins. True facts. Big storm.
Like you said, the real event.
The real event. Here you go. Classic. Scratch my eyes.
That's off. We got
I'm calling both games. This is, by the way, not in Wisconsin, so I might as well take that off.
This is not in Wisconsin.
I'm going to send you another call up there.
Check the storms approaching DC. There's storms approaching DC.
Couple.
Just make sure to clear us from this one. This is another call.
There definitely ain't storms approaching DC. Oh, wait. No. Still got your severe thunderstorm warnings in Canada. You also have a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings in Michigan.
Redwood, it is Crestwood.
Congratulations, my dude. You lost. Have that tower. See if I care. Oh, wait. You can't get it because you're bad.
Is Mobile going to get anything tonight? I kind of doubt that they're going to see like a significant amount, but I do think they're going to see some hail and wind.
2-1 to Marte, and he was hit by the pitch.
He's dead.
Marte got hit on what looked to be the wrist.
Watch issuance 40% for Pennsylvania and New York.
Comes Buck Showalter, yeah, on the inside of the wrist. Actually, the outside of the wrist.
There appears to be a live line. Copy.
Hey, yo, we got over 34,000 subscribers. Let's go, chat. We did it. We're at 34,075 subscribers. Let's go. Good stuff, chat. Really happy we got this high.
And Marte is going to come out of the game.
228 South Locust. 228 South Locust.
Nick Plummer, if I had to guess, will probably come in to replace him.
Copies 228 South Locust.
Call the plumber.
We do have 2 calls.
And there he comes on to pinch run.
But yeah, that's kind of where we're at right now. Just a lot of showers and thunderstorms. Hey, Morgan, real quickly.
What?
If you haven't already, 1401, each tree will need WPS.
And I purposefully spelled that incorrectly.
We're available. We're clearing this call. There is a little bit of sparking going on with the phone, just so you're aware.
What is there to act? My question.
Alabama.
Hit me with one.
A lot of severe thunderstorms over here. A lot of severe thunderstorms moving through Alabama at the moment. Might as well watch out for this, and then when the storms approach Milwaukee, we'll watch out for that as well.
Go ahead. Phone number 293 boy 77. Copy, go back to Mango available.
Denmark Fire Department, you're requested to assist ambulance 6041 at 126 East Pine Street, 126 East Pine Street.
Let me take a look back also at Topeka here real quickly, as we still have that cell that potentially could be producing some land spouts over near Madison. A lot of large hail and damaging winds for the most part, I'll tell you that much.
21 Gallagher. There's
A lot of, and there is a little bit of rotation with this too. A lot of side lobe contamination with it as well. So, I mean, that's going to be kind of Monka-esque.
3,000 foot echo tops too.
Yeah, tall. This storm is tall as tall. Tall as you can get it.
Facility 1711.
You can clear from
It's taller than tall. I mean, you can see on the screen here right now, this is the enhanced echo tops. And on the left-hand side, you can see the scale. Anything pink and above, that's 60,000 foot echo tops and above. And I mean, we clearly have it right here. Right over Madison. I actually, you know what I'm going to do, Morgan? You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to take a slice.
Oh my god.
I'm going to take a slice. Hey, there's actually a plethora amount of hail within this storm. Look at that. Look at that. That's actually a lot of hail. You know what I can do, Morgan? I can take 3Ds. I'm calling both games. We're going to take a 3D. We're going to see why the storm is hailing and not producing a tornado.
Down on wires there. Nothing's in the roadway.
Big inflow notch. Look at that.
Need to respond.
right in there do have an inflow notch. It doesn't go very deep into the thunderstorm, so that's probably the reason why it's a hailer. And the updraft also is pretty linear. It's not really super tilted. It's straight up. It does veer off a little bit, but it doesn't like veer off a lot. So, I mean, it does have an updraft, but it's very much so a hail producer. Heavy amounts of KDP, I'll tell you what. A lot of KDP over there. A lot of turbulence aloft with this too. There is definitely a lot of rain with this. And basically what we're looking at it here right now with our 3D is if you can imagine each thunderstorm as basically Pac-Man, and the moisture, the energy in the atmosphere is the dots it eats to, you know, progress into the next levels and stuff like that. The storms are Pac-Man, or each individual storm is its own Pac-Man. The moisture and the energy in the atmosphere is the dots, stuff like that. And in this case, other thunderstorms are ghosts to these storms. So that's kind of what we got there too. Yep, it's Pac-Man. It is definitely Pac-Man.
I assumed it was the counter. Copy. Just going past the SRE now, heading that way.
So appreciate you guys coming to the stream. If you like it, if you're enjoying the content, please be sure to hit that thumbs up button. So that way, maybe able to get this information out to more and more people if you haven't already. Here's some video of an accident in Toma, Wisconsin. This is during the significant tornado here.
This trailer right here in the back of this truck.
Look at that. Look at all the trailers
that there's one right here
got pushed
too.
over.
Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Toma had pretty good storm go through too. I'll go the other way. Ooh.
Look at that. A lot of damage in that area.
Ooh, look at that. Military convoys held up over there too. Oh, look at this one. I didn't even see this guy off on the shoulder. Woo! Dang. Hopefully he's look at that. Look at the yeah, look at that. It must have been a direct hit right here.
Wow.
Look at all these people out of their cars.
These guys can't be diverted because they're right behind here.
Yep.
Steel case truck. They're gonna be stuck in
Hey, steel case.
Are they gonna start doing their freight, Aaron? They're gonna be stuck there for a while.
They are. She's freaking out.
Yeah, look at all those people too. All those people.
Yeah.
I mean, it's backed up. It has been backed up for quite some time. If you find any videos or pictures, please be sure to @ me at Nate_Snyder. So that way, I might be able to get perspectives out and be able to see what's going on. That's a big thing that I keep trying to do.
Yeah, I had Cheddar called on it earlier. So good.
This cell over here, once again, this was about 40 minutes ago. The cell in Madison, Kansas. This is what it looks like right here. Very gnarly looking cell.
Dispatch had a call in there for 206. These might be one of the same.
Big time mesocyclone. With a wall cloud all the way back in here. Right there would be the wall cloud. So this is a well-defined supercell down in that area. There's also some more videos here of stuff that happened over in Toma. See if we can find the video.
2977 White Pine Road in Swamico.
Did they mention any fire, arcing, sparking, anything like that?
Negative, no arcing or
Give me 2 seconds here as I pull up the thing. I'm gonna pull it up here in a second.
Not have a fire alarm system, and you're aware of that.
Perfect. You're gonna clear and go back to main then?
Copy. Engine 5 clearing, going back to main. Copy.
I'm trying to find it. I don't know why I can't find it anymore.
Have something for us?
Negative, just trying to reach chemical fire.
Scene.
1411 scene.
If you want to attempt to find the phone number for Dave Licky, he's the owner of 2027 Belt. If you want to.
Yeah, I was trying to find it.
When you get time,
Can't
give him a call.
find the video specifically. Hold up. I think I know where I can find it. Give me a second. I think I know where I can find it specifically. Yeah, here we go. This was the tornado over in Toma specifically from Tyler Hansen.
Hey boys, we got a tornado. Let's go!
Look at that.
There it is, boys.
Look at that. I mean, you can clearly see cone right within there, and then the rain wrapping around just like that. I mean, that's well defined as you can get it. Very well defined. And then if we go back to the picture that was from this, that was just a bit of contrast. You can see, come in, you can see the funnel right within there, and then you can see the tornadic wind field wrapping right around it. That was a heck of a storm.
A tree down, laying across power lines in the yard. No fire arcing or sparking.
10-4. Can you have engine 313 respond to that?
And between gate 10 and gate 11 where we can't get access to.
Yeah, we'll just go tell him.
And I'll be heading to you.
But yeah, that was a heck of a tornado, completely rain wrapped too. And that was a storm that we were watching very, very closely on its approach to Toma. I mean, we were, you know, we were watching that storm for quite some time from infancy all the way up to where it is right now. And I mean, for good reason, for very good reason. So, once again, if you guys find anything, please be sure to @ me at Nate_Snyder. Or if you guys have any sort of pictures that you want to send in, please be sure to do that as well.
Tree down.
Tree down on power lines in the yard. No arcing or sparking.
A lot of flooding now starting to occur over here in Kansas. These storms have not really moved anywhere. I'm going to play the loop over the past hour, more or less. You can see they haven't really went anywhere. Kind of stayed within the same spot. If anything, they're actually moving a bit further to the south, almost southeast.
What was the second one, dispatch?
So it was a heck of a tornado. Big debris signature with it.
Timeout 839.
61 copies, or 6021 copies were en route.
6021.
And I'm just hoping all the people who were over there were safe.
Med 5.
Med 5's on scene at Sheridan and Leslie. We have power lines down across the road. We need WPS.
Give me a second here. That's hilarious.
Clear as go. Copy. You're going back to main.
Let's go over to Alabama here real quickly. I was looking at something on the side screen because someone said something and I was really interested as to what they had to say, and then I realized I regret everything. I regret everything. Let's go back to Wisconsin here real quickly. As the storms approach Milwaukee, they're not super significant in my honest opinion. I think Milwaukee is completely fine. They might see like 40 to 50 mile per hour winds, but I mean, it's not honestly all that bad. So it really is just Alabama, Missouri, which we actually probably will have to take a look at what's happening over in Missouri. Yeah, some spotty hail. Maybe a little teeny bit of rotation, but not really too much for me to, you know, really be mindful of this.
We cleared that scenic call. That was just a large.
I'll have to look at it again probably later on. But not really too much. Definitely some large hail, though, that's going to be approaching the Donaldson, West Point, Houghton, Fort Madison, and Weaver area, as well as potentially even Burlington over in Iowa. Those will be areas to watch. And then if we go back down to Alabama, border of Alabama and Georgia, I mean, you guys can kind of see how these storms have progressed. A lot of severe thunderstorms over here. There's a stationary thunderstorm that came and went as it went through Tuscaloosa. Actually had reports of damage over in Moundville. What was its damage? 50 to 60 mile per hour winds with trees down near Moundville. Interesting. Interesting. It is a cloud.
412 is going into service, but the MDC is not allowing me to sign.
Speaking of that, when does Outbreak come out?
Yeah, I really...
Correct answer is never.
Outbreak, can you come out sooner? Please. Please.
I have something to do when I get back from the world in August.
Yeah. So tornadoes won't happen in West Virginia tomorrow? I mean, there's a chance, but it's not a huge chance.
It's absolutely going to happen because Nate's there.
No, go away. Go away. Technically, I won't be there.
You'll be in the general region.
Oh, yeah. The Wolfman with the 8 months. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. It says, just checking in. Camp I'm at is all okay. All things considered, had some tree damage and a meeting tent collapse. But most importantly, no one got hurt. Well, that's good. That is really good. I was kind of thinking about you guys as soon as you said, hey, you know, we're over here. We're getting hit by these thunderstorms. Like, oh, geez. Really?
Let me try one more time. Is it clear?
3-2. With unconfirmed reports of 3-3. Yep, it's 3-3. So within a few, it is tied. Needs to stream tomorrow? Listen, okay? If I'm not picking up my car tomorrow, I will stream. Because Ontario 100% is going to see some stuff. Alright, Ontario I am very concerned about in regards to the tornadic potential. Huh?
Don't neglect New York.
I mean, I think they could see stuff. Nothing super significant, of course, but I mean, Ontario just screams tornadoes to me. It really does. Let's actually go, and I'll show you guys why I think Ontario is going to do the funny.
Put Med 2 on it, close it out, and WPS.
Oh, 0ZH-RRR is running, so this is going to help me out even more. Alright, so let's actually go to Weather Bell and show you guys this then. Regions, Northeast. Yeah, that's good enough. And you can see as we continue into tomorrow, thunderstorms begin to try to develop sometime. All right, time is above me in Eastern. Sometime at about noon to 1 o'clock. Sometime around there. And they start to begin to form in a giant, you know, semi-discrete line. All right, now I'm more concerned about these cells over here in Ontario, but the stuff in Quebec definitely could see some activity over there too. As this continues to move on through, you can see storms rapidly begin to fire across the board there as well. A bigger line begins to develop from like basically Erie all the way up to like Syracuse, and then further up that way into Ontario, like Kingston. And that'll continue to push on through to the east, to where you see a more substantial severe weather threat. That might be a supercell in central Pennsylvania, according to the HRRR. That thing better go away. And then more and more showers and thunderstorms continue to move on through, and then everything officially dies out by midnight. All right, by midnight, everything is done. But, you know, still, regardless, we do have a elongated stretch, you know, an elongated period for severe weather. Heart and Soul with the 5 says, "You, Nate, do you think that the storms that hit Wisconsin didn't live up to the hype as was expected?" No, I think it actually did exactly what I thought it was going to do. You know, I knew full well that, and I told you guys in the beginning of the stream, I said, hey, this event will either be an enhanced level threat or a moderate level threat. And it was moderate for wind, in my honest opinion, within a specific area. But it was enhanced for tornadoes, all right? 10 sig should have probably still been there, but 15 sig is also not bad either. Actually, as a matter of fact, both of those are a good answer. Both is probably the correct answer. So, you know, if you went one, if you went other, it would have been fine. Okay? But I knew, I said in the beginning of the stream, I said there was going to be one storm that was going to produce a significant tornado, and it was more than likely going to be near the intersection of I-90 and I-94 over near Toma. All right, and along the State Highway 21 over there from Wyville and east. And what happened, guys? What happened? Produced the tornado. So, you know, it wasn't really too surprising that that was the case. Really, it wasn't really too surprising.
We're on scene at 102, Oneida, pole number 86. E. Edward 13. Power's pulled off of it. Tree limb land. What's 10 here and have them come back with the crash truck, and I'll hang out here by the fence line. Copy.
Do you see the point of West Virginia? You mean the Northern Panhandle? I used to live in West Virginia, so you don't have to baby talk me about what stuff happens in West Virginia. Just tell me, like, you know, Eastern Panhandle, Northern Panhandle, Appalachians, or Latchins, however way you pronounce it. Because a bunch of people pronounce it different ways, for whatever reason.
Copy.
What happened? Yeah, we basically predicted a tornado. Basically predicted a tornado today, which is pretty fun. Let's go full here to the radar. You see the portions of the tornado watch near Green Bay down to, like, say, Sheboygan. They've canceled the tornado watch over in those areas. That's good. Some from Marionette, Sturgis Bay, or Sturgeon Bay, I should say, and Sister Bay all the way down to Green Bay. And Manitowoc. You guys no longer have a tornado watch with that. Still have some activity moving on through in portions of Michigan, but not really too much. Not really too much. Fortunately. I think I'm gonna move my radar from Green Bay to Gaylord. Where at? In western Wisconsin, in Toma, here today.
For me. Yeah, what's your location?
9th and Acorn.
I appreciate everyone being on the stream here today. Thank you so much. If you do enjoy it, please be sure to leave a like. We're so close to 900 likes here, guys. So close to 900 likes. If you want to help us get to 900 likes, please be sure to do so. It also helps me spread the information with as many people as possible on YouTube. And please be sure, if you're new to the channel, subscribe if you're new and turn on notifications, because we do upload weather content that talks about current weather, whether it's severe weather, tropical weather, winter weather, fire weather, whatever type of weather that exists that could impact North America and Germany. We will cover it.
Specifically Germany.
Specifically Germany, there it is.
Another wire down call in the area of Belt Ave and Harbor Lights. Belt Ave and Harbor Lights.
Oh my goodness gracious, Morgan. DMs. Just bear witness to that gif.
10-4. Engine 1211's been assigned to the call.
Yeah, as I said, I don't know if I'm going to be covering tomorrow's event. Because if I'm able to pick up my car, I probably will do it. Actually, I will do it. So, unknown, I will either be on the road or I will either be here on the desk covering the severe weather for both the Northeast and Canada. And Canada, as I said, tomorrow does have a risk for tornadoes. I'm actually pretty concerned about Ontario and southwestern Quebec. Germany, yes, we actually covered a couple significant tornadoes that were over there about a month back. It was pretty insane. As well as the Gaylord tornado. Here, let me show you guys the helicity tracks. This basically... Well, actually, we can do that here with this HRRR run. We'll do that. I'll show you guys the helicity tracks, which basically show you as to where the updrafts are at according to the models. And you can see there's a good steady swath of helicity tracks over here in the portions of Canada. Ontario over here. This is Ontario, and this is Quebec. So both Ontario and Quebec, they're going to get hit. There's going to be a good instances to where they're going to get hit by some very strong severe weather, probably starting sometime around noon, and then later on. So if I were to stream, it would be at noon, 12:30. So if I'm not on by then assume I'm probably not streaming, because by then everything will be done by the time I get back. But there's a good chance that I probably will stream. I actually looked at the tracking thing. It tells me the progress of my car and if it's done and whatnot. They said that it'll be done by Friday. And if that's the case, then I mean, then it'll take a little bit for it to be done, and I'll be able to stream tomorrow. But I'm going to call them tomorrow and see, hey, is it done? If it's not done, then obviously I'm going to stay right here.
Science office, Med 5.
All wire down calls are going to be on TAC 13. You're sharing with all departments, TAC 13.
We're heading over to 16.
Other than that.
Copy, Med 5. You guys return to quarters for now.
Heart and Soul with a 10 says, Reed Timmer said a strong tornado hit Ryeville, Wisconsin area with homes destroyed and extensive tree damage. Guess it was half a mile wide and it happened 25 minutes ago. It didn't happen 25 minutes ago. It was, he more than likely posted something about it 25 minutes ago. It happened at what, like 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the afternoon? 4 o'clock, I'd say. 4:30. So.
North Ridge. Wires down, TAC 11. Affirmative.
Yeah. I appreciate us getting up to 900 likes. There we go.
6, go ahead.
I appreciate you guys. I appreciate you guys. I wonder if we will ever get to 1,000 likes in this stream. Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? Who knows?
1504 en route.
But, let's check back at that cell in Kansas, because this supercell still looks like it's trying to do stuff on my side screen. Yeah, it still has a ZDR arc. A lot of hail with it. I mean, it's broadly rotating, so this thing is, as discrete of a cell as you're going to get it. And it's pretty stationary, honestly. It went down south a little bit. It's like it went south, and now it's like staying stationary again. It's not doing anything. So, I mean...
Engine 413, I got a new one for you. Ready?
Definitely considering the following, I'll tell you that much.
1621 Wiesner.
Capital city of West Virginia, Charleston. Love it. Been there a couple of times. When is the activity tomorrow? It'll start more or less at like noon or 1 o'clock. Something like that. That's when I'm guessing that the activity will start at. Ooh, severe thunderstorm warnings now has been issued for portions of Canada.
Yeah, 403, 1407 Oak Ridge. 1407 Oak Ridge.
Thanks for de-aliasing. That's very nice.
Truck 412 on scene.
Is Omega de-aliasing with their velocities? Yes, they are. Scope, what are you doing? Fix yourself, please. It might just be Casmer, to be honest with you. It might just be Casmer. What do I think will happen in the 2022 hurricane season? What will happen? I think we're going to get a pretty active period. And it'll probably start in the beginning of July. We're going to get a nice little period of active weather. But I think we're going to consistently see a lot of activity. Will there be a tornado in Lower Michigan? More than likely not tonight. More than likely not tonight. Can I show the radar maps for what it looks tonight in northern Illinois? Yeah, I can. Or specifically Illinois in general. So there's Illinois. There is the convective outlook for Illinois here this evening. 1 out of 5 in the severe weather scale in dark green, 2 out of 5 in yellow. And you can see, unless if you're in northwestern portions or northern portions of Illinois, you guys aren't really anticipating a whole lot. Might get a chance for a tornado or two, but I mean, it's just not really a lot. There is a severe thunderstorm watch out for portions of Iowa and western Illinois. And then there's also a tornado watch for 3 counties in extreme northwestern Illinois. I'm not anticipating too much from those storms, to be completely honest with you. But I do think you guys could get some stuff. Take a look at Quad Cities, because I do want to see what those storms near Bellevue is doing. Not really too much. A lot of large hail and some strong damaging winds, but not really too much.
Are you able to assign yourself to calls? Affirmative, that's what I've been doing.
Let's go back to Alabama, as we are starting to get more reports of trees blown down across the board from the storms that are moving west. Yes, you heard me correctly. These storms are moving west.
We're going to be taping it off and returning this service. I've got a full number when you're ready.
They're not moving east. They're not moving north. They're not moving south. They're moving west. And typically, you don't see thunderstorms like these.
104 Alpha Alpha 53.
Northeast? I mean, just some winds, to be honest with you. Just damaging winds. I don't anticipate tornadoes, and I don't really anticipate a lot of hail for you all. I think it'll be just a lot of winds.
We have a wire down call.
Is it possible severe thunderstorm watch could move into eastern Illinois overnight? I mean, it is possible, but I don't see it as a high chance, honestly. I think you guys are really going to be on the downtrending portion of the event. Especially as it gets further and further displaced.
Dispatch, you can put Med 412 on 1263 Elmore.
Med 1263 Elmore.
When you have the time.
Statesboro, Georgia over the next few days. How's it looking? That's a good question.
It is no longer our Phoenix parking.
You can clear track 4, or you
So-
can clear truck 412.
Try and pull it up here real quickly. Pull up the NAM 3 kilometer. Which, by the way, 0Z NAM 3 kilometer is running, so I'll actually be able to see what's happening tomorrow. But you'll see overnight tonight, scattered showers and thunderstorms possible. Into tomorrow, on Thursday, I mean, could see a straight shower or thunderstorm, but doesn't really look too likely. Friday, you might see some showers and thunderstorms overnight from Friday into Saturday.
I'll have dispatch assign you.
And then Saturday, let me take a look.
We are available for another one.
Go available, head back towards Alloway. I got one for you.
Yeah, I mean, you could see a shower or thunderstorm within your area, but not really too high.
Dispatch from the time.
That's good.
Copy that. Minor court and Locust.
Yeah, thank you for the 2, Dark Knight. Really do appreciate it. And Heart and Soul with the 10. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Says, just want to thank you, Nate, for keeping me up to date on this. Scary day for me and my family, as we were all super close to these tornadic supercells. Kept us informed. Well, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Yeah, thank you for the kind words. It really does mean a lot to me. And I'm glad you guys were safe. I try to keep it real. I try to, get as accurate of information as I possibly can get for you all, so that way you guys know exactly what's happening. All right, that my main goal is whenever I'm doing radar analysis, I'm gonna put it in a way, I'm gonna talk to you guys in a way in which you guys know exactly what's going on, so that way there's no miscommunications and stuff like that. And not to mention, I want to try and get it in a way to where I know exactly what's going on with these storms anyways. I want to know exactly what's happening, so that way there's no surprises on my end either. If I know exactly what's going on, I can anticipate storm characteristics and what happens and stuff like that. Anticipate those events. So yeah, storms are starting to approach Milwaukee. Not expected to be super significant, to be honest with you. But we're still going to watch out for this anyways, just on the off chance that something weird happens. Then once these bands of storms move through Milwaukee, we're probably going to end it for the evening. So give it another, I'd say half an hour to 45, I'd say half an hour to 40 minutes at most. Is Wisconsin done with severe risk of thunderstorms? There's a good chance that that is the case. A very good chance that that is the case, but I can't rule out a severe thunderstorm warning that could be issued. Maybe like Milwaukee area. Meanwhile, we still have a lot of these showers and thunderstorms over here in Alabama. A lot of severe weather over here. A lot of severe thunderstorm warnings. Like Eufaula, Clayton, Union Springs, Elba. Ozark actually got into the activity with reports of trees down over there. Tallahassee, areas near Franklin, and then north of that, Ashland, Delta, Anniston, Piedmont, Cedar Bluff, Century, and Bremen in Georgia and Alabama. A lot of severe weather across this area. You can see a lot of these yellow polygons that indicate severe thunderstorm warnings, and that's kind of the case. It's kind of the reason why all that activity is popping around. It's because it's severe. What about Kenosha? Could they be impacted? How they're doing? Kenosha is getting a lot of activity in the future. I do believe that they are going to see a lot of their activity a little bit later on. But it'll probably be an hour from now, honestly. It'll probably be an hour from now. Where is, I completely forgot. I flew in here once. Where is Milwaukee International? I flew in here once on a transfer to Oh, there's Milwaukee International. It's on the southern side. When I was going to Minneapolis, I actually had to transfer from Baltimore to Milwaukee to Minneapolis. Oh, well, it can get just a lot of scattered showers and thunderstorms. I don't foresee them getting too much activity over the next few days. Nothing significant, at least. That cell in Madison still is trying to rotate more and more. This thing makes me want to consider more followings. All of the followings. Yeah, best thing to do is just to prepare by having plans of action if significant weather occurs in your area. That's the big thing. That way, stuff happens. You know exactly where to go.
Hey Nate, have you been keeping track of the fact by chance that the Madison warning is a damage threat considerable? It's kind of funny to me.
Yes.
And there was a wall cloud reported 10 minutes ago.
That I'm not surprised about. A lot of reports have
basically not moved.
Yeah, it hasn't. It's kind of funny. Why doesn't it move? Because the wind shear is not very strong over there. It's not pushing it anywhere.
So it's got nothing to move it.
Right. Right.
Hence, you have this cycling thunderstorm producing hail and flash flooding across those areas north of Madison and south of Opal. Excuse me.
Oh. That's pretty funny.
Back to Alabama.
Yeah, that was a pretty gnarly yawn, wasn't it? Just realized that the two teams with weather-related team names are playing in the Stanley Cup. Yeah, I mean, we can think about it like that. It's technically weather. Technically.
It's winning now.
It's tied.
Darcy Kemper is selling. Swear.
And it's not that. It's just Nikita Kucherov is, kind of good. He's a good player. Let's go back to Madison here. Because this cell really has not moved. I'm going to be completely honest with you. You know what I'm going to do? I want to take a look at mesoanalysis. Why is it doing what it's doing? Because it has 3 Cape and vorticity. So hypothetically, this thing could produce a tornado. Hypothetically, this thing is still in Madison. It's in an environment where it can produce a tornado.
No.
Yes.
I say no.
You can say no all you want. Dodge City.
Not with that structure. It ain't doing crap.
I say a land spout.
Water spouts.
Surface of 3 kilometer storm relative velocity is actually pretty high. Look at this, chat. It's in like the 200 range, almost 250. Think Grand Rapids will be okay? Yeah, I think so. I think they'll be fine. What about Chicago? I think they'll be fine. Is northern Michigan going to be okay? Yeah, there's just a lot of strong damaging winds moving through that area, honestly. I'll pull up the radar here so you can see a little bit better. But yeah, definitely some stuff that could move through the Rudy Yard and the Kinross area. In the St. Ignace area. But it's just a lot of strong damaging winds, to be completely honest with you. I don't see a whole lot of tornadic potential with those storms. So I think you should be fine. I definitely see 60 mile per hour wind gusts with it, though. I do think so. What state is it? It's in Kansas. How much actual surface vorticity is there? Actually, a good bit. Actually, a good bit of vorticity over there. Huh. Yeah, I mean, it's a weird storm. I'll tell you that much. The Dark Knight. Thank you so much for the membership. I really do appreciate it. Thanks for becoming a weather watcher. It's the best way to support my channel. And I really do appreciate that. Thank you. Storm is intensifying in southeastern Alabama. Really? Really? Really?
Yeah, really.
So he's near what? Enterprise, I'm assuming? Well, that's Clayton. Where's Clayton? Oh, that's that one up there.
Holy gusty winds, my dudes.
Fort Rucker's not loading for me. Radar showed a large, big yellow section of rain in Chicago. Well, not right now. It's not. Clayton's kind of meh. I see a lot of damaging winds. Nothing more. A lot of spotty hail there, too. There's been reports of damage over in Auburn of trees blown down and power outages. If that's the case, I kind of want to see how many power outages there are. By the way, speaking of power outages, 129,000 people are without power in Wisconsin now. So those storms really packed a punch. And then in northern Michigan, from the looks of it, if I do quick maths, it's about, I'd say, 3,000 people without power in North Michigan. Alabama has 14,000 people without power. Really? Georgia has 20,000 people without power. Really? Yeah, okay. Okay. And of course, California is going to California. Because, you know, it happens. It happens. Stream tomorrow? I'll try. As I said, depends upon if I can pick up my car tomorrow or not. If I can pick up my car tomorrow, I'll pick up my car and I won't stream. But if I can't, then I will stream tomorrow because I am pretty concerned with Ontario. Can I explain photographs? I can explain photographs. Best way to do it is by taking a look at a vertical wind profile here, because I can. That's nice. Before I do that, someone asked, can I check West Bend, Wisconsin? I sure can. West Bend is currently getting some gnarly showers and thunderstorms. Not really too significant, though. There they are. And the main line actually has passed through them already. So not really too much of a concern for them past that. So photographs, all right? People ask what our photographs are. Can I explain it? Yes, I can. Here is a photograph here for you all. Basically, if you think of a photograph as like a graph, Okay, so here's the center point of the graph. If your line goes up more like this, it's moving north. If it's moving like this, the winds are moving northeast. If your winds are moving, if your line is over here, that's east, southeast, south, southwest, west, northwest. All right, so if your line is in any direction away from the center point of the graph, that's where the winds are going towards. You also see these dotted lines right here in circles. This is how strong your winds are in knots. So you also see these little circles with numbers, and those are your winds with height in kilometers. So 1 kilometer above radar level, 2 kilometers, 3 kilometers above, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So those are your different levels with height. And basically, in order for you to get tornadoes, is something similar to this, to where if your wind can veer off more to the right, and you'll be able to get stuff. You said new tornado warning.
Oh, it's Kansas. I'm done.
It's Madison. It's going to put down a tornado in Madison. Yeah, tornado warning. There you go.
Tornado warning for northeastern Greenwood County in southeastern Kansas.
Look at that.
I object.
Too bad. Too bad.
The storm's going
The storm is now rain wrapped completely. If you're in Madison or in Lamont or in Hilltop, you guys need to go and take your proper precautions underground or lowest innermost part of your building. Especially since this storm is basically planting itself right over Madison. If it produces a tornado, it's not only going to form on top of Madison, it'll also be sitting over there for an elongated period of time. So if you're in Madison, you need to get in your safe space right now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. So please feel free to share this information with as many people as possible on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Especially if you know anyone who lives within these areas, please be sure to send them a text message with either the live stream or just you saying, hey, there's a tornado near your area that's possible. Get into your safe space. Please be sure to do so that we can continue to spread this with as many people as possible. And by hitting that thumbs up button down below, you actually help me get this out to more and more people on YouTube. Essentially helping me spread the information, because that's what we're going to want to do. That's our main goal. We want to spread the information with as many people as possible. So please be sure to do so if you haven't already, as this could be a bad situation. This could be a bad situation for the people of Madison if this rotation, all right, if this tornadic rotation does produce a tornado, because this storm has sat over the same exact area for quite some time. I mean, look at this. If anything, it's just barely moved. It's just barely moved down to the south. So a little concerning here, a little teeny bit concerning. And who am I kidding? It is pretty concerning. The fact of the matter is that this could be trying to put down a tornado. And let's actually go into the radar analysis aspect of this. The radar is off to the north of this storm. So just for reference, greens are the winds moving towards the radar. Reds are the winds moving away. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. Right over Madison. Right over Madison. Latest velocity scan came in and intensified with a heavy amount of spectrum width. Oh boy, so big amounts of turbulence right within here. That's what spectrum width measures. The higher the values of spectrum width, the higher the amount of turbulence. And that's just to the south, if not right over Madison. Looks to me like there's a high school there in Madison. Looks to me like there's a high school in Madison. That's not good if that's the case. That is not good if that is the case. Topeka, Madison is near or south of Emporia. Where is Eureka specifically? Oh, Madison. Yeah, that's Madison High School here, ladies and gentlemen. That's a high school right there on the southern side. That is indeed a high school. So that is a little concerning. The fact that there is a little bit of populace over here, as well as a golf course as well, but there are people who live down here in the southern portions of Madison, and there are also facilities, all right, educational facilities over here, to where this storm could be potentially impacting. And just for reference, we're going back to the radar here. Once again, here's the velocities. Green's moving towards the radar, red's moving away. Right in the middle where that upside down triangle is, that's our tornado vortex signature, or TVS. And that's where our tornado could potentially be at. If we take over, or we cut out the radar, you can see our tornado vortex signature is right next to that educational facility near Madison High School. So if you know anyone who lives over there and south of that, because there actually are homes that are south of that actually. If you live anywhere near Madison or south of Madison, you need to get in your safe space right now, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. And the big thing here, guys, is unless if it weakens, this thing's not going anywhere, all right? This is over the past, let's see, 8 minutes. This is the past 8 minutes, and this rotation has not moved. It has not moved at all. So that's the big thing here to take away from all of this, guys, is that this could be a storm that not only can produce a tornado, but it's going to sit over an area for an elongated period of time. And excuse me. And that's kind of the reason why I'm concerned about this cell. It's because if this does produce a tornado, it's going to be sitting over the same exact area, doing consistent damage, creating consistent wind speeds across the area. And I mean, that's not okay. So this is in Kansas. All right, this is in Kansas here, ladies and gentlemen. It's south of Emporia. It is northeast of Wichita. And just for reference, if you don't know where any of that is in Kansas, there's Kansas City in Missouri. It is south and west of Kansas City. It is south of Topeka. And this storm continues to show a lot of rotation. I'm half self-taught, half school, because I did go to a bunch of camps. I went to a camp over in Penn State when I was younger. And then I've also consulted with meteorologists and stuff like that. But yeah, as I said, this is a pretty concerning situation here for this area of Madison. I don't see a debris signature, fortunately. But there is a hefty amount of spectrum width. Look at all that turbulence right there, right next to Madison. It's getting very close. Getting very close. So once again, guys, we need to continue to share this information with as many people as possible. Once again, copy the link to the live stream, put it on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, because if you guys know anyone who lives in Madison, or if you know any Facebook groups that are for over here in east central portions of Kansas, you know, we may be able to get the word out to them that there could potentially be something tornadic in this area. That's the big thing here that I want to try and get out towards people, is that, you know, this cell is tornadic, and it's not going anywhere. As a matter of fact, the rotation, even though it weakened a little bit, it went north. It went north towards Madison. All right. So, you know, for these cells, for these storms that are continuously rotating, you know, we are going to want to try and get information out to them. So please be sure to do that. Please be sure to share it on social media. And by hitting that thumbs up button down below, you actually help me get this out to more and more people on YouTube, essentially helping me spread the information. That's what we're going to want to do the most. We want to spread the information. So hit that thumbs up button if you haven't already. It only takes 2 seconds to get out of full screen. Hit that thumbs up button and then come back. But we do have some rotation within that cell. And it has kind of occluded off to the north. But regardless, a lot of heavy rain with this too. I mean, look at that. Heavy rain, and within that, a lot of hail as well. Maximum expected hail size actually is in upwards of 1.5 inches, maybe even 1.75 inches. So almost golf ball sized hail possible with this storm. And it's actually warned for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and half-dollar sized hail. So that's a little bit under golf balls. But at some point, it was actually trying to produce golf ball sized hail. So that's kind of the reason why we're watching out for that. Another thing to note, there's also a new area of rotation south of Madison and north of Hamilton, something that's trying to develop from the new aspect of the supercell that's trying to gather as much energy as possible here on the southern side of the cluster. So that's going to be something to watch out for if you're near Hamilton. It could potentially be a storm over there. Interesting ZDR arc with this as well. Potential intensification with the low-level mesocyclone is possible. Yeah, that cell in Madison, the rotation is kind of diminished, so that's the good news. I'm trying to comb the desert here to see if there's any sort of debris signature within the area. I don't really see too much with that, so that's kind of the good news. But I mean, still, we do have some of that activity that's right within the area that's possible. So yeah, Madison in Kansas. We do have a tornado warning for this cell. And as I said, the rotation just sat over Madison for so long, like 10 minutes straight. Let me actually put up, this is not in Wisconsin. Let's actually put up, this is in Kansas. There we go. Good stuff. But yeah, it definitely has occluded off to the north, so not as strong a rotation over there now, which is the good news. Check back at the severe weather over here in Alabama with these storms moving west. Yes, you heard me correctly. These storms are moving west. Because if you ever think about it, have you really seen a storm that's moved west, like consistently? Usually they move from west to east, not east to west. So these storms are pretty weird in its own right.
Yeah, well, Texas does weird things sometimes. So.
But that's Texas. Texas, you know, kind of know what you're getting.
US.
Yeah. Severe thunderstorm warning over for portions of Canada. It says a line of intense thunderstorms over upper Michigan is moving northeast at 8 kilometers per hour. It's going to affect the Sault Ste. Marie and Montreal River regions. So large hail. Huh?
Sioux. St. Marie.
It's probably, it could be Sault. S-A-U-L-T.
If that's French, it's Sioux.
So probably Sault Ste. Marie.
Don't ask me.
French is
French.
It's
French. And yes.
French is French.
And holy crap, Madison died.
But yeah, Sault Ste. Marie and Montreal River regions, large hail can damage property and cause injury. Strong wind gusts can toss loose objects, damage weak buildings, break branches off of trees, and overturn large vehicles. So if you guys live over there in Sault Ste. Marie, I highly recommend getting indoors and staying away from windows, as this storm really starts to kind of bear down on your area. And look at this here. Big line of storm starting to move on through that as well. But that also means that the threat for upper Michigan is starting to decrease, which is the good news with that as well. They issued a mesoscale discussion for the tornado warning. An isolated strong storm to the south of Emporia, Kansas may pose some continuing risk for severe hail and locally strong surface gusts for another hour or two before perhaps spreading northeastward and weakening. So they didn't mention how this thing could potentially produce a tornado, which is kind of funny. I actually find it really funny. But yeah, new area of rotation north of Hamilton. That's going to be the area to watch, in my honest opinion. Funnel cloud report in Madison? What do you mean? Tornado warning has been canceled, I believe. Rotating wall cloud 5 miles to my west. That was at 10. There's spotters on these cells, Morgan, and they said there was a wall cloud on that. If that doesn't make you consider the following, I don't know what will. I really don't. Severe thunderstorm warning over here in Wisconsin for Grafton and Port Washington. So that storm actually moved through relatively quickly. Pretty quick moving severe thunderstorm warning. So if you're over in Port Washington, Belgium, stay indoors, as there is still a severe thunderstorm warning for your area. Milwaukee is also getting some activity now. I actually hide the "this is in Kansas" thing for right now. There you go. But yeah, we do have some pretty strong damaging winds that are possible here across portions of southeastern Wisconsin. Also a big flash flooding risk, as about 4 inches of rain has already fallen across some of the areas, and they're expected to see more. So, do you live in Madison, Wisconsin, J-Moon? Could be some localized damaging winds near Oconomowoc as well. That could be something interesting. Advisory 8 on Blas has been issued. "85-mile-per-hour hurricane." Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Oconomowoc, Concord, and Lac La Belle, as well as Stonebank. Wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, so J-Moon, it's the other Madison in Kansas that I was talking about that we were looking at. That's where the actual tornado warning was at. Hmm. So really interesting here. With all these storms continuing to develop. That's pretty funny. I just saw something. Yeah, Oconomowoc is fun to stay. Fun to say. Indeed, indeed. Had power outages over the last 3 days, internet not working properly. Same thing with me, honestly. Internet has been really bad. Like, not as good as it used to. I don't know what the issue is. It's just, I guess there's just something. Am I gonna be live tomorrow? We'll have to see. You know, if all things go well, I will go live because I do want to go live tomorrow, but I have to call the people who are working on my car to see if my car is ready. If it's not ready, I'll go live. If it is ready, I have to go get it. But
Imagine breaking your car.
it wasn't broken, believe it or not. Actually, it was just the fender.
Wasn't that what the dude thought?
Yeah, and
Towed it. And that's what got you into this mess?
ironically, it could have also been a sales pitch to get more money.
I think that's what it was.
Yeah. I don't see a lot of activity over in this part of the state, so I'm just going to say it's broke. Oconomowoc. Can I check Akron, Ohio for tomorrow? I don't really anticipate them to see a whole lot of significant activity tomorrow, to be completely honest with you. We'll go to the day 2 convective outlook. And yeah, you guys are barely in the 2 out of 5 in the severe weather scale. I do think you guys are going to see some strong damaging winds, but that's going to be pretty much it. As I said, Ontario, if you know anyone who lives near Toronto, Kingston, Ottawa, west of that over here near like Maynooth, areas over there, that's going to be an area to watch for sure. Definitely some tornadic activity. Can I show you what a tornado looks like on radar? Yeah, why not? Which radar can I afford to get rid of? Probably Marquette. Yeah, probably Marquette. All right, so let's take a look at a case study, shall we? Take a look at a case study. How about, do you guys want to see a tornado that I've covered or a tornado that I haven't covered? Like, live on stream.
Mullica Hill.
Go away.
What's wrong with Mullica Hill?
Go away.
What's wrong with it?
Wisconsin tornado watch just changed. Yes, it sure has. A couple counties have been excluded from it. I'm not going chasing tomorrow.
Do it, I dare you.
No.
Why not? If you get your car, you might as well go break it again.
Nope. I see a lot of have-not covereds. All right, well, I guess we shall. Then let's do a tornado that I'm very familiar with because I like look at this all the time for any reference of whatever you know, studies that I try to do with radar analysis. Let us pull up Gaylord and then, well, not Gaylord, let's do Marquette. There you go. All right, so I think you guys can already tell as to which one this is because you can see the file. If you look hard enough, you can see the file. Now, one thing's for certain, all right, you won't be able to see the same exact stuff that I do with radar analysis unless if you have stuff like Radar Scope, Radar Omega, or GR2 Analyst. Radar Scope and Omega are cheap radar apps that you can purchase on your phone, tablet, like for $10, something like that. And you need radar, you know, good radars like that in order for you to be able to have an idea as to what these storms are going to be doing, all right? But the best radar in all of radars is GR2 Analyst. Even the Storm Prediction Center agrees. So, you know, make a note of that there. But this right here, guys, this storm is the El Reno EF3 tornado in 2013. This had winds over 300 miles per hour measured by mobile Doppler radar, so the Doppler on wheels. And when we're looking at the beginning of the storm, obviously it looks like a cluster, okay? It's severe warned. It's approaching Calumet, El Reno. It's also north of Union City and Cogar, and it's basically paralleling I-40 as it continues to move about. But then as this continues to move on through and progress, they issue a tornado warning for it. Tornado warning here for, this would be Canadian County. They have a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. It's located 7 miles northeast of Hinton, moving east at 25 miles per hour. So Hinton is right there, and apparently the rotation's right there. So let's go see for ourselves, shall we? You can already see on radar, you can see a bit of an arcing on the rain, but let's just say we can't see it. Let's just say it's too rain wrapped and stuff is not going our way. Well, let's go at velocities. Let's look at velocities. And you can clearly see if we actually turn on, so this is actually base velocities here. You can see reds moving away and greens and blues moving towards. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. And just for reference, the radar is over here near Oklahoma City. It's actually on the southeastern side of Oklahoma City. So you see reds moving away once again, greens moving towards with blues. Right in the middle where the upside down triangle is where the tornado vortex signature is. You can also go to ZDR, and ZDR kind of tells you, well, there might be some high values of ZDR over here indicating some heavy raindrops and some good downdraft or updraft characteristics within that spot. So that'll be something interesting to watch. Maybe this storm right here could be something to watch, because if we actually go back a scan, so go back a scan and then go up 2 scans, you actually see that this storm up here near Calumet is actually moving due east, and that this storm up here is moving northeast. So potentially this storm could merge with this other storm, or this storm could kill off this northern storm, and this new storm on the southern side could be the new dominant cell. And usually that's the thing that you want to watch out for whenever you're doing radar analysis, is that whenever you have a storm that's moving into another storm, if they're both about the same size, the southern storm is going to dominate. The southern storm is going to take over much of that energy, because what happens more or less is with wind shear and how the winds aloft works, the rain actually gets pushed away from the top of the thunderstorm, and that rain-cooled air gets pushed off into other thunderstorms. And supercells, supercells that produce tornadoes or big thunderstorms typically want warm, moist air in order for them to be able to form or sustain. So basically, if you have a lot of rain-cooled air being pushed into some of these other showers and thunderstorms, they're not going to be able to want to continue to sustain. They're probably going to try and deteriorate more or less. So that's one thing to note. The storm to the south could potentially play a role later on in this analysis. But, let's just say we don't know. Let's just say we don't know. We have a lot of hail within the area, so that's going to be interesting. Correlation coefficient is all over the place, but we do have a lot of hail right within this area right here. And if we go over to reflectivity, you can see we have high values of reflectivity indicating that there is a lot of stuff that isn't air. So if it was air, it would be low values of reflectivity if it had a low correlation coefficient, because it has a low correlation coefficient with a high reflectivity value. This is more than likely a lot of hail within this area. So that's something to note within this as well. Let's play this on once again. So here's the next scan. A lot of rotation still, basically paralleling I-40. But eventually, as we play this up again, we start to see that the velocities kind of split. The old rotation is over here, and then there's another rotation right over here. And it's kind of just doing all sorts of weird stuff for the most part. Now, this other thunderstorm right here now starts to kind of merge with this other one that was over in Calumet. You can see how they both kind of arc a little bit more. And potentially we could have a new run at a redevelopment with something here on the southern side. And you actually can see that the rotation actually starts to dip down. It starts to move to the south and east because of the fact that there is actually a merger right within that area. So as you continue to play it about, you actually see that the velocities weaken a bit. They actually do weaken quite a bit here, actually. And then as it continues to progress, as it moves further to the south and east, we'll look at the reflectivity once again. And whenever you start to see an arc kind of like that with reflectivity, know that stuff is going to start to get real. Storms are going to start to try and intensify further. Whenever you see on differential reflectivity or ZDR, whenever you see a ZDR arc right within that same spot, know things are about to get real. All right. And so within this instance, the velocities start to intensify because of that. And we go back over the reflectivity. You can see a hook really starts to become prominent. You can see we have our classic supercellular structure right within there. The rain starts to wrap around. Warm, moist air comes into the inflow just like that and gets pulled right into this center area here at the top part of the hook, which is where the rotation actually is. And we can overlap that. You can see there's clearly rotation right within that area. Once again, reds are moving away, greens and blues moving towards. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. Now, we don't have a debris signature yet, but around this area is where the tornado actually first touched down. So what's a good way to identify a tornado before it actually shows a debris signature? Because obviously you would like to know if a tornado is on the ground before it's actually doing damage. Well, if you look at spectrum width, which looks at turbulence, if you have turbulence under the area of where the rotation was, there's a good indication that a tornado is on the ground because tornadoes create turbulence. So that's the one thing there to note. You can see the next scan comes through, velocities start to increase exponentially with some darker blues being introduced, and we're starting to see a lower correlation coefficient. Not an extraordinarily low correlation coefficient. You'll see that in the next scan, but it's a lower correlation coefficient that starts to come into play. Another thing here is that you start to see, we still have a ZDR arc within that area right there. You can actually go back and you can still see this big ZDR arc right within there. So once again, if you see that, you know the storm is going to start to intensify and things are going to start to get real. But then as this continues to progress, you notice that this storm now takes a turn to the left. It starts to kind of veer off a bit to the left. Velocities have now increased significantly as the dark blues turn into pinks, and the pinks and the other values with the reds start to turn into kind of this orangish, orangish tannish color. And if you look at correlation coefficient, well, there you go. Now you start to have a debris signature because if you align it with the velocities, you clearly see it's under that velocity couplet. You can take a look at reflectivity. The reflectivity is high, so therefore you have, you can already rule out it's not rain and it's not air, so therefore it's debris in this instance. And ZDR, you can clearly see still a ZDR arc, so this storm is still intensifying further and further. And you can see there's a massive ball of turbulence here, big turbulence drop from spectrum width, and that's pretty consistent there. Now, as the storm progresses, it actually continues to move east. It continues to progress east. It actually intensifies further. You can see a lot more widespread pinks within the area of the dark blues. So very intense inbound velocities. The outflow starting to really jut in. Here's the hook of the supercell right within there. You can clearly see it's also starting to gust out a little bit. We have a bit of a gust front with our outflow boundary here that's starting to wrap around here. So basically it's creating a lot of strong damaging winds due to the fact that the storm is bringing around that rain and that hail, and it's basically jutting it out a bit more. It's basically pushing it more and more. And so when you have that, you can typically get a lot of strong damaging winds on the southern side of the rotation where the rear flank downdraft is. The next scan, though, makes things very interesting because you can obviously, the debris ball expands in size and it is very large here, very large debris ball. Spectrum width, I mean, you can see turbulence across the board. You can also see here on ZDR, very well organized ZDR arc right within that area. Very well organized ZDR arc. And you can take a look at the velocities. I mean, look at this. It goes from pink to kind of tan to dark brown. And if you take storm relative velocities, it actually makes it a whole lot easier to see where the rotation is. Very strong rotation within this area. Very strong. Normalized rotation is off the chart, which basically measures as to how significant the rotation would be. And whenever it gets into the whites, that's when it is the maximum of normalized rotation. And just for reference as to how fast the winds were within this storm, because I'm sure people are curious here. The delta velocity of this storm, all right, so I just found a pixel right here. This pixel measures 188 mile per hour winds moving towards the radar, and then moving away, that would be this pixel right here. This is 119 mile per hour winds moving away from the radar. So if you combine the two, well, actually, this isn't 119. I got to fix it again. This is 154. So if you have 188 on top of 154, you have well over 300 mile per hour delta velocity. That's how fast the winds are within that storm. And, you know, even the VROT, very strong at 149 knots. On the conditional parameters, you actually see that this had a chance, or a 66% chance of being an EF4 plus tornado. So, you know, pretty crazy there, more or less. Very strong rotation with that storm. And then as it continued to move off towards the north, it did occlude, and they issued a tornado emergency at the time for portions of OKC, Yukon, and El Reno because of the fact of how strong the velocities were and how unpredictable the storm was. You can see on radar, very well organized hook echo with a big debris signature that you're going to see on correlation coefficient. There it is, very intense right there. And then it kind of just stayed over that area. Take a look at the correlation coefficient again. It just stayed stationary over that same area. Velocity still, of course, very well organized. This is very common. This is a very common velocity signature here, where you get like 3 or 4 pixels that are kind of in like a rectangle, just like this. Whenever you see that, there's a good chance that there's probably a tornado, let alone a strong tornado within your area or within that area that you're looking at. So that would be something to note. And then on this day, of course, we also have the high values of spectrum width. But on this day, there also was another tornado, and it was actually spinning anti-cyclonically, or it was spinning clockwise. And it was actually right here. You can see green's moving towards the radar, red's moving away. So we have a cyclonic tornado. You can see there's a debris signature right there too, and you can even see the debris ball there on radar as well. So that was pretty cool. That was pretty cool seeing how this thing continued to try to intensify further and further. ZDR arc is still there, albeit a little obscured. It is pretty obstructed at this point. So it's kind of just, you know, considering the following, if you will, the most. But that's basically the main gist of how to look at radar, how I go through the process of looking at radar. From a beginner standpoint, there's other stuff that I do to look at with storm structure and whatnot to be able to determine as to if a storm could actually produce a tornado or not. But that's a little bit more advanced and whatnot. And I'm even still doing more research with that as well. So I'm not really going to talk about that too much. That's just going to be the general idea of what this storm is doing. So I hope you guys enjoyed that. And let's talk more about the weather that's impacting Milwaukee right now, the current weather. So get out of 2013, if you will, and come into 2020, am I right? But there we go. By the way, Morgan, it's going into OT. So
yeah, I know, I saw that.
That's fun. But let's get into more of the current weather. Milwaukee is getting hit by showers and thunderstorms. Not really too severe at this time. I don't foresee anything severe with that either. There could be something that tries to move off north of that, near the Brown Deer and the Mequon areas, as well as areas along I-43 paralleling the western side of Lake Michigan. So that would be something to note. Basically, the coastline of Wisconsin could potentially see some activity. Moving down to the south in Kansas, there is a supercell here. It actually does have a bit of rotation with it once again, and it is pretty stationary over that area. So I actually wonder if it's going to follow under the same pathway of what it did before, potentially a little bit of some rotation right within that area. Right there, you can see the hook, how it wraps around just like that. And so definitely could be something to the north and west of Hamilton, and just to the south and west of Madison. If you know anyone who lives in those areas over there, to the east of I-35 in Kansas. All right, so this is in Kansas. I would highly recommend you tell them to take their proper precautions underground or lowest in the most part of their building. Also, big flash flood warning that has been issued across the area because, I mean, if we play over the past hour and 15 minutes, these storms have not moved over, moved at all. They haven't moved at all. They've been pretty stationary. They actually have been inching further and further southward, but by like, I'd say 5 miles. All right, it's like 5 miles per hour. So it's not really doing too much in regards to where it's going, but it's doing a lot with where it's at. And, we've had a lot of tornado warnings with this storm. We actually have had, two tornado warnings with this, though? So there definitely was a lot of stuff right in there. And we probably should continue to watch it. Probably should continue to watch it. I want to go back to Alabama here real quickly because there's a lot of severe storms that are moving through Montgomery now. 60-mile-per-hour winds possible with some of this, with trees and power lines down from some of the reports that I am seeing here. Also some spotty hail possible, so that'd be something to note. But yeah, these storms in Alabama, if you know anyone who lives in Alabama and they're under a severe thunderstorm warning, tell them to get indoors and stay away from windows. Of course, people could be sleeping by now, so I mean, they may already be indoors. But I would just tell them to get indoors and stay away from windows, as this could potentially be one of those scenarios to where you can get, could potentially get a tree that could land on top of your house and something like that. A tree tips over. That would be the main thing to note. There we go. But yeah, we do have a couple of watches in this area. There's actually a small localized severe thunderstorm watch that they issued for Burlington and Madison, believe it or not. Oh no, wait, no, that's probably because it was elongated within the area. So they only canceled it for Missouri and they kept it alive. So wow, still pretty interesting severe thunderstorm watch with that. Still a couple tornado watches here that we still got to watch out for. I don't really expect too much from them, however. Don't expect too much from those storms. There is a severe thunderstorm warning in Canada, so if you're near Blind River, Elliott Lake. Oh, it's 11 o'clock, my dudes. It is 11 o'clock, my dudes.
It is indeed 11 o'clock, my dudes. I don't think I called you this time.
Yeah, you didn't. But yeah, that is 11 o'clock, my dudes. Yeah, severe weather over in those areas. It looks like the line has finally started to move out. There is some activity in Traverse City, however. Severe thunderstorm warning over there in northern portions of Michigan. Actually, more central portions of Michigan, if you think about it. So if you're in Kalkaska, as well as South Boardman, Kingsley, and Fife Lake, highly recommend getting indoors and staying away from windows if you haven't already. Although once again, it's kind of nighttime, so people could probably already be indoors. So it happens. It happens. As I said, I could potentially be live tomorrow. Because there could be a tornado outbreak over in Ontario. Could be. I'm at least seeing a supercell that does something. I'm not saying it produces a SIG Tor, but I mean, all those storms over there have the potential to do so. So that's going to be something to watch. very, very closely. Of course, we also have the severe weather risk over in the United States as well. You can see we have a 1 out of 5 in the severe weather scale in dark green, 2 out of 5 in yellow, and 3 out of 5 in orange. We also have that over for portions of Kansas City and St. Louis tomorrow as well for the 2 out of 5. So that'll be something to note there as well. So 2 areas for severe weather. And it'll be really interesting if I can stream or not. If I do stream, it's going to be a really interesting stream. It's going to be really fun for me to cover. Especially since you guys know how much I love covering Canada and Germany. It's pretty fun. It is really fun. Still some rotation with that storm near Teterville or Teeterville and Madison and Hamilton. It's trying. It's trying. I'll tell you what. It's trying. But it's on the struggle bus, if you will. It is on the struggle bus. So. But we're going to watch it for a little bit longer. We'll watch it for a little bit longer, and then we're probably going to call it a night afterwards. We're so close to 1,000 likes, guys. If you are enjoying the live stream, please be sure to hit that thumbs up button down below. It actually does help me get this information out to more and more people on YouTube, so please be sure to do that. And feel free to share this live stream with more and more people. Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. That way we may be able to continue to spread this information with more and more people. Was the tri-state tornado the worst one? Like the worst tornado ever? I mean, it's up for debate. I mean, there's a bunch of tornadoes that were like really bad, but the tri-state tornado, that one in the early 90s, we don't really have too much like information on it. So we can't really say for sure, but from the reports and what people have said and what they've done research on, it was pretty bad. It was like really bad. Do a weather sleep stream? Yeah, sure. Okay, buddy. I also want to mention here real quickly, we are
streams where you do the super chats that come through it, come through and wake you up in the middle of the night.
That will not be fun.
That would be great.
We're also really close to 34,100 subscribers, guys. So I really do appreciate your guys' support. I really do.
Folks, if you like that idea, tweet at Nate Snyder.
Go away. Go away. But yeah, if you haven't already, hit that subscribe button down below. If you are interested in weather analysis, specifically radar analysis, because that's what, you know, that's how that's what I'm known for, more or less, on this channel. Michael Martz was on the, was he on the cell, the SIG tour today? Michael Martz? Or was he on another cell? Well, this is Michael Martz's video over here in Valley, Wisconsin. Well, actually, I probably can't show it, but I'll show a little teeny bit of it. You can see, here's a picture of it. Look at that. Clear funnel extending down, a lot of condensation underneath it too. That is a bona fide tornado, all right. Bona fide tornado. I've liked and retweeted it on my Twitter, and if you want to watch it yourself, I'll put the link to it in the chat as well. Put the link to it in the chat. But good stuff from him right there. Very interesting storm. But that was in Valley, Wisconsin earlier on today when we were covering those severe storms. 5 likes away from 1,000 likes. We're getting there. Lamau. So it looks like I will probably be, if I am live streaming tomorrow, it looks like I will be the only one to live stream the Canadian aspect of the event tomorrow, which, by the way, you don't want to miss. All right, if I am going to be live streaming the Canadian aspect of the event tomorrow, you don't want to miss it. All right, I'm dead serious. You don't want to miss it. That's probably going to be the highest threat for tornadoes out of all the areas for severe weather tomorrow in Canada. And, you know, big thing here is that we are going to want to, you know, obviously, I do want to expand my viewer base more into Canada because I have covered Canada before on this channel. But in that environment over there, we'll take a look at the models here real quickly, show you all what I mean. I mean, those storms in Canada are going to be the main ones to try and produce your significant tornadoes. So, if you want to watch the channel, help me spread the information tomorrow. All right, I highly recommend you come back tomorrow as well. But here is some of these storms. And according to the NAM, we have a couple that develop sometime around 3 or 2. And that's from the NAM. So the NAM actually thinks that storms don't form as early as the HRRR. But if they do form as early as the HRRR, there could be a storm that can get pretty significant over here in the portions of Ontario and Quebec. I'm actually really interested as to what the 3 kilometers says from a parameter perspective. Why does the NAM favor New York and Pennsylvania? Doesn't make any sense.
12K or the 3K?
3K.
3K. First off, I should probably pin 0Z. Second off, I should probably be looking at the northeast.
That doesn't make any sense. Why does it say... Is it just because more Cape? I mean, that's linear to all get out. This doesn't make any sense. The NAM 3 kilometer is stupid.
Wow, that has a lot of energy. Jesus. Wow.
Jeez, STP in central Pennsylvania. Yeah, okay. Okay. Sure. Okay, buddy. Whatever you say, pal.
Swear to God, if it rains to me on my bike to school tomorrow, I'm gonna flip.
Yeah, I'm not chasing tomorrow. Not doing it.
Surface-based Cape is bonkers.
Yeah, I think I'll probably
Right
look
off
for
the
me
map.
sometime around, I'd say maybe 2 o'clock tomorrow. Give or take. Might be earlier, might be later. 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock. And there's some storms that really kind of form across the board. I get slapped by a big wind maker sometime around 9 or 10 tomorrow night, so that's nice. NAM 3 kilometer loves me getting hit. What does the FV3 say from 0Z? That's strange. Why is it now cutting off the risk for Canada? I'll tell you what, FV3 thinks it's going to be a big wind bag, though.
Of course the FV3 thinks that.
That's very strange. There is a random supercell that moves through Montreal, though, so that's kind of something to note. Does Indiana, PA get hit? More than likely. More than likely. Let me actually look up where Indiana, PA is. Yeah, more than likely they will get hit. The FV3. Yeah, that's strange. These storms have, you know, these models have made this more of a New York and Pennsylvania threat, which is super weird. Very weird.
I mean, that is where the enhanced risk tomorrow is, no?
Well, yeah, but I mean, models were trending towards Ontario before. Doesn't make too much sense. Cell that is severe warned heading towards Davenport. Could potentially have some spotty hail, maybe large hail within that area. That'll be something to watch. That will indeed be something to watch over there. Check Virginia, we might be able to get hit too. Yeah, I mean, maybe a little bit of it. So here's the storm that's approaching Davenport. Large hail with this. What, about $half sized hail? No, they actually say ping pong ball sized hail. So if it was actually a little bit larger, it'd be golf ball sized hail heading towards Davenport. So if you know anyone who lives in Davenport, I would tell them to get their cars and bring it into a carport. I would tell them to get their cars and bring it into a carport, because there definitely could be some large hail moving through this storm. I want to take a slice on this storm. Ooh, look at that. Definitely some hail forming aloft. Oh yeah, there definitely is a hail core over there. Definitely has a hail core. So yeah, this thing probably is producing... Oh, it even gets shot up to what, 25,000 feet? Really? Oh yeah, it does. Yeah, that's a pretty strong updraft right within that. There's your ZDR column. So your updraft column that rises or brings everything up into the upper portions of the atmosphere. It all gets frozen and then it comes back down. It rethaws and comes down as either hail or rain. That's a pretty big time storm there that's moving through Davenport. We're about to move through Davenport. So if you know anyone who lives in Davenport, once again, tell them to go outside, get into their valuables. If they have any pets outside, all right? Pets are a big thing here. If they have any pets outside, tell them to bring them inside, because this storm looks to me like this thing could produce some pretty large hail. Yep, no problem, EMH. Yeah, I know more about radar analysis more than forecasting. I personally believe that radar is more important than forecasting, but that's just kind of like my own opinion because I love doing that.
Hey, Nate.
Colorado takes game 1.
I thought Tampa was winning game 1, huh?
Yeah, well, they'll win game 2.
No, they won't.
Yeah, they
will.
will.
I'm watching. They won't.
They'll win game 2.
No, they won't. Excuse me. Hey, Nate.
Mm-hmm.
Go consider NATO cast.
I'll look at it in a bit.
There's a 2% in BC.
It happens.
Why is there 2% in Western Canada? Hold up. Do the die. Nah.
Yeah, let's look at NATO cast, see what it's got tomorrow. Here's NATO cast. And yeah, 5% over New York and Pennsylvania. Hidden 3% in Ontario, though. I will say that's going to be interesting. What and who is Timmer? It's Reed Timmer. Reed Timmer is nice. He's a good storm chaser, too. The weeds of Trimmer.
Montana Pack Watch.
Report of a wall cloud. Large lowering on a new mesocyclone. At 2:57 UTC. That's
20 minutes ago.
20 minutes ago. So that storm still is going. What the heck? Oh my gosh. But yeah, that's NATO cast. Here's your report of a wall cloud, because yes. Also reports of damage in Madison. Reports of power flashes, tree damage, shingles off some roofs in the southern portion of Madison. This is a preliminary report of thunderstorm wind damage until officials take a closer look. That could have been a tornado. That's kind of funny. But it's not funny at the same time.
Trying to confirm it with the radar stuff.
Wow.
That was right in the spot. It might have been.
So that could have potentially have been a tornado. Wow.
The Toma tornado today is rated prelim EF1 110.
What? They're already working on it?
Yeah.
That clearly makes sense.
I'm surprised it's as low as it is, but you know.
Yeah. If you guys haven't already, please be sure to hit that thumbs up button down below. We're already over 1,000 likes on the stream. I really do appreciate you guys. But hit that thumbs up button down below to help me spread this information out with as many people as possible. And if you just straight up enjoy it, if you are enjoying the stream, feel free to hit that thumbs up button down below and subscribe if you're new, because we do live radar analysis on a lot of severe weather setups. A lot of the severe weather setups. And be sure to turn on notifications to stay up to date with all the latest information that I do provide as well. Because what in the world did I just see? Oh, that's interesting. Oh, we're also really close, guys, to 34,100 subscribers. Really close to it. So let's see if we can get to 34,100 subscribers. And then we'll head off. Because yes. Because then yes. We still have... I am going to probably head off after the storms in... Why do I not have... What's its face up? Oh, it's because I moved the radar, of course. But we do have a severe storm that's heading into Davenport. If you know anyone that lives in Davenport, Iowa, tell them to get their valuables that are outdoors, like cars or pets, and bring them into shelter, because there is going to be a pretty substantial storm that's going to produce some large hail that's going to approach the town and/or city over there. So if you haven't already, please be sure to do so. Can I give you a summary on what's happened today? Yeah, there's a significant tornado near Toma.
Actually, Nathan, technically, it's only EF1 now, so you can't call it that yet.
It's going to be increased to 2, maybe 3.
You sure about that?
Positive. 100%. $5.
Whoopty.
$5. I'm pretty confident. I'm really confident that it'll happen. So. But yeah, gnarly severe storm that's moving on through. And it's about to hit Davenport. Once again, large hail anticipated with this. Yeah, I try to interact with chat a lot. I try to give a good answer as well. Sometimes I know I can be all over the place with my answers, but yeah. Why am I so confident about the tornado being upgraded? Due to the fact of how much damage it did with a certain spot. As well as the velocity data. I'm not saying that the velocity data is good evidence, but I'm saying pairing velocities with correlation coefficient, I'm guessing that there's going to be more significant damage that they haven't found yet. So, that's kind of what I got. Plus 100 mile per hour EF1 is what, 10, 15 miles per hour away from getting to EF2?
It's at 110.
Oh, you said 110, so that's 5 miles per hour away from like EF2. So that's not far off at all. Anything special in Milwaukee? Not really. Let's move over to the radar analysis for those storms in Milwaukee. Yeah, the big line just passed on through, so not really too concerning, in my honest opinion, for them. I want to go back up to Gaylord here real quickly just to see if these storms are doing stuff. And not really. Not really. Wonder, let's see, that warning has been canceled. So as soon as I look at it, everything I touch goes away. So you can pre-rate, but we can't. Well, I'm not saying it's, I'm not saying a specific damage threshold. I'm not saying, when I pre-rate, the only thing that I pre-rate with is damage, okay? And I've seen damage that's about EF1 to maybe EF2 damage. So that's the only time you can pre-rate. But obviously, since, chat can't send pictures, they can't pre-rate. With what I'm thinking, all right, I'm not saying a specific, strength besides it'll probably be greater than EF1. All right, I'm not saying EF5. I'm not saying, EF0. Just based off of what I've seen with damage and everything else. That's just what I think. Speaking of what I think, you want to see, here's the video. Once again, a video of the tornado that passed through Toma, north of Oakdale. Look at this here,
I'm in
guys.
a tornado. Oh, boy. Oh, I'm really
Look
in
at it. Did I go to school for this? Half and half. So I'm self-taught, but I've also consulted with meteorologists and went to camps for
There it is,
meteorology.
right there.
Look at that.
Oh my goodness.
Very rapid motion.
I was in a tornado, guys. I was in a tornado.
Oh, don't get me wrong. I still respect people who do the damage, but you can also go onto the National Weather Service damage assessment National Weather Service damage assessment and look based off of, you know, bolts and the way the storms have been constructed. Well, not storms, geez. Houses that have been constructed. You can get a rough estimate as to what it could potentially be. So basically, that's how I do my correlation. Now, as I said, I'm not pinpointing what specifically it is. But in general, you shouldn't pre-rate unless if you have damage pictures and stuff like that. Then you can formulate an educated guess. And obviously, if it's completely wrong, you know, if there's like, you know, a tree that's knocked down and you're saying it's EF5, then clearly that's wrong and that's clearly inappropriate. But
if that was the case, then New Jersey would be Tornado Alley. Because that's all that the tornadoes knock down here, because they're not strong enough to knock down anything else.
That's classic. That is classic as you can get it. So let's go back to Quad Cities here, because as I said, Davenport's getting quite the storm here at the moment. I want to take a slice just to kind of see what this thing is doing in the upper levels, and as soon as I do that, my GR2 loves to make cross-section go away. Yeah, it still has some pretty interesting correlation coefficient values in the upper levels. Let me see if I can find higher values of correlation coefficient. It can make
My name is Nate, and I don't know how to speak.
I don't know how to speak English. English is not my first language. True facts. I'm just kidding. So not very high values of correlation coefficient. This would probably tell me that quarter size tail is likely within this storm. KDP, probably should have took a slice with KDP too. Probably would have given me a good idea as well. Yeah, decent values of KDP with that. I don't really see a whole huge pocket at the dendritic growth zone. So yeah, I'd say probably quarter size tail. Quarters to $half size tail at maximum. But I'd say probably quarter size tail with this storm. Good idea. It's a pretty good idea. But once again, if you know anyone who lives in Davenport near the Quad Cities at all, along the border of Illinois and Iowa, I would highly recommend letting them know, hey, got any cars outside? If you have any pets outside, bring them in. Bring them into some form of shelter. Because there's a good chance that the pets could potentially get injured. There's a good chance that you could potentially have some cracks in your windshield. Maybe dents in your car. And I know how some people, some people are with their cars. How they do want to protect it. I mean, it is a lot of money.
Doubt too many people have Maseratis in this neck of the woods, but
Well, I mean, you also have to take into account, gas now, right? So,
you know what?
Car is big thing to maintain. Why is that storm trying to rotate? That doesn't make sense.
Which storm?
Storm north and east of Davenport, near Princeton and south of Clinton. CDR is all over the place. That might be a faint ZDR arc, though. Very weak ZDR arc, at minimum.
This is stupid, ridiculous greed. Yeah, there's... There's absolutely no reason gas should have doubled in price from last year at this point until this
CDR is expanding along with that sound fan. Why is this? There we go. Fixed it. I want to take a look at the meso analysis, specifically.
Like how
It's definitely not terrible.
One of them has 50,000 feet echo tops, so consider that.
Yeah, true. True. Yeah, that cell near Fenton. Looks to be, doesn't look to be rotation anymore, but it's still something interesting. Lot of hail within it, too. Once again. To the upper levels, see if I can find anything with ZDR. Not sustainably. Yeah, I mean, there is hail with this. There is hail with this storm, obviously. Probably a not... It might be borderline severe, but probably not... And probably not enough to pull the trigger. Probably not enough. VIL, just because. It might be enough to pull the trigger. Might be enough to pull the trigger. Depends upon who you talk to, I guess. Cedar Rapids, Iowa, Des Moines. Should you call your family? Nah, you're good. There's nothing going on for you all. Go back to the cells. The severe thunderstorm watch has been issued for Ontario. What? Favorable for development. Severe thunderstorms may be capable of producing large hail and heavy rain. Northern Peterborough County. So they issued a severe thunderstorm watch for these cells in Gooderham, Wilberforce, and Coe Hill.
Oh.
That makes so much sense. What?
I was gonna say, here we go again with these names.
Yeah, I know, right? Every single name possible you try to pronounce, it always just is like... Blah, blah. It's like bleh. All the severe storms in Alabama have considered the following, which is good news. We still have that severe storm in Kansas. Thing is not moving. Still has a little bit. Yeah, it's just been meh. Very much so meh. Still an interesting supercell, I'll tell you that. This thing is definitely... I mean, it's tried to do stuff. Still a lot of hail over Hamilton, Hilton, Virgil, Lamont. And yeah, as I said, the potential for there, being a tornado that was right over Madison, sat over there for a good 10 minutes, like right over the southern portion of town. It's pretty high, in my opinion. Pretty high chance that it actually was a tornado. Let's hear Nate Butcher Canadian names. Yeah, that's nice. That's very nice. I mean, as I said, you guys know how much we like to, cover Canada and the United States. Yeah, so here's the severe thunderstorm watch that's over in Gooderham, Coe Hill, Apsley, and Cardiff. You can see kind of the outline of the severe thunderstorm watch according to Radar Scope. By the way, Radar Scope's been taking a lot of W's lately. Storm relative velocities, like high-res storm relative velocities. Correctly de-aliasing their velocities with radars in Canada and Germany. A couple other things. Radar scope is getting there. All right. 2 top tier radar applications of phones and iPads and stuff like that. Scope and Omega, those two have been battling out for supremacy of which radar application is better. My honest opinion, both are good. From a radar nerd perspective, right now I'm leaning Omega because it's really good. But Omega has a lot of other stuff as well. A lot of general stuff. And a lot more towns. A lot better mapping and stuff like that. But as a radar nerd, as a radar guy, I mean, Scope's been really good as of late. Large hail near Hamilton, potential 2-inch size hail on a maximum expected hail size within that area. Of course, it definitely could be a lot smaller than that as the maximum, but yeah. That cell near Hamilton has just been going and going and going and going, producing a lot of hail, a lot of rain. Flash flooding is an issue. That'd be the stuff to watch. How hard would PA get hit tomorrow, especially the east side? East side won't get hit as much as the west side or even the northern side. Yes, surprisingly, I am still alive. Surprisingly, I am still alive, yes.
I am gonna get out of here though, because I need to sleep soon.
I probably will get out of here soon as well.
Yeah, I'm gonna study and die.
That's understandable.
7 tomorrow, and I have 2 exams as opposed to 1. So I'll talk to you, especially as we figure out this weekend. We'll talk, and let me know if you get your car tomorrow.
Yeah, that'll be fun.
All right, we'll go from there. I'll talk to you.
Yep, see ya.
See ya.
So that was Morgan, my accomplice. Stuff like that. Go see his, go visit him this weekend. Go see what he's up to. Say hi to him. But yeah, really interesting setup today. Now, as I said, we knew that the intersection of I-90 and 94, all right? That's got to be one of the more legendary calls in all of the stream and this channel, all right? We knew that I-90, I-94 intersection due east of La Crosse and State Highway 21 in Wisconsin. We knew that was going to be the hot zone for tornadoes. We knew that was going to be the area. And man, oh man. I mean, it literally happened right over the area that we said it would be. I still can't believe it. I have to bask in my ignorance a little bit more. So yeah, we've had the Cape Bomb call out earlier on this year. That was crazy. Seeing the strongest tornado, not even in the moderate event, but in Texas. There was a moderate in Iowa, and instead there's an EF3 in Texas that was stronger than the EF2 up in Iowa. So that was pretty cool. Some other tornado call-outs and whatnot. Pretty happy with this year so far, with the production of content that I've been giving you guys. Been really happy. I mean, obviously, numbers are not as good as they were last year, but I mean, it happens. It honestly happens. We're working on research right now to try and change the way I view radar, stuff like that. So hopefully that will be implemented. Probably not sometime soon, but in time for next year's severe weather activity. But there's all sorts of stuff. I mean, separation vector. I mean, I know some people have already created an algorithm and even a program for it. We plan to tweak the algorithm, albeit significantly, because I see a lot of flaws with it. They've done a really good job up to this point, but we'll do that. Storm identification with characteristics. We plan to do all sorts of other stuff with it. There's actually a really ambitious project that I want to undertake with my research group. With 7 or 8 other individuals. Now that's the thing that I want to do. It's probably going to be very difficult to actually perform. It's going to be very difficult. Might also even be a little bit irrelevant. I don't care. I really want to try and do it. And we'll go into that once we actually get it done. But all I gotta say is that if we can create that program, whether it's a place file, more than likely we're going to create a place file version of it, and then we might even create our own radar program of it. If we can get that done, if we can get that that aspect, we can potentially create a radar program that can be able to identify different storm characteristics as well as forecast them. And it's not from not just from a tornadic perspective. It'll be from a severe perspective too. It could be from a winter perspective. Be all sorts of different things. It'll be pretty cool. Do I have a girlfriend? Nope, not as of recently. Not as of recently. But yeah, as I said, plan to stream tomorrow if I can actually get it. If I can actually get to it. Anybody know if Amberg, Wisconsin got hit with a tornado earlier this evening? Let me take a look. I believe that sounds familiar. Amberg. That sounds familiar to me. Amberg. Amberg, Wisconsin is up north. I knew that sounded familiar. They had a tornado warning. Yeah, Amberg and Athelstan, just to the west of that, there was a tornado over there. So yeah, they did have it. Hope your car is fixed. It should be. It's just minimal repairs, so it'll be fine. It'll be fine. But yeah, I plan to live stream the Canadian and United States severe weather event tomorrow. So you know how I love to stream my Canadian events. Here's another look at NATO cast for tomorrow, just for people who are curious. 5% over in New York and Pennsylvania. Not far away from where I live, actually. So who knows? You might even hear me and my weather radio go off. It'll be pretty funny. It'd be really funny, actually. Tornado threat over tonight? For the most part, yeah. That's just us talking about all sorts of stuff. And we plan to end the stream at midnight. Maybe even a little bit before midnight. There's only one more severe thunderstorm warning, and it's ironically the cell in Kansas. And it doesn't even have a whole lot of rotation with it. Also has some really weird spiking issues. That is Great. I'd have to use Wichita's radar. Should you expect anything in Elgin? Probably not. Should be fine. Yeah, it is a pretty volatile environment for Ontario tomorrow, but it kind of downtrended a little bit over the past 12 hours. In which I'm kind of just like, huh? Because it definitely was a lot more intense prior to the before runs. But the HRRR really likes the idea of significant storms in Ontario tomorrow afternoon. So, I mean, we're going to have to see. We're really going to have to see. How's Friday's outlook? Friday is not anticipated to be too strong. From, you know, if I remember correctly, we actually had a marginal issued. That would be for the Mid-Atlantic into the Ohio River Valley, and that is the case. So, oh, and we also have our tropical development, which isn't really going to do a whole lot, that we made in our video last night. So now it's a 20% chance of formation, not very huge chance. The tropical system over in the Pacific, however, south of Guatemala, is more than likely going to do so, however. And it probably will stay stationary throughout that area, so we'll have to see. Also, Blas, I believe is how it's pronounced. The Hurricane Blas, still ongoing, and it's expected to be a Category 2 hurricane as it continues to march its way parallel to the Mexico coast. But it doesn't seem to be impacting land or forecasted to impact land, so that's kind of a thing. Meanwhile, in Canada, there are severe thunderstorm warnings for areas like Elliott Lake, Blind River. Eventually could head towards the Sudbury area, so if you know anyone who lives near Sudbury, I'd probably watch out for that. Severe thunderstorms have weakened or moved out of the region, so that severe thunderstorm warning is no longer there. I wonder if Scope... Yeah, Scope is already updated. That's kind of the reason why I like Scope. Scope updates with those warnings a lot quicker, too. So still severe thunderstorm watches for those areas, but no warnings, except for the one United States severe thunderstorm warning, which is over in Kansas. So take a look back at that. And yeah, this storm is just all over the place for the most part. Yeah, it has been a busy week for me over this past week. Severe weather this week or upcoming week for Minneapolis? Not really. Not from the looks of it. It'll probably be next week when they get a new shot of severe weather, but it'll be kind of hit or miss. It's also not really set in stone because weather is just like that. But let me take a look just to see if I can get a crack at it. Let's start out with our 500 millibar wind shear. Let's move over here. Let's see what we got. So new high pressure system, big omega block that's going to try and develop over here across the Central Plains. New low pressure system that's going to try and create severe weather over here in the high plains on Sunday or Monday. So that's going to be interesting. And then potential severe weather over... looks to be Tuesday. Tuesday, there could potentially be severe weather, either for the Central Plains or the upper Midwest. That could be something interesting to note. And then we get another big high-pressure system that really wants to just, make everyone consider more followings. That's nice. And then, yeah, that's pretty much it for the short term and or medium term. But anything from Maine through Sunday? Sunday, maybe some scattered showers and thunderstorms, but other than that, not really too much for Maine. I think you guys should be fine. Appreciate the kind words, Dustin. Thank you so much. All right, any other questions? We might end it before midnight. Getting dangerously close. Look at that. 2 subscribers away from 34,100. But, oh well. Is what it is. Is what it is. Radar scope is a radar? Yeah. Radar scope and radar omega are 2 radars that I would recommend the most. Get one, one or the other for radar analysis. And actually, believe it or not, my color tables on GR2 are actually tailored to radar scope because more people, or at least before the whole promotion for radar omega, actually had radar scope. So I wanted to put out something that's very similar to what most people had, and that's what we got. Got color tables for radar scope from both velocity, so relative velocity. Not from ZDR, though. ZDR and spectrum width, they're on their own. They're on my own. And correlation coefficient's different as well. That's my own thing as well. So there's only so much that I can show you that's from scope. So reflectivity and velocities are basically the main 2 things. There you go. 34,100 subscribers. Good stuff. Good stuff. As I said, the main goal. All right, the main goal for the channel as of right now, all right, 71,008 subscribers. All right, if we get there, then it'll be a huge milestone for this channel. It's really meaningful to me specifically, but 34,000, 34,100 is really good too. It's very good. So, I mean, I think of it as just how much our community has expanded. How large our community is now. So, I mean, it's pretty cool. And that's just how many people, I think, think of how many people actually help us get information out to more and more people. That's how I think about it. So. Let's see. Do I have any vague predictions for how things will look for the Canadian prairies this summer? Yeah, I do think you guys are actually going to get some severe weather. I do think you guys are going to see some consistent severe weather. Be a little bit more active than it was last year. At least that's my rough estimate. Let us see. What program are used to see tornadoes? Just radar in general. All right, if you have radar scope or radar omega that you can purchase, that's good too. I use those. I'll be using those tomorrow for the Canadian event if I actually do live stream that. But GR2 Analyst is the best radar, hands down. GR2 Analyst is the best radar, hands down. So maybe Laura, who knows? I hope we get there by the end of the year, but yeah, who knows? Who knows? Who knows? Looks like there aren't any more questions. Do you think the tornado threat or wind threat will go up tomorrow? Probably not. I think it'll stay as it is. And if it does, then I'm losing it. I'm losing it. Flash flood warning considerable? Would it be this one right here? Yeah, considerable. So that makes sense. All right, 3 minutes. Should we post the ending screen? You know any free radars we can use? I mean, you can use my radar, but it's highly recommended to get something like Scope or Omega. Highly recommended. How's Buffalo, New York tomorrow? Definitely going to get some strong damaging winds possible within their area. It'll be hit or miss, though. It'll be very much so hit or miss. So, hopefully, as I said, I will be live streaming tomorrow. And if I will be, then you guys can come back and I can tell you guys when it actually is happening. Alright, looks like we're gnarly. It says there was an EF0 tornado in Chicago on Monday near the O'Hare Airport. Well, that makes sense. That kind of makes sense. There's also a down, like a microburst over there as well. A pretty crazy microburst from what I saw, actually. So, alrighty, I think that will do it. What's my radar called? It's called My Radar. That's pretty funny. That's pretty funny. Yeah, it's literally called My Radar. That one's a good one. I always get a little chuckle when people are like, what's your radar called? No, it's called My Radar. It's literally called My Radar. Yeah, classic. So, all right, put the ending screen up. Nice stuff, nice stuff. Once again, if you enjoyed the live stream here today, please be sure to hit that thumbs up button down below. That really does tell me that you guys did enjoy it. Also, please be sure to subscribe and turn on notifications to stay up to date with all the latest information I do provide. Follow me on social media and stuff like that. We got over 3,200 followers on Twitter just recently. So we're progressing slowly but surely. Also join my Discord server if you haven't already. Talk about all sorts of cool stuff with weather. All the links to that will be in the description down below. If you want to get in contact with me on Discord, then I'll put my account in the chat here. I do talk to people. And I am open to discussion. And input from anyone. So if you are willing to have a conversation with me, feel free to do so. But yeah, as I said, subscribe, turn on notifications, share this with friends and family and on social media. Follow me on social media. Link will be in the description down below. And let's get our outro music here. Can I get it set up in time? I think I can. Alrighty. So, chat. I will hopefully see you guys tomorrow, but if not, I'll hopefully see you guys soon. So stay safe out, stay safe, everyone. Jeez, I can't speak. Peace out.
I'm waiting for the rain. I'm bracing for the thunder. I tweak the wooden sway in the wind.